minute. I'm preparing chambers, thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Volusia County Council Chambers and Public Participation Time. If you'd like to speak to council and go on the record, fill out one of these yellow cards. We will call you by name, and when you're called, please state your name and your address for the record. Our first one up is Mr. John Bandorf. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Bandorf. I live in Ormond Beach. I'm here today. Myself and my wife, we run a website called VolusiaExposed.com. I sent y'all, each one of you, an email today with a recent article we posted, and it deals with item 10 today. Deals with y'all hiring lobbyists to lobby so the sheriff cannot be a constitutional sheriff, to keep him as a charter sheriff. It was said in your agenda that nobody during the charter review commissions over the last 40 years approached the charter review commission and requested that to be changed so we could have a constitutional sheriff. I can assure you, if you check out my website, I have 3 videos from 3 different times that I went to the Charter Review Commission in 2015 and said just that. So I don't know who's giving you that information, but it's guarantee it's not accurate. You can watch my videos with me in front of the Charter Review Commission, and you can read right under the videos the Charter Review Commission's own minutes that said I requested they look at just that. In fact, I don't think any one of those meetings I went to, either the county attorney or Mr. Deneen wasn't there. So I just ask you to consider that. If that's what you're going to focus, that no one ever asked for it to be looked at, I can tell you it's not accurate. I would ask you one thing, though. If you want a charter sheriff, that's fine. But let's be honest with the public, okay? In your own charter, and I'm referring to 601, section 601 of the charter, it reads, all functions and duty now prescribed by the Constitution, which means the Florida Constitution, and the laws of Florida for the office of sheriff are hereby transferred to the Department of Public Safety, and the constitutional office shall thereupon be terminated. So we don't have a sheriff's department in the state of Florida, in Volusia County. We have a Department of Public Safety. The sheriff has the title of the Director of Public Safety. Be honest with your constituents. Let them know that we don't have a sheriff department. Y'all don't even call it the sheriff department in the county charter. So either or, chartered sheriff, it's Department of Public Safety. Constitutional sheriff, we have a real sheriff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bandorf. And we did get, at least I got your email. I saw that. Thank you. Mr. Stan Polak?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Stan Pollock. I live at 49 Brooks Drive, Ormond Beach, Ormond by the Sea. I've got a problem that I've tried going through the board and the zoning compliance, and I basically have been getting a runaround, and the last statement was that this unit, which happens to be a garage apartment built on top of the two-car garage at 47 Brooks Drive. The county council heard the violation for this unit back in November of 2000. I've got the minutes from that. They denied the request for the variance or whatever he was asking. He took it to the PLDLC the next January the 9th. They also denied the request to allow a full upper story. He did move the unit over from the setback, which was another violation. And after he moved the unit over, they passed or closed out the permit, even though he still had the full structure. The parcel notes online specifically state that county council directed him to reduce the unit back down to an attic space, which is what it was originally permitted for. He was originally supposed to just build, an attic on top of the garage, and he built a whole unit with windows, double door. And after these denials, because the permitting department went ahead and approved it, he's actually installed a full bath, and he's had tenants living there, and he occupied it himself. And I submitted an affidavit to Mr. Nelson, along with a flash drive of the videotapes showing somebody was living in the apartment in the month of July, last month. And again, they responded by saying that they were going to pursue the fact that he had a bathroom in there, but he could probably get a permit for that. But they are ignoring the fact that he's actually was using it for occupancy for the last 10 years. And this property has long-standing issues. He's had two large boats in the backyard, which had 1996 decals. One was numbered from Mississippi, one was from Rhode Island. When I tried to report those, they basically said they would not pursue it because they were in the backyard, even though you could see the numbers and the decal dates from my yard. Anyhow, so what I need to request is to accept these documents that I've got for the record and try and schedule something for another meeting, the next meeting, actually on the agenda, so we've got half an hour or so to actually go through the documents. I did not make 15 copies of the 20 pages. Most of this are public records. They're all included on this flash drive, except for an email from Chris Hutchinson. So my purpose here today is try and reopen this case from 2000, where the county council has already denied this allowance of a two-story of a civil section. And this is also a 35-foot tall now. He put a cathedral roof on it, so this whole structure is 35 feet tall, and it's an eyesore.
Thank you, sir. If you will pass that down to Ms. Zimmerman, and I will pass these concerns on to staff, and staff will be in contact with you shortly, Mr. Rechtenwald. Is that good?
Yep, we'll make sure we have somebody from the building staff take a look at your information.
Oh, the building staff's.
Well, there's a process we'll follow, and we'll give it to Mr. Urban is right over there now, and Mr. Nelson, so.
Well, Mr. Nelson has a copy of the flash drive.
Yeah,
Sir,
right. So
if
that's
you'll
the
pass-
process.
Thank you. We'll have somebody meet with you, for sure. Can we have somebody meet with them before he leaves today?
He's welcome at the end of this session to meet with both of them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other cards for public participation?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to speak? Fill out a yellow card. This is your last opportunity. Ma'am, yes. No, you have to fill out a yellow card. I don't. You filled out a yellow card? Where is it? That's okay, but we have it, we're good. Okay, seeing no other requests, public participation will be closed and council will start at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
It's 10 o'clock. Good morning. Excuse me. It is 10 o'clock, and we try to be very punctual because we know a lot of you are out there waiting to engage yourself in this meeting today. So we'll call the meeting of the August 17th County Council meeting to order. And at this time, we'll have the invocation given by Jeff Summer of the Westminster by the Sea, Daytona Beach Shores, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm asked the council if you would stand, and those of you who would like to also. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us pray. Dear God, through whom we live and move and have our being, when we read the words in Genesis, we learn that you have given us free will. We have been given the singular gift of conscience on this earth. Aside from natural disasters, we have power to construct or destroy nature. We have the power to construct bridges or to burn them, both physically and in our conversations. We have the choice to live only for ourselves or to live also for the well-being of others. So much rests with us, very little is back on you. So today we know you will be watching these council members and visitors. You'll watch their decorum, their civility, and their choices, and others will notice them too. At the end of the day, perhaps you and others will look at what was accomplished and the way it was accomplished and say, well done. We hope so. I offer this prayer over these proceedings and over our bleeding and fighting nation in your name and to your glory. As your prophet Micah reminded us, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reverend?
Mr. Chair, Dr. Sumner and I have been friends for over 30 years. He's a pastor at the church where Ann and I go. And as most pastors, they sometimes say what happens is it's hatch, match, and dispatch. Well, he matched Ann and I, so but it stuck together, so it must be something glued it. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff, you got to run the gauntlet.
You have to run
Run the gauntlet, man.
It's an easy one.
So am I to understand he's your pastor?
Yes.
I'd like to make an appointment with him right after the meeting today.
Is this one doctor to another doctor?
That's a paradox.
I think what happens at church stays at church, is that kind of?
We'll move on to the roll call, please.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post? Here. Ms. Wheeler? Here. Cusack? Here. Ms. Denny's? Here. Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
All are present. The unanimous vote is 7-0.
Thank you. And is there anyone who wishes to pull any of the consent agenda items or comment on them, Mr. Deneen? I think you have two.
Mr. Chair, I have several. I have two items, J and L, in which I am going to have a short presentation. So we're pulling it for a short presentation. And I also have comment on R, S, and Y. And those will be straight comments from me.
Okay, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pull double C. I think the item itself is a great reflection on what our Sheriff's Department is doing here in Volusia County, and I want them to get some kudos on this project and give a little update on what's going on here. So I'm pulling double C just for presentation and discussion purposes.
You didn't want to pull it from the agenda as such, other than you want to vote on it? Or comment?
I want a presentation, let the sheriff address the council on it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We have a motion. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda absent item J and L, which are pulled for a vote? Is that correct, Mr. Deneen?
No, Mr. Chair, to clarify, just like Ms. Denny's,
I'm not asking they be pulled from consent. I'm just saying that I think we need to make a presentation on both of them for clarification to the community.
Okay, so we can go ahead.
You can move forward on them.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the?
So moved to accept everything except J and L. Is that correct? Is that what we're doing?
You can even accept J and L.
Okay, all right, accept all of them then.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion is made and seconded. Any objection to the approving the consent agenda? Hearing none, the motion will stand. Go back with you, Mr. Deneen, on item J.
Yes, what I'd like to do is the presentation will be on J and L from Ms. Donna Butler. I think what you'll find is it's important for the community to know this, and so that we are extremely transparent about what we're doing on these two items. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Donna DeMarsh Butler, Community Services Director. And Pat Northey is here representing the ECHO Advisory Committee if you should have any questions from them. So each year, the ECHO Advisory Committee looks at their granting process and tries to determine if there's any things that need to be changed to make the process a little more smooth, efficient, and enable them to better determine how the money needs to be spent. So they did that this year, July 25th, 2017. There are several administrative changes that were made that we've talked about. They're mostly date changes, titles of staff to make sure that it's accurate no matter if people actually move. And those are all very simple changes. But there are a few that are a little bit more in-depth, what we consider to be major changes. The first is project time limits. Currently, projects are set from 2 years after the issuance of a notice to proceed, and that is after a grant agreement has been executed. The committee would prefer that each organization have 6 months from the time you decide that an application is to go forward as a viable project to execute a grant agreement, and then from that time after the grant agreement has been executed, 2 years to complete the project. That does not mean that if a hurricane comes through or some other reason that it cannot be altered, but on a regular basis, that would be the change. The next is a mandatory technical completeness. Currently, only 75% of an application is required to be submitted for technical review. Well, it's very hard to determine if something's appropriate if we can't review it. So we're asking now that the application be 100% complete prior to the technical review. They always receive a very nice letter saying, hey, you might need to modify this, change your Gantt chart, move your numbers in your budget, but if it's not there, we cannot review it. Next, application review by the county. County staff, which is both ECHO staff and legal staff, currently review the applications and are allowed to share concerns about an application's eligibility. What's proposed is that not only would those concerns be shared, but they would actually deem it ineligible if it were so. That information would be provided to the ECHO Advisory Board for their final review, but they would be hearing all of the concerns up front before anything moved forward. And two more. One is the eligibility site visits. Actually, Ms. Northey is the one that's been pushing for this for quite some time. They had wanted to go and all tour together, but that obviously caused sunshine law implications. So it was determined that they could each drive separately, and they have a calendar of time when they all meet. The meetings are recorded so that the questions and the answers for each project are captured both on tape as well as in minutes. So they are very excited and want that to be mandatory prior to the eligibility meeting taking place. And finally, your pay requests. Currently, grantees can request payment at any time. Now we would like them to request it quarterly. It makes it much more efficient in our process. So if you have any questions about that, I am happy to answer them, as well as Ms. Northey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that how important it is that we have these changes, and that not only that we have them, but that we present them to the citizens of Volusia County. So I appreciate the time that you take to make sure that we're transparent And the citizens that we serve and would apply for our ECHO grants, they pay taxes for that, and so they have every right for us to address them publicly as to changes. And thank you so much, Ms. Butler, and the committee for all your hard work. And these are good changes, and we certainly support them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thanks to the ECHO Board for your service, all of you. There's a lot of applications and grant applications that you read, and I think that's good to filter before they get to the volumes of information that they have to go through. But this sunsets in 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
so that's why the 6-month determination here is, I think, really important, especially at this stage. So I want to thank you for that. And the site visits, I think last year was the first year you did site visits, and I believe the site visits changed. There's a difference between looking at an application on paper and another difference between seeing it in person and what's actually there and what's not there. It's not just what's there, it's what's not there. And I think that spoke very positively about the grant process that came out of ECHO, as always. So I thank you. I think these are great changes. It's great accountability and will serve for very positive projects going forward. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Patterson.
I was just going to comment on the sunset thing, wondering, what the plan was, and so I think it's important. When I was in Tallahassee for those 10 years, and I would talk about some of our projects we had going in about ECHO, legislators were actually amazed that what we were doing down here, that it was the citizens that made the decision to tax themselves for the ECHO, and I'm wondering to see how it'll happen again or whether it doesn't happen. So.
Thank you, and again, thank all of you for serving. I hope that some of the changes we've made will make your decisions a lot easier. I think they should. I think it's very important that it's upfront and clear. I was shocked to see that 75% of the applications are not 100% complete, or only 75% were complete.
We weren't stating an amount that were complete. They were only required to present their application at a 75% level of completeness. So if they were missing 25% or less of the information that was needed to determine their eligibility, we didn't have it. So in some cases, we were moving it forward and then finding out later when the final application came through that it may not actually be eligible. So the committee would prefer it to be 100% complete. Even if there's errors, they have approximately a month to complete or to correct any errors or provide additional clarity on something that the committee may need. So it's not a percentage that have not completed, it's that they were only going to 75%.
Okay, that clears that up. And I almost feel that it should have been 100% complete upon application, because the ambiguities that it created and the decision-making process put upon the board and then the council upon 75%, because as you mentioned, it could come down and not be complete. So that did clear that up. I misread that, but thank you very much. No other questions? If not, we'll move. I guess you're going to make a presentation on L?
Yes, sir. Got a brief PowerPoint for this as well. This is the Community Cultural Grant Program, and we're just going to give you a brief overview of how the program works. The program is available to 501c3 organizations, and they have to have been in operation for at least 2 years, with their primary mission being the provision of visual art, performance art, literary art, or heritage-based programming to the citizens of our county. So there's quite a few criteria. I won't list them all here for you, but their organizational strength is really important. Program quality, administrative compliance, all those things make up a point system that they follow. And then everyone is given a point score. The highest and lowest are dropped. And in your actual agenda item, you see the scores that each agency received. There were requests totaling $815,000. Recommended funding to you is flat. It has been the same amount coming from your general fund each year, $611,758. And so those funds are distributed proportionally based on their final scores. We gave a handout to you. Ms. Denny's asked that we do a little bragging here. And so there's a handout that's an executive summary of the recommended grant awards. And you see that it takes us approximately 5 pages, 4 or 5 pages to go through all that. But I wanted to, I think it's going to be put up on the screen in front of you. I wanted to highlight a few, and we chose one from each district that is just unique and special to share with you here. The Pioneer Settlement for the Creative Arts in Barberville, they are dedicated to preserving early Florida and Volusia County artifacts. Their funds this year focus on education and assisting to support staff, but they also work to market and maintain their rich and immersive heritage environment for all residents and visitors from all walks of life. They have outstanding educational programming. Most youth in our school system will visit this site at some point in their curriculum. Next is the Cinematique of Daytona in Daytona Beach. Those funds allow them to choose independent films to show at the facility, and it provides a greater awareness and outreach opportunities in the community. The Hub on Canal in New Smyrna Beach, they provide additional low-cost or free educational opportunities for a wider variety of people through supporting the salaries of a part-time director of grants, outreach, and marketing. Ormond Museum, it defrays their general operating costs, which in general most organizations do use these funds for that purpose, but it also supports exhibition preparation expenses, including curatorial staff, installation, printing, and publications. And finally, the Gateway Center for the Arts in DeBary. This also is professional staffing and technical assistance, but they offer art exhibits and workshops, theatrical productions, and an array of other cultural programs. So from the Cultural Council is Edith Shelley. She's here today if you have any questions of her, and that is our presentation.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Butler. The reason that I pull this, I think this is so important for us to recognize, because this comes from our general fund, and this council has committed over $600,000 to our communities countywide on all of these projects. And so she highlighted just a few, but this again is one of the great works that the council how many years have we done this? How many years has council done this? Years, very long time?
Before I got here.
That's a long time. So
It was one of my first jobs when I came here, so at least 26 years old, I'd say 30.
okay. But that's the commitment the council has to our community. While we build bridges, we don't burn them. Thank you. But doing everything that we do, council, in all of our districts and countywide, this is really one that we can go back to our districts individually and say, here's a commitment from Volusia County Council to our cultural arts. And I think this is huge. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And I would encourage you, it's on the agenda item. You can go online and take a look at the list. I think there's 32. Were there 32 grants? That 32 grants, and again, thank you for the voluntary board, Cultural Grants Board, that reads all of these grants and makes a determination on behalf of council. So it's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, you stole my one comment, which was all of this is online. Everything that we have in front of us is online. You can access it. It's made public online, I think, on the Friday the week before.
It depends. We try to put as many things.
Depends.
Well, it depends on when the information comes in. We try to put everything on Friday. The deadline I try to have with everybody is Monday.
Yeah. So usually it's there. If you have a question on anything or see what we are looking at, it's online for everyone to see. So it is very transparent. I guess the next
Mr.
item.
Chair?
Oh, sorry.
I just can't pass up the opportunity to say that we're always looking for folk that will volunteer to serve on this board.
Oh, yeah.
That's well said. That we are looking for.
We are. So if you're out there and you want to be of service and you like what is being done and you want to be a part of it, please volunteer. Go online and volunteer for this culture board as well as any other boards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I guess you had one more, Mr. Deneen,
Well, a couple I'd just like to comment on.
Okay.
Only on R, Mr. Bartlett's in the audience, is property appraiser. and he would answer any questions you have. I wanted to point out that he brought forward, it's a significant change in their budget, but it's well worthwhile. He convinced us this is the right thing to do. This is on the pictometry. What it'll do is it'll really enhance his ability in his office to be even more effective and efficient. He's always looking for ways to cut costs and still deliver services, and I think we can use it in a lot of other departments. And so at the administrative side, he came in to talk to you, and we're glad to see this on the agenda.
Okay, and then S, I believe you had it.
S, I just wanted to mention, this is a little bit unusual. Sometimes we get unusual donations, but in this case, Mr. Jack Harris, I don't believe he could make it this morning, wanted to donate this in memory of his wife, Arlette. And then on Y, a lot of things we do here are lineal, and they started a long time ago, and I think sometimes it behooves the council to talk about how policies work over a period of time. And here goes a perfect example in Y, and I see one of my former council members in the audience, and she'll find this interesting too, that under Y, this contract, as you see, for Normandy Boulevard Reclaimed Water Main ended up being awarded to the low bidder based on local preference. This person was both the general and the subs were all local, and that made the difference in this bid. It was not a significant amount of money, but he beat out the low bidder because of the local preference. And so the council policy, I think, was fair and worked in this case the way it's supposed to.
Thank you. And if there's, Dr. Lowry, sorry.
I just want to make a quick clarification. The letter S item, Jack Harris, he's donating a beach wheelchair, just so people out there listening will know what the donation was.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Yes. With that, we'll move to item number 2, and this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, and we'll have, sorry? CC, I almost forgot you. So Sheriff Chetwood.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. Councilwoman, I want to thank you for pulling this item. With what we are doing here is we are expending law enforcement trust funds to purchase an additional 42 cameras and 220 brand new tasers. The 42 cameras that we're purchasing will go to special units such as Marine, SWAT, and my mind just went blank, the airport. That will allow us to go full implementation. We will be one of the very few sheriff's offices in the state of Florida that are at full implementation of body cameras, so we're well ahead of the curve. The tasers that we're purchasing, the 220 of them, are state-of-the-art. They're the new generation. When a deputy pulls the taser out of his holster and takes the locking mechanism off, his camera her camera automatically turns on. So there won't be a delay there when that weapon is pulled out. And I would be remiss if I did not thank Tim Jolly. Tim is an IT guru for us. The things that he does for the sheriff's offices are absolutely amazing, and he worked really long and hard at studying at this technology and working with our budget people to make sure we had the funds to get this project done. So,
Ms. Dennis, you wanted to point out one other part of that, which, or not? Is that it?
No. First of all, thank you, Sheriff. When I took a look at this and I was looking at the agenda, this is just too big a thing. This is cutting edge. We had a conversation before the meeting. Not every county has this. Is that accurate? Volusia County, you've put us on the cutting edge of technology?
we are way on the cut. We are well above the curve of a lot of other sheriff's offices in the state of Florida.
And I also heard that this is going to be like the tag, Make Volusia Great Again, because I think they call you Trump and they call the other one Pence. Is that...
I don't know, but when you look at the body cameras and the tasers, there's three things you're looking for: is transparency, deputy safety, and community safety. Right. And this purchase, I believe in my heart, guarantees that.
I kind of thought Volusia was great already.
Yeah, I did too. We're making
Make it better.
Volusia better.
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
Better, greater.
Okay.
Since I have you up here, I just wanted to make a very quick comment. The Toys for Tots fundraiser was this weekend. You were out there, but congratulations to the VCSO team for winning first place in that. Great job.
We kept the trophy in Volusia.
Absolutely, and it's massive. The trophy's
It
like is as big as you. So.
Well, you helped us win that.
No.
You weren't on one of our teams?
I won first place in women's, but civilian. But congratulations.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we can move, and Deb, you said you were going to keep an eye on me today, so you didn't let that slip, right? We're now can go to 2. Okay, we can go to item number 2, and this is a public hearing. Public hearing is open. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning.
I have no cards of anyone wishing to speak.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is the culmination of 3 years of work between the City of Oak Hill and Volusia County. It is an interlocal service boundary agreement. We have several existing interlocal service boundary agreements with the City of Ormond Beach, New Smyrna Beach, Daytona Beach, and Edgewater. Just real quickly, interlocal service boundary agreement was authorized through Florida Statutes Chapter 171. It's a way to facilitate cities and counties cooperatively working together to ensure that planning for annexation of areas that should be within a municipal area is done effectively and efficiently. What you're seeing here is that Oak Hill and the county have identified an area that's generally bounded by US 1 on the west with some areas out there, as well as the city of Edgewater to the north, the ocean to the east, and roughly Canaveral Seashore and the Brevard County to the south. What will happen is this interlocal service boundary agreement does not mandate any annexation, but it does allow residents, if they choose to annex into Oak Hill, may do so. It also identifies how properties that are currently owned or operated, such as streets, by the county, will be conveyed over to the City of Oak Hill. This is consistent with what we've done with other interlocal service boundary agreements with the other cities. The one thing I do need to point out is that this is somewhat different in that the county will retain permitting requirements here in our staff rather than conveying it over to Oak Hill staff. Otherwise, we feel that we've met everything as required by Florida statutes. There was a public hearing where property owners who are impacted by this proposed ISBA had a chance to come and meet and talk with the representatives of Oak Hill. That was held in July. And so what you're seeing before you is the final product that both the city and county staff have agreed upon. I know the mayor and their planner are available here in the audience if there's any questions. If there's any questions of your staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Ms. Denny's.
No questions, but glad that we've come to an agreement on this. And I'm going to make a motion for approval of ordinance 2017-18 interlocal service boundary agreement with the City of Oak Hill.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Post. Since you're closer, I heard it first. Any other discussion by the council? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Thank you, and the public hearing is closed. We'll move to item number 3. This is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, and we'll have the staff report, it appears.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to start off with the first comment, then I'll let Rick take over.
Wasn't in my notes.
This issue on the rental car is all part of a larger strategy. I don't know if you noticed in the newspaper, I'm not sure it came out as clear as it could have. I'm very proud of the fact that I think we have one of the few regional airports in America that's actually moving forward and growing. And we are, you always hear about the negatives, but I'm very proud. And this goes back to all the councils I've ever worked with of trying to make the airport the #1 regional airport in the country. Part of that is the philosophy that the customer experience on the ground has to match the customer experience for the airlines because they have choice. And that is now the new direction that they're going. They can pick any place. There are too few pilots, tremendous demand, and not enough planes. And they're going to put the planes where they make money, but also part of it is the experience that the customer has. As you know, Ms. Chair and the council, we have a plan in place that we're moving ahead to modernize our airport, second to none when we're done. And that is part of why airlines are now looking at us and continuing because they have choice. Part of this is the rental car fee, which is people that have to access the rental cars. Now, this fee is a very common fee across the country. We have not used it here. We need to get in step, but this is part of the larger plan of upgrading the airport. This fee relates directly back to all the stuff that are the rental car companies. So in essence, the users of rental cars are paying for a better facility, which is what we hear. What we hear is that people eventually, this could even lead to maybe a parking garage for rental cars, but right now the whole way that you access them, where they're located, the counters they come up to, this fee would cover all those costs. Now, the other thing is this fee is paid by the users, and in this case, it's almost 100% of people that are out of county that are using rental cars at our airport who want those rental cars and they want the quality of service. So this is a normal fee and it's endorsed by the rental car companies. Rick, if you'd like to explain a little more depth what the process is, what we're doing to start off, and then where it may lead.
Thank you. Mr. Eckert, did you want to comment prior to this?
Excuse me, after Mr. Carl, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Rick Carl, I'm here today as your airport director. I appreciate all your support. I want to remind everyone that's listening that the airport is an enterprise fund, meaning the airport generates its own revenue from concessions and other activities. So this supports the airport's business. It is a common practice, as Mr. Deneen said, and it is one of the tools in our toolbox to help us continue to provide a world-class customer service experience. I'd like to ask, I'm here today with our Deputy Airport Director, Karen Feaster, and Jay Cassins, who is our Business Development Director, and Giff Chumley, who drafted the ordinance. Yes. So Karen can walk you through real quickly just the highlights so that we hit on the record exactly what we're doing here. Karen Feaster.
Morning. Okay, as Mr. Deneen said, this project is used to enhance rental car facilities and also improve our customer experience. And this just gives you some statistics of what other airports are charging, and you'll see at the bottom that we are within the regional area of our location. And then the proposed projects are, as Mr. Deneen said, this is part of the terminal updates project. All of the rental car area from the back office out to the front will be used for these funds. And this is just a shot of the front and one of the conceptuals of what the end result may be of the terminal updates project. The second one is the ready car space lot. And as Mr. Dean said, it's very convenient, and that's very important that we keep it that way. It's right outside the east side of the building. And this would include lighting, signage, landscaping, pavement, and markings. Another one is Innovation Way. That's the main thoroughfare between the rental car service facilities and the ready car lot. So that will be a mill and overlay and markings. And then what they call in the industry CONRACs, a consolidated rental car facility. And this will be part of our master plan as well to determine what is needed for our airport. This is an example of a standalone facility. That's Asheville, North Carolina. Some of them are done this way, where they all consolidate to a one-story type facility, and then others are a parking garage. So we'll determine what's needed in Daytona. And then that will also free up all of the property that is currently being used for service facilities. Okay, and then the cash flow is attached to the agenda item. We estimate about $850,000 a year at the 250 level. Okay, and then Jay Cassins is here, and Rick and myself, if there's any questions. And
I'd like to add another thing, and that is this gives a range that we can charge up to. Let me make this real clear. If we were going to increase that fee or need to use additional revenue, we'd have a plan. It would have to come back to the council. The council would have to approve that. So while the range is in place, the range will not, no additional expenditure or additional charges would happen without the express approval of the council. But part of this is all part of this package of, wow, I don't know if you've flown out there recently, by the way, public. Quite frankly, the airport's very competitive. The only thing everyone acknowledges is that our airlines, because we're not a major hub stop at either Atlanta or Charlotte, but our prices are very competitive, and we watch the customer experience, and part of that's the cost of parking. We try to keep that in control, and the other thing is this experience. We're trying to enhance that experience. And the airport staff has talked to me about some things that I'd like to see them do. We're talking about valet service, a number of other things on parking, but that's really important to people using this airport. The more convenient we are, not just price-wise how competitive, but the more convenient we are and the more up-to-date, the more interested people are using us. And our key is that when we gain customers, we don't lose them. And that's how we continue to grow and buck, and I mean buck the trend across the country. I'm proud of what we're doing, and I appreciate the presentation by the staff today.
Mr. Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it is the pleasure of the council to proceed with the ordinance today, we would ask any motion for approval to include an amendment to the title to, rather than say to authorize the collection of a car rental customer facility charge, to say to impose. It's in the 5th line. The notice is adequate. We just want to clarify for the subsequent codification of the ordinance that we're saying impose, not merely to authorize. This ordinance does it.
Okay, thank you, and we'll close the public participation. Mr. Lowry.
I'd like to move to accept ordinance 2017-19 with the wording advised by the county attorney on that.
Thank you.
Seconded by Wheeler. Ms. Post, I'm assuming you were,
Right.
okay, you're going to say. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion stands unanimous.
Thank you.
And I, for one, who rent there occasionally, am happy to see that you're going to change the traffic flow in the parking area, because I can only imagine someone like me who's been there dozens of times forgets where you can go and where you can't go, that maybe that you're going to fix it so you can get from parking lot A or B or one rental car. You know, it's right beside the other one, but you can't get there from here. So hopefully that will change.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did notice it, but I didn't bother me that much. Just walk around. We'll move to item number 4. This is a public hearing. Public hearing is open. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning. Clay Irving, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a adoption of a proposed future land use map amendment for 39.96 acres located at the northwest corner of Strawberry Lane and Samsula Drive. This was presented to you back in May 18th, where you approved the transmittal to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and Volusia County Growth Management Commission. This is a proposed change where we would go from agricultural resource to rural. There is a companion rezoning that was approved back on May 18th, subject to the final adoption of the future land use map amendment before you. This was reviewed by the PLDRC, and there was a recommendation of approval back on April 11th. It went to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. They had no comments, as well as other state agencies that reviewed comprehensive plan amendments. There was no comments from them. Lastly, Volusia County Growth Management Commission reviewed it at their July 6th meeting, and there was no comments on that. Staff recommends approval. If there are any questions, be glad to answer them.
I have no cards for public participation. We'll close the public participation part. Council. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move approval of ordinance 2017-05 CPA-17-004 for the large-scale future land use amendment from agricultural resource AR designation to rural R designation.
Is there a second? Second by Wheeler. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion stands. We'll move to item number 5. This also is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open. And I'm looking to see.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. This is Scott Ashley, Senior Zoning Manager. And before I make my presentation, Assistant County Attorney Jamie Seaman has a few comments.
Council, this agenda item has generated a great number of emails. Those emails are known as ex parte communication. When you're dealing with a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is obligated to disclose ex parte communications. We have printed all of these out and put them in the record. We have also provided them to the applicant. Applicants must be afforded due process, and they must know what is said behind the scenes during a quasi-judicial application. So we have provided that. I am asking you now to put on the record anything other than the emails that you may have had in communication on this project, being phone calls, in-person conversations, or site visits on this. And if you would, Mr. Chair, allow me to go through the day as from Mr. Patterson, and then each of you just say on the record, none or to describe them. The reason we do this is the applicant has the right to question you about those ex parte communications.
Mr. Patterson.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Seaman, I had a meeting yesterday, on Tuesday, with Gary Singleton, Diane Solar, and Marianne Kopach, who are residents out there who are opposed to the this project.
Could you describe generally the conversation that you had, Mr. Patterson?
It was just reasons that I've seen in all the emails that it's just not suitable for the area. The particular landowner in question has been not very cooperative in cleaning up his property.
Thank you.
Ms. Post.
It looks like I had the same meeting with the same group. I had a meeting on Tuesday with Gary Singleton, Diane Solar, and Marianne Kopach, and basically discussing how the current tenant has not been compliant with code in the past over the years.
Thank you.
Other than email, I have not aware of any meetings or anything I've had.
Other than email, no contact for this very reason. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. Yes, I had a meeting Tuesday, but for the record, it was Gary Singleton, Diane Fuller. So her name is spelt wrong on our appointment list. It's Diane Fuller, Marianne Kopach, and there was another lady in the room. I'm not real sure what her name was, but I met with them. I have driven by the site. It's my district. I live out there. It's a normal path traveled. So I'm very aware of the site, not a specific on-foot site visit there, but I have also spoken with former County Council member Joey Alexander about this multiple times and the purpose for the Tomoka Land Village designation to begin with, just to get some history on why it happened and what council's thinking was back in the day and for that whole area out there. So that, and my emails, of course, are public record. Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler.
I also had a meeting. I had the meeting yesterday with Gary, Diane, and Marianne, and they were just speaking of their opposition to the project. I have received numerous emails, and I've turned those all over to staff so each council person could have them. I was also given information from the group that I had copies made, and it was given to all of the council also.
Was that document provided to the clerk?
Was it?
We need to make it part of the record, so if you gave it to the council members, then yes.
It was given to the clerk, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
But can I add, since she said that, was given a copy of the Tomoka Farms Village local plan.
Yeah.
And I guess that's part of the record.
That's part of the
entire plan?
comprehensive plan. Yes, ma'am. That's part of the
Is
record.
that part of the record? Because I will be referencing that in my comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Cusack.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. I also had a meeting on Tuesday with the same four individuals, and I don't remember their names. Staff can provide those four folk names.
Okay.
But we talked about, they had opposition because of the comprehensive plan. They had some concerns about that. And so that was the really gist of our conversation.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Riggio represents the property owner. I saw him a minute ago, but I lost him. Do you have any question of the council members regarding the ex parte communication? Thank you very much. I'd also like to put for the record that Mr. Clay Irvin is our Growth and Resource Management Director. Before he came to work for the county, he worked for Zeb Cohen. Zeb Cohen did work for this project. We have created essentially a firewall between Mr. Irvin and this project, and he has not reviewed it in any form or fashion. That is why Mr. Ashley is making the presentation to you today. Mr. Ashley is the sole person that made the analysis under the comprehensive plan, and there was no influence by Mr. Irvin on Mr. Ashley's interpretation.
Okay.
Again, the presentation, this is a request for a rezoning to a business plan unit development. This is located at the northwest corner of Tomoka Farms Road and Taylor Road. This is in the Tomoka Village local plan area, is also west of the city of Port Orange. Subject property is developed with an existing single-family residence as well as a non-conforming feed store, which is located on the southern portion of the subject property. This is a little over 2.4 acres in total. The surrounding uses, as you see on the aerial that's on your screen, page 0574 of your package, shows the existing residential development behind the property and to the west. Subject property is, again, as you zoomed in, has a home. Again, the lower end of the parcel is a feed store. Directly across the street is a convenience store that's been there since at least 1989. And then the property to the southeast corner is a largely undeveloped, approximately 6.8 acre site that is also zoned commercial. The subject property is a rural residential agricultural estate classification, which allows single-family use and personal agricultural uses. The proposal is to do a neighborhood-type development. The applicant has discussed proposing a redevelopment and relocation of the feed store on the subject property, as well as potential for other commercial uses. And as described in the preliminary plan, it's in the package, the proposal would possibly be a convenience store located at the actual intersection, which is a signalized intersection at the corner of Tomoka Farms and Taylor Road. Based on the agreements and the PUD documentation, staff and the applicant has agreed to a maximum 10,000 square foot of total square footage of any type of commercial business, with a maximum square footage of 5,000 for any single use. And that is based off of our B2 zoning classification, which is our neighborhood commercial. The uses that have been proposed in the agreement are those that would be found in a again, a B2, which is neighborhood convenience, for those uses that would primarily serve the local community. And that's what I feel is part of the elements of the comprehensive plan the staff analyzed for you. I'm starting on page 0530, where there are two specific policies that deal with development in the non-residential area, dealing with commercial uses being of retail or personal service uses that would be primarily serve the immediate population. Also, the fact that the parcel should not exceed 5 acres in size, be located at the intersection of major roadways, as well as not disrupt the rural lifestyle compatible with the area's existing character. As part of that analysis, there is also some locational guidelines, which deals with location adjacent to major roadways to accommodate traffic, address issues of parking, landscaping, as well as minimize signage. And then there are Tomoka policies that I've referenced, and that starts specifically on page 0533 of your package. And I think the key that staff looked at in this evaluation was looking at the character existing area and the current uses of the property, and the policies dealing with preserving the existing land use intensities and densities, and as well as when you're converting or discouraging the conversion of uses that would go beyond those existing densities and intensities that are already within the Tomoka Farms area. There's no outright prohibition against commercial development. It does reference these intent to not increase the intensity that may already be there. It also addresses the use on policy 1.22, dealing with if you're going to continue to maintain the appearance of the area through appropriate use of setbacks, design criteria, and the PUD process. And under the rural land use designation, you cannot apply for a straight commercial zoning classification. You must do it as a plan unit development classification, which has been proposed to you. And in that case, given the fact of the existing development that's in the area or potential across the street, we feel that proposed use is not an increase in the intensity that's already existing or may be allowed within the Tomoka Farms area. Staff has worked to maintain limitation on building square footage, enhance landscaping by altering some of the design standards that are applicable to require all the parking toward the front of the property instead of behind it, where it'd be closer to the existing residential development to the west, and also limitation on the signage and also the gas pumps that may be potential if a convenience store is actually developed. Those are the general staff overview. I'd be happy to address any comments or questions the commission, the council has at this time.
One quick question. I didn't visit the site or talk to anyone about it, but I understand that on the northeast corner, there currently exists a Circle K and a gas station. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is an existing convenience store. It's about 2,600 square feet. It has a 3-pump island. That is the development that occurred back in the late 80s. It was zoned B4, which is general commercial. Back in 1996, we did rezone the property to a business plan unit development to allow for an expansion of the property. It is approximately 2.47 acres in total. The business or the building did not expand, although it has the right to under the existing plan unit development agreement that's in place on that property.
And the property, the 6 acres that you referenced directly across the street from that is also zoned commercial?
It is zoned B4 general commercial, which is
Okay.
more intensive than the neighborhood.
And the property on the southwest corner across is, what is it?
It has a rural agricultural estate and mobile home zoning classification on
Okay.
the southwest corner.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I just wanted a question on the Circle K that's already there. That was actually put in before the Tomoka Farm Village local plan, correct? Because
That's
the
correct.
plan was put in force in 2009, so that was already there.
That's correct. It was
Correct.
pre-existed that.
And also, I would like to question on another thing about the violations. Have they been taken care of? The
code-
violations that are, can I ask that?
Yes,
Yeah.
you may, ma'am. I'm not sure it's pertinent necessarily to the request for rezoning, but just for your information.
That's for my information.
The code board instituted a fine of $100 a day that took effect today.
And how long have those violations been going on?
I cannot tell you. I know that there has been an ongoing issue. Some things were addressed, some things were not. New issues came up. The code board has been dealing with it for quite a while.
Years? Have we had years of violations and we're just now enforcing $100 a day?
No, ma'am, I don't believe that it's been years. I think that that would be an overstatement.
But it has been ongoing. Is this a non-conforming right now, the way it is?
Non-conforming means they have a right to be there, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Non-conforming does not mean that it is in violation of our code. Non-conforming means that it was a business that was in place prior to the adoption of our zoning ordinance and our comprehensive plan, and it has a right to remain there.
Right, okay. But so the violations are still there?
Yes, and a fine has been imposed.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you put up in our packet 05-85 on the overhead and get ready for 0586, 05-87? All the pictures that were submitted to PLDRC, these are current pictures. And I think it's also important in talking about the zoning of that corner. I'm glad Commissioner Wheeler, Councilwoman Wheeler brought up about the grandfathering in of that one corner before the Tomoka Farms Village local plan took effect. Because, okay, there's the one. These are current pictures. Can you go to the next one? This is a current site. Okay, and the next one. We'll do one more. So I think there's valid concern, and I guess we'll do public input, Mr. Chair, before the council
That's
finally
correct.
has our discussion, so I don't want to get too far deep into this. Before the record, I think this is going to be really important, at least in my discussion going forward. So you have public input, I guess?
Yes,
Okay,
this is,
I'll hold the rest of my
right, this
questions.
was to ask the questions.
I guess the question to staff then would be, why did we choose today to enforce code enforcement violations?
There's been enforcement through the years, various issues on the site. This is the current issues that you see in the photos.
It was not a matter of choosing today just because it was today. The code board heard the case last month. the current violations were not in compliance, they give 30 days and then the fine is imposed. The 30th day just happened to
Happened to be
fall
today.
today. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Timing is everything in these hearings, so, okay. Thank you so much. I'll hold the rest, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
any other questions of staff? If not, we'll move to the public participation, and then we will discuss after that. We have, I think, almost 15 of you who wish to speak, so you will be given 3 minutes. I would ask that you try to share, give information that maybe hasn't been stated. You all can speak. Some choose to have one speaker speak. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, the applicant is afforded his right to speak before the public.
I understand that he's first on the list.
Well, okay, but he doesn't get 3 minutes. He gets,
I understand that.
okay, all right.
Counselor?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. My name is Robert Riggio. My address of my office is 400 South Palmetto Avenue in Daytona Beach. I am here before you on behalf of Mr. Robert Crozman, who is the applicant on this project. I believe my comments are fairly brief because what we hope to achieve with this project is fairly simple. The Tomoka Farms Village Center is really designed around trying to find a way to resolve some of these issues that involve the feed store. I know we've had a lot of talk about that. I have been involved at some points with some of the feed store issues and some of the things that have given rise to issues with the county. For instance, there's a state statute that deals with agricultural signs, and we disagreed over which controlled, but ultimately the owner of the property got a permit from the county so that he would have a sign that complies with your rules here, even though he believes and we believe that in fact state law applied. And as you know, agriculture is afforded a very special place in the state of Florida. We have the Right to Farm Act. We have a number of acts that are very specific in terms of trying to protect agricultural operations. This property lies, as you were shown, at the intersection of where Taylor Road dead ends, essentially. It does cross, but it goes just a little bit further, of Tomoka Farms Road. That road may appear to be out in the middle of nowhere. However, if you just go up a piece, the Town West Boulevard now ties into it. Madeline Avenue is, by your own plans, going to ultimately tie into it. And once it goes further to the north, it ties into US 92. A lot of people use it as a back way to get into Sanford. Fact is, as you probably know, that road is 4-laned right up through Osteen, and there were talk at one point of 4-laning it all the way up to 92. And if you've ever been down there on Speed Weeks, you'll see all the people going up the back way up towards Daytona Beach. The feed store that we've talked about was grandfathered back in 1985. And as you've heard, when you grandfather something, you essentially lock it in as to what it was in 1985. Times have changed. The ability of someone to make a living running an operation like that have changed. It's become more expensive. And yet the space that's available to the tenant in the building hasn't. He can't increase it. And that has led to some of the things that you have seen with respect to him essentially moving stuff outside the feed store so that he has something to sell that can keep his business going. With respect to that, what we hope to do and what our plan shows is to move the feed store into a new building where the building will now contain all of the items from the feed store. There's a 5,000 square foot building that is proposed just to the north. That building would then take care of that. It would be subject to all the codes and things that the county has. And what we are trying to do is modernize and upgrade the feed store. Now, one thing, and it's also a point of contention with the county, is the storage of feed stocks. I don't know, most of you have probably gone to Publix or Winn-Dixie or Food Lion, and you buy a can of corn for $1, let's say. Typically in a food store, 50% of that goes to the store. In the feed store business, typically you deal with 70-pound bales of hay, you deal with 50-pound bags of either poultry food or whatever. And the typical take on those from the seller's standpoint is about 50 cents to $1, somewhere in that range. You can have lots of moving around of stuff when you have very small items. When you have very large items, you end up having, you can't make any money if you have to pay people to constantly move them around. And so what most of the feed stores do around in this area is that they have a truck that periodically pulls up full of food supplies or for animals, be it hay or be it corn or bags of feed, and they sell the materials out of that, and when it's depleted, it's replaced. My client went around, and I think there's about a half dozen of the feed stores in the Samsula area have at least somewhere in the neighborhood around 5 trucks. He went over to DeLand, there was another one he went to, and that had about 3 or 4 trucks there. And so this is a common practice in feed stores, and that's been sort of a point of contention. But what we are trying to do is try to deal with that in a way, and as you will see in the BPUD, that all of that screened from view, that you no longer see it, as opposed to these other feed stores which operate where you can just see it right from the road. And what we're hoping to do is, in a nutshell, is to be able to put the feed store in a new location that is modernized, upgraded, that no longer creates the problems or the comments from the neighbors, and to be able to provide him with an ability to earn an income from his store. Now, I do want to point out at this point that, and now I'm going to just briefly talk about the plan itself. With me today is Mr. Mark Perrette from Zev Cohen Associates, who was our planner, and Mr. Crozman is in the back. He is sitting in the back, and he is also here if you all have any questions for him. Essentially, what we have envisioned here, and what the plan shows, and it's up there on the screen, are 2 buildings. Both 5,000 square foot. They're not very big buildings. And serving them are all of the requirements that are provided for in your land development codes and required building codes. There was a time, as you probably know, the existing feed store really is just a driveway where you come in off Taylor and then you go right out by the light at Taylor and Tomoka Farms Road. There's a couple driveways there. We're going to be closing those off, moving the driveways further to the north. We're going to be providing parking. We're going to be providing stormwater, which was not required when this place went in. All of the modern requirements are going to be met. All of this costs money, and that's what the second building is about, is to provide something that provides a greater source of income so that they can help shoulder the costs of making all of the expensive site improvements that are required by the land development code. And again, I want to stress that if you've ever seen feed stores, now I confess that there are feed stores like Tractor Supply, but we're talking mega businesses. We're talking essentially big chain stores on a small scale. And we're trying to keep a small local business going who doesn't have, isn't traded on the stock market or have big backers. We have limited the uses. We've worked with staff to those types of uses that would be typical to serve the area. And we have the convenience with gas. We have professional business office. We have specialty stores, like pet stores, hairdresser, or something of that nature. And then hardware/feed store, because the feed store may want to put in some things that would be considered more in the line of hardware. And I don't know, I'd like you, if it's possible, if you could go to page 525 of the council packet, which shows the proposed architectural style, which is Florida vernacular. It fits in with the area. These are buildings, examples of buildings where this style has been utilized, so that it maintains the rural appearance of the area. And it's going to be a small building. It's only 5,000 square feet. So in summary, I would like to say the site is now designed or proposed to will meet current standards, including stormwater, buffers, landscaping, parking, location of access driveways. And one final item that came up in the course of this process was there was an easement that had been placed on the property that preceded my client's ownership of it. It serves the subdivision to the west. It's a stormwater ditch. And the original easement was up at the north end. It's the north 30 feet of the property. The ditch is actually south of that, and only a portion of the ditch runs through that. And we have worked it out with county staff to be able to do a swap of easements such that the easement or the ditch itself and the banks are preserved, and the remainder that was not ever should have never been in the easement is released. And that is the condition that is mentioned in the with respect to this property. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding this project.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. It's interesting. I looked at those pictures too on 0525. I'm glad you referenced that, because that's not actually the buildings that's being proposed. The details for that, as I read this, is that required details shall include 2 of the following. So out of the 5 architectural demands and details in these 3 pictures, only 2 of the details of these buildings are required to go in. So it may or may not have wooden spindles or boards. It may or may not have wooden siding. It may or may not have artistic shutter design stencils. It may or may not have rooftop dormers, and it may or may not have roofs with louvered clipped gables. So while I looked at this, my first thought was, wow, that's really impressive, until I read the details in the contract that says out of all of those, they're only required to have 2 of the following architectural details. So I just think that's worth pointing out, because to say this is what it's going to look like.
If I may point out, the City of Palm Bay actually has a Florida vernacular. It's about a 35-page long supplement to their land development code. And there is specific items that are required to be in Florida vernacular. And I think perhaps Mr. Ashley or somebody here would be better to speak to that, or maybe even Mr. Corrett. There is Florida vernacular, and it is a certain motif, and it is what it is. And these are exemplars of all buildings that are Florida vernacular, but with different takeoffs.
I understand. I understand, but I was just making a point as to the details of what's been presented.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
We will allow you, after the public comments, to recap, should you desire.
I would appreciate
How about that?
Thank
Okay.
you.
As I mentioned, we have, I think, 14 of you who wish to speak. The first one is Gary Singleton, followed by Nancy Hall. To make this go smoothly, if 2 or 3 of you could get ready to speak to save yourselves time.
documents to distribute to the council.
Step to the podium,
My name is Gary Singleton. I live at 1998 Spruce Creek Circle North, outside Port Orange, Florida. Okay.
That way it's on the record who gave her the documents. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
If you
Singleton.
want things on the record, that's what I'm here for. We are not against progress or commercial development. What we are for is responsible growth. We are for the preservation and protection of the well-defined and strictly regulated areas of Volusia County. Mr. Crozman's attorney has been hired to present this proposal, and he has his point of view. I'm here to defend my community and preserve the area that I call my home, which is from my point of view. But I realize your point of view is the most important one. The issue really isn't about the feed store cleaning it up and making it a nice, quaint little thing that we can all be proud of. My issue is about the convenience store, the Cumberland Farms, that's going to be out there lit up at 11 o'clock at night with the capacity to fuel 12 vehicles at one time. The comprehensive plan has 8 criteria to consider on a proposal. I'm going to go very fast because I'm running out of time here. The first one, this proposed use is not low-density residential or agricultural. It is not of single use, and it would not serve the population. We don't want it. It would increase traffic to that intersection by 1,241 trips per day. I think that's an increase in intensity. The objective of the Tomoka Farms Village local plan is simple: to preserve the area as is with controlled development and to discourage certain things such as what's being asked for here. Because it increases intensity, it increases density. It converts well beyond the uses currently in place. The second criteria is that they're going to put petroleum tanks in. This could endanger the health and safety. People are on wells. I can't go through all the 8. But you have the letter. I've highlighted it for the people. It's just that the 8 criteria that I saw, I didn't see what they were seeing in the proposal, because I see no criteria actually being considered in a realistic manner for this to be approved. I'm somewhat dismayed by the recommendation to approve. You have also copies of, I know.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that there's someone following you that can add to that, Ms. Hall. Followed by Mr.
Good morning.
Danks.
I'm Nancy
Douglas.
Hall.
No, you're
Okay. Nancy Hall. I live at
Yes, ma'am.
1951 Spruce Creek Circle North, which is just about, I know I had sent an email to all the council members. I had mistakenly said 1/3 of a mile. It's actually more like a 1/2 a mile, but I'm not measuring that. I'm not as well spoken. I am part of the group. I just don't have a yellow shirt on. My family and I have lived out in this community since 1982. People expect this to be a rural environment, not a backwoods, not an undeveloped area and that sort, but one that's rural and it's away from congested, commercialized areas. We have 4 miles east of us is alive and well. That's the Port Orange City area. Everything that you need is right there. The convenience store and gas station that's on the northeast corner has been a thriving business there for as long as I can remember as a small child. And It seems to, and I haven't done any studies, but appears to meet all of the needs of everybody coming and going there. I heard the attorney address the increased traffic congestion, like during race season and things of that sort. That's minor. This is a rural county road that goes, that people have built their lives around to allow a commercial endeavor such as this that's being requested to get a foothold is just another invitation for this rural environment that's of Volusia County, that's very desirable, to begin to start to get destroyed. We have a lot of wildlife in that area. We have a lot of residents who maintain horse farms in that area. Horse riding, the increased congestion of that intersection is going to start to negatively impact that. There's no doubt in my mind. I've lived in many, many areas in the United States. I'm a retired military person. I have seen areas in which commercial endeavors such as this begin to impact residential areas, and it's not always a positive thing. And so my stand as a resident here is to implore you to vote no on this agenda item. I thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Ms. Douglas, followed by Candy. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
He's asking you which Miss Douglas. There's two Miss Douglases.
Well, I'm going to go with Jamie
Jamie.
Douglas. Jamie. I'm
Jamie
going with
Douglas, yes.
All right, just want to get this clear. And if you'll state your name and address for the record, please, and you'll be followed by Candy. I'll use first names, maybe, that will.
Jamie Douglas, 2491 Carl Drive, Port Orange, Florida.
Thank you.
I'm here to ask to please vote no to commercialized zoning on 415 Tomoka Farms Road. My family has lived here in this area for over 50 years, and as time goes on, the development of our city has creeped closer to our quiet and serene beauty of Tomoka Farms Village. Allowing this corner to rezone will only bring destruction to our wildlife. There is no reason to add a second gas station where there is perfectly functioning and thriving gas station business down adjacent to a corner to the street. More and more wildlife has become homeless, left to wander the busy highways, and this rezoning will only lead to more deaths of our wildlife, our specific Florida wildlife, that we wish to preserve. Our natural water resources are being depleted and left to dry out from all these new developments and buildings, along with our well waters that are also going to be destroyed along with these buildings. Our ecosystem is in danger, and letting this one area of rezoning slide will only be a domino effect to the future of Tomoka Farms Road. We love our wildlife. This corner is very important to the horse riding community as well. As a rider myself, I depend on Tomoka Farms Road to reach destinations like trails and lakes by horse. Building here will make it dangerous and almost impossible for most of us to ride our horses to these specific locations left here to freely ride our horses. Also, there's not very many places that you can legally ride horses down on the road to reach these places. So people specifically love to live here because they can board their house down the road and also ride their horse right down the road from there. These are some of the reasons why we live here. And some of these things may seem small to you, just to add a gas station to this feed store, but it's actually monumental to most of us who live here. We live here in this rural, quiet community for a reason, and once this changes, it will only start changing more and more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Candy Dolores. Be followed by Jim.
My name's Candy Delano. I live at 2148 Orange Drive, in right off Guava, and I'll be very brief. I'm opposed to this because of the same reasons that Jamie gave, but also because, well, I've lived out there for 36 years, and like she said, more development comes out there, we're going to lose our wells, we're going to lose so much that we cherish. We left the city to be out there, and more development means pushing Port Orange more and more towards us. And we're already against the game reserve. So we would really prefer to vote no on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim DeMano, I'm getting close, maybe. Is that close enough? 100 Bill Circle.
Hello, my name's Jim Diamond. My girlfriend and I just purchased a home on 100 Bill Circle. If you look at that map, the pump stations are directly behind our backyard. The reservoir for the water runoff is pretty much about 200 feet from where our well is going to be located. We just purchased this home about a month ago. Some of the concerns that drive me in regards to this is property value around that, considering we just purchased a house. The other thing that I think we can all agree on is that I don't think anyone is trying to object to the fact that this gentleman is trying to create a living for himself. Everybody has the right to do that. It's just creating the gas station and the additional influx seems like more than just creating a living for this gentleman. It's going beyond the means in which he was essentially going for with the feed store. And I'm sure that we can come to a solution to where if he did want to put in a building for the feed store, that we could all work together and come to a conclusion so he can continue his family business and make a living to support his family. But to extend it to, not only do I want to run my feed store, but I also want to get a gas station that's going to service thousands of people a day in a rural agricultural area is beyond what is originally here. So I would just like you to keep that in mind when you're looking at this planning. And I'm not saying we have to shoot it down entirely, but I'm saying maybe we need to relook at how we're doing this and potentially just say maybe we should stop at the feed store. And I
Okay,
think
thank you. Cindy Douglas, your turn. The other Douglas, not related. Followed by Lynn McMichael. Lynn McMichael will be next.
For the record, my name is Cindy Douglas. I'm at 100 Bill Circle. As he mentioned, we are the house directly behind the proposed gas station. So I want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. We purchased this home on July 20th, 2017, less than 30 days ago. We bought it because we thought this would be our dream home. We want to be able to raise a family in a beautiful rural piece of property that still has the convenience of being in Port Orange. On the day of my closing is the day we found out about the rezoning request. As you can imagine, that took one of the happiest days of my life and turned it into one of the most stressful days to go, what do we do now? I've been waiting 38 years to find the perfect man to spend the rest of my life with. When we bought this home, I pictured a backyard wedding under the maple tree, raising my kids in the backyard, playing with a pool that we dreamed to build. Would you want your wedding interrupted by a gas station? Tanker trucks coming in, refueling? Would you want to have a family raise your kids with a gas station behind you, lights on at all hours of the night? What about my family's drinking water? Can you guarantee our safety? This is not what I signed up for when I bought this home. I grew up in the city attending Sugar Mill, Silver Sands, Spruce Creek, and I plan to spend the rest of my life in this area. I ask you to think of your own family, your grandparents, your children, your grandkids. Would you envision them living right behind a gas station? I don't think so. Please vote no to rezoning. Keep this dream home everything I want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn McMichael. And after that will be Diana Fuller.
Hello, my name is Lynn McMichael, 2035 Pottery Lane, rural village, or Tomoka Farmers Village. Well, in the beginning, I've worked with the county for over 30 years and the residents in our area. And in the beginning, we were a rural village. But in all that time, I've never stood up here because I guess you can tell I'm not a speaker, but I'm trying. I remember a long time ago, General Mann told me, he said, when it comes to county council, you need to get up and speak because what you say is important. And so I'm thinking of him today. I just want to remind council that, the effort the time, the money the county has spent, and the people in our area that have responded to the survey overwhelmingly, and just to think about, you know, the village that was established, and I hope you'll honor all this work today.
Thank you very much. Lynn McMichael? Oh, that was you? I was calling Diana Fuller, and she didn't get up and move. Okay, if the next person after her will be Bill Wallace. Bill, if you will get yourself positioned, ready to take substitution.
All right, I'm Diana Fuller. I live at 1948 Taylor Road, FR, by the way, and I live at 1948 Taylor Road in the county of Volusia. And I am proud to be here today with my good friend and neighbor, Thelma Tyler, who her husband, Sam, was the very first manager of the feed store. It was very nice for a long time. It was comfortable. It was clean. You didn't have any kind of mess around it. And it was that way till another young couple had it just the same way, and they chose to move to Volusia Feed. After they left, it was kind of downhill. I hate to say, I know Mickey and I know Diana, and I hate to be mean or nasty. I'm not up here to be mean, but there are service stations across the street, and there are some within 3 miles radius. I don't think we need a service station. I would like to keep it the way it is. They could get some cleaner and some scrub brushes and some mops and still have that the way it was when they first opened up. We are such a family out there. I think if you would ask everybody to stand up that was from here, you'd have a crowded room. I have gotten so many phone calls since we put out the flyer of people worried about the traffic, and I understand that about 5 years down the road, it maybe not even 5 years till the county can afford the money to widen Tomoka Farms. So it's going to be a haphazard. People come from DeLand, Deltona, all over to get to their jobs over here, to come to the beach. And people in Spruce Creek Farms, Quiet Place in the Country, Whispering Creek, on Schubert Lane, they cannot get out of their driveways hardly now. So if you're going to have even more traffic coming from a service station that has gas tanks and everything and a lot of people using it, it's going to be worse. When we were at the PLDRC meeting, a man and his 2 sons, Mr. Robbins, they own the 7-point-something acres just south of Mr. Crossman's feed store. They talked about progress. To you, progress is just a word. When we hear the word progress, we go, oh, geez, what's going to come next? You know, we don't know. So I know they're waiting to try and see if this gets through to, get theirs through to whatever they have planned. I want to keep it like it is for my son and his children. I was young and dark-haired and a size 7 when I started out. I am now white-haired. And I'm not going to tell you what size I am now, because I don't even look at the scale.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Wallace, there you are.
Bill Wallace.
Thank you.
I live at 101 Bill Circle, Port Orange. Oh, Deb, thank you. I'm a retired air traffic controller. I work presently as a consultant with NASA with applied artificial intelligence and aerospace applications. I'm hardly an opponent to progress. Okay. The people who are looking to change the zoning are accusing most of the people who live in my area as opponents to progress. That's not the case. Okay. What we're looking for is to preserve the integrity of the Tomoka Farms Rural Village and the local plan. Okay. That area was promised to us in 2009 as a promise from this commission to keep it as a rural area. Hundreds of people in this area have made one of the major financial decisions of their life to either buy or sell a home in that area on that promise from the county. The individuals who are looking for the rezoning want to change the culture the character and the appearance of this area, okay? Not for the good of the community, but for personal gain and at the expense of the county. Each taxpayer is going to have to pay the burden of additional expenses when we change from residential agricultural RA to business commercialization. Look at the number of businesses that can move in there other than those that are proposed. Okay, we have all kinds of businesses that can move into that area once that zoning change is made. That will reduce the property value of the surrounding homes. It will do so by increasing air pollution, noise pollution, light pollution, and potential ground pollution. Okay, this is all important to the people that live in this area because we live on wells and we have septic tanks. It's a minimal cost to the county for our residents compared to the larger urban areas. Our urban needs are met 3 miles down the road in Port Orange. We don't need the additional services that this person is attempting to offer. If they can't pay their property taxes, which if we look at the records, they've been able to pay their property taxes on numerous occasions in the past. Okay, the county's not getting revenue from these people if they're not paying their taxes. The homeowners are paying their taxes. If they have 1,200 more cars a day on the roads and they have more people there, we have increased services that are demanded of the county, additional cost. Okay, we're putting cost on every taxpayer in Volusia County by approving this. This is not just a question of whether we approve commercialization in an area, but whether this commission can keep its promise, has the integrity to keep the promise that they made to the people that live in the Tomoka Farms rural village to keep the community as it is. Once we approve one more block of commercialization other than those that were already exempted or grandfathered, as a feed store is in its present state, okay, we're looking at allowing the farm to disappear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Rebecca Glasnack. And Mary Ann Covart will be on deck.
Hi, Rebecca Glasdeck, 2084 Halifax Drive, Port Orange. I am in favor of the zoning change, well, of course, because I currently run the feed store. Right now, as it stands, we cannot do anything to improve our store because we are grandfathered in. We cannot replace our roof that does need to be replaced because it would cost too much to replace a roof than what we are allowed to spend being grandfathered in. So, and some of the stuff that we did have that was outside, a lot of that stuff has been removed. Some of the stuff that we've had there is stuff that my husband has worked on while he's at work. We're not busy every single moment that we're there during the day. The boat that he had there, yes, he got that from one of our customers. They dropped it off at the feed store. We have removed the boat. The RV that he got, he was working on it because it needed to be worked on before it could be inhabitable. That was there. These are the places where he was able to work on stuff that we had outside of the store, not that those things were for sale. Some of the other things that were in the previous pictures, those have all been removed. The smoker was a friend of ours who was just out of town, who has that business. We agreed to just let his customer come and pick it up from us because we're friends with him. That's what friends do for each other. As far as the feed store, everybody seems like they're okay with the feed store going forward, but the part is the gas station. I don't know if any of you ever drive out that way. I sometimes have avoided going to the gas station across the street because I say, I'll just go later because you can't get in. There are lines to either exit. That is the gas station that all of the landfill people, the garbage truck drivers, they use and refill it at that gas station. Sometimes you can't get in because there are only maybe 3 trucks there, but you can't get in because they're so big and they take up the whole entire area. So that is why I think it would be good for a gas station to also be on our side of the road as well. If you have seen anything, there are always those black rope, the lines going across the road on 415 for them doing traffic counts. It's not a rural area. There is a lot of traffic that comes down through 415. So that is just one of the points that I want to make also. I also will put in a petition that I have of 50 plus signatures that we got since we found out that they had put these flyers on everybody's mailboxes, which was not done properly either because you can't put anything on a mailbox. It is not legal. But I have a petition for the people who are in favor of, and I have it stated right on here, of what we are intending to do, what the description is from the whole planning and development regulation to rezone.
Thank you. If you'll get those to the clerk, please. Thank you. Mary Ann, are you?
One more thing.
You got 3 seconds.
Tammy did come out from planning and zoning, and she said that one of the things that we needed to replace was take down, the only thing we had to do left was take down the firewood sign, which we did, because we didn't know that the permit expired.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mary Ann? Charles, you'll be next. You're welcome to move down to the front. There's plenty of seats, Charles, if you'd like to come on down and be ready.
I have handouts. I know you want more paper.
State your name and address for the record.
Sorry.
That's okay. You don't do this every day, and even I forget to say that sometimes, so that's okay.
My name is Mary Ann Kovach, and for 26 years I have lived at 105 Bill Circle, which is the street right behind the feed store.
Okay.
Who do I?
To the clerk, please.
Before I say anything else, let me just point out that we are not opposed to the feed store. The feed store has been there for years, and if they would clean it up and run it efficiently as a feed store, we're fine with that. It's the convenience store and the gas station. I looked recently on the website for the Country Garden feed store, and it lists its address as 2496. I checked with the property appraiser, and that address doesn't exist. So I'm curious to know if any taxes, real estate taxes, business taxes have been paid for that location. I know that the $1,362.45 for the 2494 property is unpaid and delinquent at this time. The code violations, there have been over 30. I have a list of them. I didn't include that in my packet. And they're the same problems over and over again. It's non-agricultural materials. There are now pigs living at the feed store. I'm curious to know which of the 2 new buildings they would keep the pigs in. But they've been selling non-agricultural products, concrete fountain statuary. I mean, you've all read that and heard that. Additionally, the feed store is now a U-Haul dealer. I'm not sure how that fits in. The documents that I gave you includes a printout of the notice that the property taxes are delinquent on this 2494. It also lists there are 2 current code violations that liens have been filed on. The violations were filed in October 2016. They are still outstanding. According to the code violation, it says that any development of this property must comply with all applicable regulations before any development can be done. So I'm confused as to how we can move forward in any case. If you change the footprint of this...
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Charles, if you have something that hadn't been said, you might start with that.
Yes, sir.
You've heard what we've heard.
Yes,
if you
sir.
have something different to add and you think you might run out of time, start with that first.
Yes,
so we
sir.
can hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Charles McDonald Jr. I'm here on behalf of my father, Charles McDonald Sr., and myself. We own the property at 2455 Tomoka Farms Road. And I'm going to read a quick excerpt of something that he wrote down. He was a 4th-generation Volusia County resident. He was raised on the ranch there at that address I just gave you. and he also worked it growing up. Whenever he was growing up as a child, the Tomoka Farms Road was a dirt road, all right? And his family, or my family, owned over 1,000 acres, and there was only approximately 8 residents there at the time. And all that being said, we gladly allowed all these other houses to be built in the subdivisions. They like to call it a rural area, but technically it's a subdivision, let's be frank. Along with our cousins down the road, they also own one of the other ranches that are in the near vicinity. And we openly invited them in to build their houses and do what they wanted to do on their own properties, because we live in America. So the new village that's been set up is essentially trying to control the future inheritance of other people, and we totally disagree with all of that. It's not part of our belief system. Being Americans, period, I don't believe that one person should have a power and say over what anyone else does on their own property. Obviously, we had to do things the right way according to the county council and county rules and regulations. That's understandable. But citizens shouldn't have a say over what other citizens do on their property, regardless of if they own property that's adjacent to it or not. And also, our road, it's already highly congested. I don't know if you've been there in the morning. I'm sure you have. I've personally waited in the road to go in and fuel up my truck for over a good minute and a half in the middle of Tomoka Farms Road. I'm just talking about getting in line. I wasn't even in line yet. So, in closing, my father and I both believe that all 4 corners should be commercial. Why not? I mean, it's a vital intersection next to a subdivision along a heavily traveled road. Anywhere else, you go down to Orlando, it's just like that in Orlando, right? I mean, you don't have to answer me, but it's like that. Anyway, also in closing, secondly, my father would like to bring up that, he owns 3 businesses in Volusia County. He is also a member of all the local groups, the Cattlemen's Association, and he currently sits on the Agricultural Advisory Board, and he supports the decision for it to be zoned commercial.
Thank you, Charles. Dale Robbins. Dale. And then Agnes McDonald, you'll be next.
My name is Dan Robbins. I live at 2041 Taylor Road in Port Orange, approximately 4 or 5 houses down from the corner. Something we got to think about here is a couple definitions. What's the definition of rural? What's the definition of farm? What's the definition of rural property? I think something that a lot of us are missing is that ship has sailed, unfortunately. In a perfect scenario, yes, would we all like this tranquil spot or a refuge? Yes, we do. But how many people live on 5 acres out there? There's quite a bit. But how many people live on 2.5 acres that are speaking in front of us today? Not many. How many people live on 2.5 acres, which the county has gladly compromised for them for this quote unquote rural area, which years ago went from 5 acres down to 2.5, and a lot of these people live on 1 acre or smaller, which don't own farms. They're not a residential, agriculturally zoned, or choose to not to participate in that. We're not asking for anything too crazy here. It's already here, and like I said, that ship has sailed. And I own several businesses, and myself and my family own 10 plus pieces of property, at least a half a dozen of agricultural pieces of property in that area, including the southwest corner as well. But we're not asking. People are saying to further, add traffic. Folks, the traffic's there. It just doesn't appear. It's there. It's there already. It's been there for the last 5 to 8 years. We're not asking to break down further residential properties like they did in Coquina Cove, which Port Orange, I guess, annexed, to add thousands and thousands of homes. But guess what? They don't want to go into Port Orange. They want something closer because that's impacted as well, far more than what we are out there. But, the fact of the matter is in my personal beliefs and several others, numerous others, it's behind. Here you have four corners. You look at tax base for the county. You know, here you have people that want to get their property zoned. Guess what? It's going to drive property taxes up, despite of what anybody thinks. It's going to drive land value up because of the convenience of these things, so they don't have to go in these impacted areas. It's revenue for the county, better roads, better water, better Ethernet and all this stuff, these fiber optics that they're putting in right now, and improvements. But the population's there, folks. I don't know, what everybody's missing. Maybe I'm missing something. But I own a trucking company, and this is a major thoroughfare, and it connects Holly Hill, Ormond, Port Orange, Osteen, Sanford, and all the way now down to Orlando. And I know I got 3 seconds, but I think a lot of us have covered it all, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys.
Agnes McDonald. And just for the record, state your name and address. Thank you.
I'm Agnes McDonald, and my address is 608 West New York Avenue in Lake Helen. I'm better known as Jerry McDonald. Okay. I don't know exactly what to say, but I have a lot of property there. I have 27 acres, which is right near the right at the intersection, just about. And then I have 60-something acres back a little further. So I am very interested in my property. And I don't know, it's...
I could give you a hint.
Okay.
Do you support the project, or are you against the project? And if so, why?
I really haven't heard anything about it, read anything about it. So I think probably I'm against it. I'm looking at my grandson. Am I, no?
No, I think you circled that you were for it.
Okay.
But, if you're against it, you're certainly welcome to change your mind.
I told him to do it for me.
We take all answers up here.
Okay.
And all questions. But you can stand there for 3 minutes, or a minute and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Or you can say, thank you for allowing me to speak. And
well,
you're doing good, Jerry.
I'm not a very good speaker.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine. We're just...
Thank you very much. I'm a better worker than a speaker.
Well,
thank you.
I think people know that.
Okay.
That you're a good worker. They don't know that you're not a good speaker. We'll assume that you came to speak and you did what you wanted to do, and we appreciate it. How's that?
Thank you.
I'll let you off the hook early.
All right. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Just I'd like to have Councilor Riggio, do you have any other closing brief comments that would be briefer than your presentation, which was supposed to be brief? Sorry. Huh? Yeah, that is the last one, but he is also counted as public, so I'm going to wait to close it after his comments.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the council, I think that Mr. Robbins made a very good point in talking about the definition of rural, and I want to read the definition of rural in your comprehensive plan. Rural areas provide two functions, the first being a transitional use between the agricultural and urban uses, and the second would be a rural community which serves as the economic focal point of a small region. To be viable, your rural communities have to have some type of economic center. That's what we're looking to do. You've heard testimony that the people cannot use or easily use the Cumberland Farms across the street. what we have proposed with respect to a gas station does not draw people to the area. Nobody is drawn to a gas station. It's pass-by traffic. And that is what is currently going on right now out there. There is a lot of traffic on Tomoka Farms Road. And this provides an alternative place for those people who live in the area who would pass by and use it. You've heard testimony also regarding from Ms. Glassnick about the things that were packed, that were there. And I would draw your attention to any so-called farm store right now that you see that they start to have a lot of things that are not necessarily farm related because the markup on farm products is so small. You can't make a living easily selling bales of hay and bags of feedstock. And I think that in summary, what we believe that we have done is we have proposed a good project which is directed to serve the needs of the Tomoka Farms community. It doesn't draw people to it. It simply allows the people who are going, either passing through or living there, to be able to make use of these particular uses that we have put there. And it also provides us with the economic engine, so to speak, to be able to take the feed store, which you have heard is grandfathered and can't be essentially upgraded or increased, and to allow that to now occupy a bigger, newer facility, which would allow it to function the way it should and be have people say positive things about it rather than all the negative things that you heard. And with that, I would also like to say I got some pictures. They're late, but the stuff that was in the pictures that was presented to you had been removed. And it's just that, unfortunately, in between the pictures and this meeting.
Okay.
But again, we think that we have a good project that serves the needs of the community and provides some economic vitality for that community. It doesn't draw people from outside. It provides it for the people who are local so that they have availability of services without having to go to Port Orange or Daytona Beach or somewhere else.
Okay.
And I appreciate your consideration of this.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close the public hearing, move to council discussion. And I would like to ask staff a quick question that may help all of us. I mean, some of you may have as well. The number that I keep hearing of 1,200 additional trips, now, I'm not going to drive out to Tomoka Farms Road and Taylor Road and buy gas or shop. Is that a traffic count that was projected based upon having it being additional trips generated?
Yes, sir. That was the traffic consultant made a determination that based on the cumulative build-out of both phases, approximately 1,241 net new daily trips would be generated by the
Net
project.
new trips?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was one other one, I guess, on that. The current water, is everyone out there use well water?
Mr. Chair, on the net new daily trips, that was a number calculated by the applicant's consultant. That was not county staff that calculated that
Understand
number.
that. Probably Zev Cohen, I'm guessing.
Yes, sir.
But that was, yeah, I knew that it was not county doing that, but he had the answer, and I know it was probably in our material, but rather than go back and try to reference it, I knew he would know exactly where it is instead of me fumbling to get it. The water is everyone's on well water?
Everybody is on well water. The subject property, though, is on the City of Port Orange water. He got connected a few years ago through some issues with his property, the applicant's property, and he is connected to Central Water. But the surrounding neighborhood is on well.
Okay, but that's what I thought, so I couldn't understand people saying that him using Port Orange water was going to affect their wells, but I'll let that go. I wanted to clear that up to make sure that we did know that.
All right.
Okay. Now, Ms. Denny's. I just opted to ask two questions first.
It's okay.
Out of order.
That's all right. Thank you. That's why you're the chair. You have that privilege. this is, first of all, I want to say out of all the issues I've dealt with since I've been on council and had a multitude of emails, and I do, and they're all in a folder, this has been the most polite group in your request for what you want. I want to thank you for that, very genuinely. Sometimes communications aren't exactly polite, but I want to thank you as a group on the emails that we have received. They've been extremely polite. There's two issues here, and the first one is we're talking an individual property, but the real issue is the Tomoka Farms Village Local Plan. That's what we're changing if council decides to do this. We're talking about one parcel, but the real issue, the long-term consequences, and that's what it will be, is if we change the Tomoka Farms Village Local Plan that's been in existence for a very long time for a very specific purpose. That's the issue. The other thing that's been really obvious is I'm listening to all this and the communications, and Mr. Wallace, are you still here? Thank you. I got your email and understood what you were saying when I responded. I wondered why I was getting continual emails from you, and thank you for that. I want you to know I read that. I got it. Thanks. The ex parte communication that we all disclosed, I didn't have any communication other than yesterday in an email from the attorney that was going to present. Did I miss something? Did we have a discussion about this somewhere? And my memory just fails me. Could that have happened? And I'm not saying that, I'm just for the record. So here's my concern. This obviously impacts a huge community. I've heard from Spruce Creek Fly-In, citizens out there. I've heard from Quiet Place in the Country. We've got Spruce Creek Views out there, I think is what is called off Taylor Road, out that whole section. This impacts a huge, huge community. And a project of this scope, and projects out there that have been successful, they had community meetings. And I think Samsula Lodge probably would have opened your door to have a meeting like this and to hear more about what was going on and what could happen and what could not happen. That did not happen. And I think that's been a big injustice to the whole community, that a community meeting of the residents didn't happen. I think maybe you could have come to some kind of hopefully a better resolution. And I understand the expansion of the feed store. That's not the issue. I think the issue, from what I'm hearing, is the inclusion now of a gas station backing up to a residential area. And that indeed changes the whole scope of the Tomoka Farms Village Local Plan. And if you look at the Tomoka Farms Village Local Plan, and I know it's attached to what we have, Council, and I know that the PLDRC, what intrigued me was when they presented certain objectives out of that, but some they did not. And the one they did not was objective TOM 1.2 that says to protect and enhance the rural, residential, and agricultural resources of the Tomoka Farms area, which define the area's character and visual appeal. That was not presented at PLDRC. What was presented was some of the objectives to the policy after that about protecting environmental resources. And also, when I look at an agenda item, and I asked staff about this, when we look at our agenda item on this, in the front page, it says ECO overlay, environmental overlay, no. NRMA overlay, no. The natural resources is not in those overlay districts. But if it said Tomoka Farms Village Local Plan, it would have been yes. So it's not just what we include, it's what we exclude in presentations and information. So this is a difficult one, and Yancy, I hear you, I understand. But because of the Tomoka Farms Village Local Plan that currently exists, and I'm not sure if the properties you're talking about are in that local plan, we'd have to take a look at it. Does the local plan extend down Taylor Road, or does it cut off at 415?
It extends partially along Taylor Road and to the east. Yes, it does.
So what we're looking at is amending the whole local plan out there for the citizens. And I have to tell you, on this issue, the request from the citizens, this isn't just impacting that corner. It's not just impacting that corner. It's impacting all the citizens in all those subdivisions. And as I come up that way, if you come from 44 to 415 cutting over, there's a new gas station going in Racetrack across from Venetian Bay. So with all due respect, it's not from a lack of gas stations going to be out there. There's one just down the road off 44 right out in front of Venetian Bay. And I think there's another one coming somewhere else down there, New Smyrna area. So with that, I mean, I wish that the request was just to expand the feed store. I think you probably would have had, at least from me, tremendous support from that. I wish that you had a community meeting with the entire community and we had a little more buy-in. But with that, council members, I'm going to make a motion to deny rezoning of the 2.4 acre property at the 2494 Tomoka Farms Road from rural agricultural to the BPUD based on just what I have stated in my concerns.
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes. Oh, I do too.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler.
I'm denying it also for the same reasons that Commissioner Denny's has stated. And there were several other factors in it. You know, the fact that there's been so many code violations and what makes you think that they're going to go by the same rules. And, you know, even the comment from their representative saying, you know, that he might want to add hardware stuff. And so it just doesn't feel right for what was planned with the Tomoka Farms Village local plan. I think that was formed for a reason, obviously, and I think we need to honor that reason. And there was another comment made, and I forget who it was that made it, but they were talking about the U-Haul business there. And I looked in the pictures, and there is U-Haul trucks, and I just Googled and there is a U-Haul business at 2496 Tomoka Farms Road. And I looked on the county appraisers to see who owns that. I don't see anything, but they also aren't paying any taxes. So I'd like to know, is that part of this property too? And are they having a U-Haul? Are they having a U-Haul business? Because it clearly says on Google that there is one on 2496. And if that's abutting it, that's another misuse of property in my ideas. And the only other thing I wanted to ask, there was a comment made by the manager that was saying because the property was grandfathered in, that she couldn't put on a new roof. I don't understand that. Jamie, can you?
As I interpreted her statement was that the business didn't generate sufficient revenue. But you can certainly repair a roof.
Yeah, okay.
You can't expand the structure. But I want council to be very careful about the basis upon which you make this determination. Mrs. Denny's motion I understood to be based on the fact that it was not compatible with the rural community.
As mine.
The code enforcement actions cannot be a basis for denial of the rezoning.
Right.
It may bother you, but it cannot be the basis for the denial.
I agree. Thank you for that
Thank
clarification,
you.
but I agree. Yeah, I go along with the same thing because of the Tomoka Farms Village local plan that was developed in 2005. I just think that has to hold precedence, and I also deny.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here today. This is democracy at work. To have the pros and cons of any decision that we make will be based on what the information that is provided, our own interpretation of that information, the input from the citizens that on both sides of the issue, and then with your head and heart, you make a decision. I would support to deny this simply because of the fact that if we would not be here if it conformed with all of the Tomoka Farm Village local plan. We would not be here. And this council made a decision back in '09. That was before my time on the council. But I respect the fact that that decision was made here, and probably made with great thought and consideration. So therefore, anything that we would do today would impact the folk that took us at our word about, as it related to that local plan. And now we would come in and change that. I understand the need to maybe do some things that you want to do with your feed business, and maybe that might be addressed at some other time with some exceptions. But I think that I cannot support changing that Tomoka Farms Village local plan. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would support the motion to deny.
Thank you. And I guess I kind of fall on the other side of it, because I feel that the applicant has complied. A 4-1 vote by the PDLRC or PL, whichever one that, PLDRC. Too many letters. I believe they complied with the request for a planned PBD development. I believe they met every condition as pointed out by staff for changing to that development. Several things were stated by those of you who obviously are against the change, and I can appreciate that. We certainly have that right, but to bring up the fact that historically they pay their taxes, it goes to certificate because the interest rate that's charged is so little, you can't borrow money for that rate that a person has done. You check their tax record, their previous taxes have been paid year after year after year after the certificate had been issued. It's never gone into default other than the certificate being issued. So that wasn't important. Bringing up the water issue, objecting to the change of the rural character because you're putting in a service station, which there's one directly across the street, along with a convenience store, flies in the face of protectionism, in my opinion, and not having competition. I don't believe that number, that 1,200 of us are going to rush out to buy gas on Tomoka Farms Road. I just don't believe that number. That number was produced. I just don't believe that would hold water. To bring that up, to have the person whose family previously owned the property, who allowed then the development of that property, which could have remained agricultural because they owned over 1,000 of those acres, to be allowed to be subdivided, which is exactly what it is. I know that there may be, I don't think there's any cattle ranches out there right now, but it is what it is.
Yeah, there is. Oh, yeah, there is.
Cattle ranches?
Oh,
They have bull riding. On the majority of the properties, I'll just say that. But be that as it may, Tomoka Farms Road and Taylor Road are not rural agricultural roads. They are heavily traveled roads at pretty much all time, and I understand that. But I would have supported the motion. I can count to 3, and if one more person counts to 4, I know that it's done. And I guess at this point, if no one else has anything to ask, we'll go with the vote. All in favor of the motion to deny, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Aye. Let the motion show. The motion passed 5-2 with Councilmember Lowry and Kelly. Pardon, Patterson? Didn't vote. I think there was just motion. You voted for motion to deny. That's what I thought.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So I was correct. There's 2 for Lowry and Kelly. The others against.
The motion
passes. The motion to deny passes 5-2.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll take a 5-minute recess. 10, huh? I've got to eat something.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for a 1-hour recess for lunch. It is noon.
Jim, can we do lunch now? They've got me going.
We can do that, but I'll bring lunch in. 'Cause
Okay.
You'll never do it in an hour if you don't bring lunch in.
No.
Okay, we'll bring it in. We'll talk to you about what we're gonna do, and we'll bring it in.
So we're gonna, okay.
We can do this, it's
So,
no problem.
so what are we gonna do?
We're gonna keep going, and I'm gonna have.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'll take the 5 minutes.
We're taking 5. We're gonna take 5 minutes and then be right back.
Right.
Thanks.
And then we'll
we're gonna need to get, we haven't even ordered yet. What are they doing? Okay. Now that she's got the, I did. We're gonna go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Excuse me, we're going to go back and we're going to go to item number 6. And this is a public hearing, and we'll have a staff report from Mr. Clay Irvin.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is an appeal from Ms. Gans. She is the owner of 11 Sandra Drive. Ms. Gans made an application to the county for a use permit to allow for a 5-foot fence to be installed within the right-of-way of Sandra Drive. This was reviewed by the interim county development engineer, Gerald Brinton, who denied the use permit. In accordance with the Land Development Code, Ms. Gans appealed the denial of her use permit to the Development Review Committee, who upheld Mr. Brinton's denial of the use permit. The concerns that were identified by staff is that the fact is there's a specific prohibition of allowing fences into public right-of-way and public property. The subject property is on the screen right now, and this is on sheet 6-23 of your staff report. As you can see, it's a single-family home located in the area of Ormond by the Sea. The Ganses submitted a letter that is contained in your staff report on pages 6-6 through 6-9. In that, they identified their support for putting the fence into the area. I'd like to briefly go over those and then be able to provide you with a staff response. This is consistent with what's in page 6-2 of your report. There's adequate space within the area of the right-of-way between the edge of the pavement and the property line for placement of utilities based on the city of Ormond Beach, and so the owners are willing to remove any portion of the fence to accommodate installation of future utility improvements if needed. First and foremost, single-family homes are required to have parking on site. The reason that has been proffered by the Ganses is that the fence is needed to allow for additional parking on their property. The simple fact is they are required to maintain all parked cars on their property. That is first and foremost, and that's per 72-286-2A of our zoning code. Then, in regards to the public right-of-way, we need to maintain that clear and simple so that not only can you get the specific utility, but we can also get in there and repair it. And the fact is this is a drainage swale in this area as well. So it's not just piped utilities, it's also the total area that's utilized for the swale. Second, in the concerns raised by Mr. and Mrs. Gans, we have failed to enforce, we being the county, have failed to enforce the prohibition of unpermitted structure elements within the right-of-way in the neighborhood. This is something we take very seriously, and I can tell you that staff went out and investigated specifically the reference in regards to 29 Sunset. There may be some of the paver bricks, or there may be some elements that were unpermitted by staff, and if we identified them, we contacted the property owner to make sure they are removed. We do not have any permitted structures within the right-of-way, and we will, from a staff perspective, we have been very consistent in ensuring that nothing is installed within the public right-of-way. Third, safety concerns for vehicular traffic and with the fence located within the right-of-way is alleviated with the use of a sliding gate and a gate that versus a gate that swings outward into the right-of-way as originally proposed. The simple fact is the gate is in the right-of-way. That prohibits use of the right-of-way, and it puts a liability on the county because that structure is in our right-of-way, and anyone who is injured or otherwise hampered because of that structure, it is a liability on us as the county. Lastly, the petitioner's need for the proposed use outweighs the non-existent or speculative land development manager's concerns regarding the restriction of the fence. I can tell you that that is not speculative. Our attorney's office and risk management will identify numerous situations where things have been placed in the right-of-way and we have been identified as the cause of it. We have to be able to protect the public rights-of-way for the public use. If it is not needed for public use, then we need to vacate it. In this particular situation, the right-of-way meets our minimum standards, And we need to have that right-of-way free and clear so that we can get in and access the public facilities that are open for the public. We understand the concerns that have been raised by the GANs, but again, we have to face a situation that we have to protect the public interest. I know the GANs are here and would like to address y'all. If there's any questions for staff, I'm available as well as other members of the county staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff at this time? If not, we have two people who would like to speak to this issue. Frank Kranz.
Gans, thank you. Yes, I'm Attorney Frank Gans. I represent the petitioner, Mrs. Gans. I'm an attorney at Smith, Bigman, Brock in Daytona Beach. First, we've already gone through the history of how we've gotten here. And I would like to say, I know installation of a fence in a front yard may seem like a small issue, even smaller than the previous issue that we've been here. But the leading up to the reason we are here is the petitioner has taken very great care to make sure to go through whatever processes are necessary that have led us to this point. They've filed applications, went to hearings, coordinated with the department, who I would say has been very cordial, friendly, accommodating, and very well in assisting the petitioner before I was involved in making and guiding her through the process. So they've been a great resource, and we're not here today saying that they've made bad opinions or wrong opinions. I understand that at the level they were at, there's not a lot of discretion for them to do what we're asking them to do. So that's why we had to come to this point, because you have the discretion to modify that order or affirm it or grant the use permit with conditions or limitations. I would like to make a correction. It's not a 5-foot fence that they're looking for. It's a 4-foot tall fence. It will be, the front portion of that fence will be located up to 5 feet into the right-of-way. With respect to the considerations that were gone through, I do have some additional pictures prior to this hearing, and if I can present these to the clerk. Prior to the hearing, petitioner did go around the neighborhood again and take pictures of over a dozen properties within the maybe 5 to 10 streets of her street. And one of the things that I just heard was parking is an issue, that parking needs to be on the single-family property. Well, I think over half of those pictures that I've just handed over to the clerk show houses that have put impervious, either concrete or stone surfaces, all the way to the edge of the paved right-of-way on various streets in that neighborhood. What the petitioner is looking to do here is not put any impervious surface. What they're looking to do is locate the front fence 5 feet into the right-of-way to accommodate them to allow parking of 4 cars in their driveway. If they have to put the fence directly on their property boundary, when the gate is closed, they can only park 2 cars in the driveway on the inside of the gate. That's why they need the extra 5 feet, so that when 4 cars are in their driveway, they would be able to close the gate safely. And as the staff said, they are willing to do a sliding gate instead of a swinging gate to alleviate any concerns of delays turning into the driveway for traffic, even though this is a very quiet street. I've just spoken to Mrs. Gans to alleviate any safety concerns. They'd be willing to sign an indemnity agreement of any liability caused by the fence being installed on the property if that is something that we can do. But I think it's pretty clear, looking at all these various pictures, that there are over a dozen homes that have structural items in the right-of-way: parking, fences, landscaping, retaining walls, brick pavers, stones. So, and maybe these are unpermitted. It is very possible that all of these may be unpermitted structures in the right-of-way. But for the petitioner to go through the process legally, properly, go through all these channels, they are willing to remove the fence at any time utilities might be installed in that area. They're now willing to sign an indemnity agreement. This is the first I've heard of the liability concern by the staff before today. So they've also talked to the city of Ormond Beach. They stated that if utilities were going to be installed in that right-of-way, they'd be installed within 5 to 7 feet from the edge of the roadway. On this property, on the east end, I believe the edge of the right-of-way from the property boundary is 15.9 feet, and on the west end it is 16.1 feet. So if you were to allow Ms. Gans to install the fence 5 feet into the right-of-way, there would still be at least 10 feet of grassy, unused right-of-way from the edge of the road. So from the city of Ormond Beach's concern, they have plenty of room to install the utilities, which wouldn't require the removal of the fence, but the petitioners are absolutely willing to remove the fence if that is necessary. We're talking about every 4 to 6 feet, a 12 to 24 inch hole filled with cement to hold a fence post. Everything else will be above ground. So we're not talking about an extremely permanent structure. If it did have to be removed for sewer, fire hydrant, utilities, fiber optics, whatever needs to be installed in that right of way, or if the road's going to be widened, whatever it may be, we're talking about her husband can go out in an hour and get the fence down. You dig out the posts and they're gone. They've taken great care. They've lived in this house for approximately 2 years now. If you saw the before and after pictures, you probably want to hire the owners to do your landscaping. He owns a landscaping company. There's coconut palms, flowers, trees. It is now a beautiful property in some of areas that I'm sure neighboring residents are concerned that there are blighted homes out there. So they're taking great care to improve this property. A fence would improve the value of the property, would allow them more secure parking. Their cars have been broken into several times. And granted, a thief could just jump a 4-foot fence. I get that, but it could be a deterrent to further crime. There's really nothing that this fence is going to cause, especially given that they're willing to remove it and now sign an indemnity agreement if that's necessary to have them allowed to have the fence.
Thank you. Any questions of the counselor?
And Ms. Gans is present if you have any questions for her as well.
And she's next in the order. Barbara? Y'all must be related some way, I'm guessing. There's no
My son. Barbara Gans, 11 Sandra Drive, Ormond Beach, and yes, it's my son. I really don't have anything to say except it is a safety concern for me. I don't want my cars broken into any longer. My son tells me it's irrelevant, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I've been on disability from CBP, Customs Border Patrol. They've notified me that I am possibly fit for duty at this point, which means I would have duty weapons, sensitive material, and body armor in my vehicle. So if somebody breaks in my car, they may get something that I don't really want them to have. So I am trying to preclude and protect my items. That is why I want the fence. So thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gans.
Question? Somebody has a question?
No, that's good.
Thank you.
And that will conclude the public participation part of item 6. What's the will of the council? Who?
Some points of clarification. In regards,
Sorry, I couldn't see you, Clay.
No worries. In regards to the city of Ormond Beach, they provide utilities. Please understand the right-of-way is available to all utilities, including our FPL, the county, and others. So please don't rely solely on the fact of water or sewer being an issue in regards to accessibility. Also, the fact is that please understand it's not just a line. It's also being able to get in there with the equipment and being able to operate within our right-of-way to maintain the public property.
Right.
Thank you.
And I was surprised that someone would not realize the liability that would be upon the county by causing something in fear and be out in a right-of-way that could be construed to be a liability of the county. I think that was probably, to me, as a non-lawyer, would be obvious that a lawyer would be looking for something like that. But that's just me as a non-lawyer. Counsel. Is there a motion? Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess the insurance agent risk management side of me is kicking in here along with the others. I move to affirm the decision of the DRC pursuant to Section 72-502G Code of Ordinances.
I second that motion.
Motion made by Mr. Patterson, seconded by Ms. Post. Any comments by the council? Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objections, the motion stands. Thank you. We'll now move to item number 7. Did we want to move up the one item, Jim?
Mr. Chair, I think it really would be appropriate. This one won't take long.
Item 10.
Item 7 should be very short, and then let's get it out of the way, okay? Because this should be very short.
Okay.
And then I think we ought to go to let me go through the list, and I'll work out, I think we're going to change the order a little bit. But let's do 7 first and conclude it.
Rob, they're telling me you're going to be short.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
members
yeah,
of the
he will
Council. Rob Earhart, Economic Development
Item
Director.
7.
It's my privilege to introduce Robin King, the President and CEO of CareerSource Flagler Volusia, to address item 7, which is that organization's requesting a waiver of individual training accounts. So as Robin comes forward to provide you some brief explanation on this request, I will point out for the record that in the summary highlights of your agenda item, the first sentence includes a phrase "under the sliding scale option as allowed by Florida Statute 445.003. In fact, the statute does not address the option of a sliding scale. That's a CareerSource, a state agency option. The actual Florida statute is correctly stated in your agenda package on page 07-4, just for the record. So, Robin.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin King. I'm President and CEO of CareerSource Flagler Volusia. I'm going to correct Rob just one more little time. It's actually a DEO, Department of Economic Opportunity, that provided the sliding scale. And before I get into this, I want to make one quick comment based on the conversation you all were having earlier about the airport and customers. I think the best ambassadors that you all have out there are the people that work those tolls. They are fabulous. And I think that them being our first impression to anyone who is arriving here, I think is spot on. I love flying out of that airport. They're great. All right, so on July 1st, when our fiscal year started, we started out with a budget that was about $841,000 less than the previous year. And in that budget that my board approved and this body approved, we also had about $900,000 in carry forward and $93,000 in a grant. Our funds from the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act have a 2-year life, and so we can do carry forward. The problem with the budget that was approved is that it does not have any carry forward plan for 18-19. So what my board had asked is that I start planning on how we put some in reserves. So that's where we are financially today. We also don't know what's happening. The Department of Labor has anticipated cuts coming out of DC, and so we're looking to see what happens in September and October around that. The state has a requirement that all regional workforce boards, that 50% of our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds are spent on training. There's a very specific definition to that, and that includes tuition, money spent on-the-job training and customized training, as well as staff time associated with these activities. This has been in effect since 1998, and we are one of 8 regions. There's 24 regions in the state of Florida, and we're only one of 8 that has actually been meeting this. Today, we're requesting a waiver. The sliding scale had said we could go down to 30%. We're requesting a 36% waiver for 2 reasons. One is that we're going to invest more in on-the-job training and what's referred to as customized training, which is the upskilling of workforce. These trainings, it meets the needs of our job seekers, it meets the needs of our businesses. We can serve more people this way. The cost reduction is with staff. The staff time involved with this is greatly reduced, and so that's where our savings is there. The second is we want to invest more in workforce development training. So, for example, Daytona State College just came up with a boat building training in direct response to the boat builders in Southeast Volusia. It is a credential training that a person will have credentials and certifications when they're done, but they're not earning a credit while they're doing that. The state does not consider that to be training. And we want to invest in that because it's what the businesses are asking for. It's the short-term solutions that we need. Both of these solutions help our system meet the performance metrics that we have and time to placement, cost per person served. It also puts us in a better position to work with Team Volusia as well as Rob's group, with our existing businesses and potential businesses coming in. So based on the sliding scale the state provided, we're going down to 36%. The savings, we will present a budget then probably in September for you as well, so you can see these savings. But the savings in training is about $110,000. Savings in cost associated with staff is a little over $200,000. Overall, the line items in the budget that you had seen, it's about a 1% change in the shifts of how we've accomplished some of these things.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the waiver of the individual training account requirements under the sliding scale options allowed by Florida Statute 445.003.
Is there a second? Second. Second by Mr. Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Any comment by council?
The motion,
Mo-
just what Mr. Patterson read, though, is not quite accurate. That's what Rob had corrected. The sliding scale is afforded by Department of Economic Opportunity, not the Florida statute.
Okay, well, it says in here Florida statute. That's what I was.
Right, but that's what Rob corrected when he stood up here earlier.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
So
let me change the.
Okay.
Amend it to, what is that now?
Just
Department of Economic Opportunity.
As allowed by Florida Economic
Opportunity.
You know, I amend it to.
Just withdraw that, both of those, and.
I'll just amend it.
Okay.
Just
And then we got two
amend
votes. Go ahead.
the motion to change that to Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. Just
Second or go along with that? Mr. Lowry, Dr. Lowry?
anybody can make the second.
I know, I just was trying to keep it simple.
Well, just
Vote, anybody object to the amended motion? Hearing none, the amendment to the motion passes. Anyone object to the motion as amended? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank
Hey,
you,
I'm
thank you,
learning.
Robin.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to skip real quickly to item 10 due to a timing conflict. Rick?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, appreciate you moving this up. We're here with Robert Stewart, our lobbyist from Gray Robinson, and Arlene Smith. Appreciate this. Robert had a commitment he had to attend to. So without further ado, I'd like to let Robert come up and make a few comments on the agenda, and then we can move into the specifics.
Good morning, Chairman, members. Robert Stewart, Gray Robinson Law Firm, 301 East Pine Street in Orlando, Florida. Happy to be with you this morning. Thank you for taking a few minutes to go through the legislative agenda. You have in front of you kind of the proposed initial agenda. As I think has been our custom in years past, I expect that things will get added as the legislature begins to file bills, or things may be removed as they get settled. But with a legislative session that is quickly approaching, too fast for my liking, he asked me. They'll be in committee weeks the second week of September. They'll have two committee meeting weeks in the month of October, 2 in November, 1 in December, and then January 9th is the start of the 60-day legislative session, ending whatever that second Friday in March is, whatever date that is. So in front of you are some of the things that we have talked with you about and with staff about. From a global legislative perspective, I'll tell you two things that have already been, though not filed, certainly discussed at the highest levels of leadership in the House and in the governor's office. One was a press conference and announcement you may have seen on Monday, where the governor and the speaker are proposing an amendment to the state constitution that could go on the ballot as early as November of 2018, which would call for a supermajority vote of governing boards of any kind in order to raise taxes. The exact language of that I've not yet seen, what that might look like, and there are certainly steps that need to be taken. The legislature will consider that proposal, but that's one for local government statewide to be aware of and just know that it's out there. The second is Speaker Corcoran has long been a critic of CRAs, and he renewed that critique in an op-ed just the other day in one of the FloridaPolitics.com blogs. I think it may have been picked up also by the St. Pete Times. But last year there was legislation that originated out of the House related to CRAs that was defeated ultimately in the Senate, and it only went through one or two committees in the House. But we expect something related to CRAs to be back. So two things to kind of keep your eye on. There will be lots of other issues that come up related to home rule, certainly appropriations requests, other items, and we'll be looking forward to working side by side with your wonderful staff and with each of you as we get into it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would defer back to Rick on anything that he wants to add, and of course I'm available for any questions that you or the members might have.
Okay. Rick, I guess you have the note that we wanted to put in there to include legislative changes relative to constitutional officers that would be You have that language?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
There is it was already in the packet. We just made
Right.
a few minor changes, which is I wanted to bring to your attention. It just clarifies. Mr. Deneen, if you wanted to speak on
Yeah,
that.
these points were a clarification that we needed in this. This was before you read about anything in the paper, had nothing to do with that.
Right.
This was a clarification. One was that the citizen committee, and I guess maybe somebody did comment on this morning, the citizens are the people that you appoint to the the Charter Review Commission.
Right.
Because they're separate citizens. And so when you say the citizens didn't propose a change, that's the citizens. So we
Understand
clarify that. The other is, while the council has always stated the obvious, we decided to write the obvious, which is that the council supports any changes made by the voters in this county, and that the issue was really being opposed to the state unilaterally taking away our authority as home rule and giving it to the voters of the whole state.
Right. I think council understands that. I think we made that pretty clear when this issue came before us.
Correct. We
Earlier,
believe that
but-
we should put it in the written document.
Exactly.
So if it gets into somebody's hands, there will be no misunderstanding
Okay.
of what the council meant.
Just wanted to point that out so everyone knows, including the media, that this council is not opposed to the will of the people voting as to charter officers. What we are opposed to is taking away the home rule
Right.
of the county council. That is what we are supporting, is home rule. Let you, the citizens who vote, to vote on this issue, not be decided by 66 other counties.
Correct.
And this has been on your agenda for
Right.
some time now. This is not something new.
Yes.
For the
Right.
record. The other thing, just as a point of clarity, when you make the motion to approve the initial agenda that we've got here, there's also a resolution as part of this package on the animal cruelty issue.
Yes.
We'd like to just include that in the motion to approve.
Okay.
The one thing on the animal cruelty, I will tell you that I know the county attorney has talked to each one of you, and you may have some discussion because I don't know that everyone understood what was in that. And so, Mr. Chair, you may have, while everything else I think is a go, there may be some discussion on that point.
Right. I think the discussion to take it from a class 3 to 2 takes it from 5 years to up to 15 years. So that was explained to us, I think. Mr.
Yes, sir. And I didn't get a chance to talk to some of you. I missed on Tuesday, but the reference there is correct in the resolution when we're referring to aggravated cruelty to animals, which is currently a third-degree felony, to raise it to a second. There is a misdemeanor which lacks the element of intent. That's not addressed by this resolution, and it may be of some concern to some of you. But I wanted to the resolution for the most part is that which was adopted by Orange City, and at least as I understand it, it was presented as having been adopted by Orange City and by Ponce Inlet, if that is your pleasure.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler, maybe we should, if any of you want to address this issue, let's speak to this particular issue, and then I'll go to the order.
Addressing that.
Anybody who wants to speak? Ms. Denny's?
Let me ask this. I'm not ready to go to a second-degree felony on this. What's the penalty if we put it on humans? If you abuse a child, is there second-degree felonies, or we're still at a third degree? I'm not going to be more restrictive on animals than we are humans. I'm just not.
I'm not sure I could say that at this moment.
Okay,
you could double.
So council, I'm not going to support this going to a second-degree felony. There's already penalties here, 5 years.
Enforce it.
And we need to enforce what's currently on the books, but I'm not going to support the agenda with a second-degree felony. I'm just not going to do that. That's where I am.
I think when it was presented to us initially, it was broadly presented as being more greater punishment. I don't know that I fully understood that the conditions of a third-degree felony was up to 5 years in prison. And that's pretty significant right there. And what you just asked, I would guess that if a person was cruel and inhuman treatment to a child, very few would get 5 years. I mean, huh? And that's your point. None of us want to see animal cruelty. I think that's a given. We all support.
So this applies only to dogs or to all animals?
I think it was animals. Could be a chicken, a rooster. We're not talking about chickens anymore.
You get a kid out here that shoots a bird with a BB gun, he's going to kills it.
I think that's unclear, and I really doubt that the legislature is going to take any action on it. I doubt it will see the light of day. But
if I could go back to your question, aggravated child abuse is a first-degree felony. Child abuse is a third-degree felony.
Okay, so it currently is the same as child.
Well, aggravated cruelty to animals is a third-degree felony. Aggravated child abuse is a first-degree felony.
Okay.
Which would be 30 years. But the point, to Mr. Patterson's question, the proposal is to amend Section 828.12, cruelty to animals, which is animals. It's not just a particular animal.
It could be to
species.
any animal. So I think what I'm hearing, unless I'm not hearing everyone, which I'm not, but is that if we maybe reworded that or just take it out.
I'm not ready for it to be there yet. I think I need some more clarification on that, so I'm not ready for it to be on this.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we can always remove this from the agenda because we're going to be amending the agenda as we go forward into the legislative session, and we can add this or modify this in the future if you wish.
I think that would be, for me, that would be better.
I think council unanimously says, let's remove this for now on the agenda going forward. Okay? Is that good? Yep, good. All good. Everything else is a go?
No.
Ms. Wheeler?
Yeah, I would just like...
Ms. Cusack, actually, you were ahead. Okay,
No.
Ms. Wheeler.
Okay, I would like for one other issue to be on the alert, was the beach issue that they tried to put in at the very end last year. I just feel strongly that that's going to come back up again. Do y'all remember that? And I really want to catch that sooner than what we did last year and be ready for that.
Yes, ma'am, we can add that as well. The
Yeah.
council will certainly oppose
Okay.
anything
Thank you.
that would interfere
Thank
with
you.
the beach access.
I think supporting home rule would let it, but if we specifically can do it, it makes it even better to have it out there so they understand what we're talking about.
There was a technical legal question regarding the Marketable Record Title Act. Mr. Eckert could certainly speak to it, but that was sort of a backdoor unintended consequence issue, I believe, Mr. Eckert, if I'm not.
Well, if I understand it, the council's saying that not that they oppose a amendment of the Marketable Record Title Act. What they oppose is state regulation having to do with that would preclude local regulation having to do with customary use.
So that's just been removed from the agenda.
Well, I
You
think
want to vote
what
on
Ms. Wheeler is asking is that we add the customary opposition to regulation on state regulation on customary use.
Okay.
Mr. Carl is clarifying that doesn't mean that if there are amendments to the Marketable Record Title Act which don't impact upon the customary use, that we wouldn't oppose those. So, Marketable Record Title Act without the customary use is not a subject of your opposition. Regulation of customary use with or without the Marketable Record Title Act is what you're opposing.
Well, can you add the necessary legal language to
Yes, sir.
take care of our points on that one? That'd be good. Okay. I didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn Express, and I know how to answer that one.
And you know, it's worth noting. It really is worth noting that the Senate sponsor of this killed her own bill last year, one she'd worked on at our request to deal with the customary use issue. So I think we we owe some a debt of gratitude in that regard.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a comment if I could.
Sure.
On that, yes, the bill sponsor killed her own bill. She did it at the request of our Senator, Dorothy Huckel, who even though she was not in session, worked harder for us and did it behind the scenes. It's Senate, we've got to give the thanks and kudos to where it belongs, that Senator Huckel. She killed
I
it.
concur entirely, and we've acknowledged that previously in the record. I don't think we specifically thanked the bill sponsor, but I agree that thanks are in order in both cases.
Thank you, Rick and Arlene and George.
Can we get an approval?
Is that it? Pardon?
Move to approve the legislative agenda minus
There we go.
minus the animal cruelty penalties and with the addition of customary use on beach. Mr. Eckert, give me my words.
Opposition to state regulation of
Customary use.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Boom, and I did not stay the Holiday Inn either. Thank you, that's it, that's my motion.
It was seconded by Ms. Post. She beat you to the punch. She was very quiet, but she did. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion carries. Thank you very much, and we will now move to item 8. We're getting some hangry people up here. I'm one of them. I've been on a liquid diet for 3 days, and it's time for me to take.
Start talking.
Good.
Pass the chocolate down.
Mr.
No dieting down here, buddy. Pass the chocolate.
Mr. Chair,
You want my pretzels too? Yes.
are we ready? You want us to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, make sure you were conscious. I was concerned. What the item before you today is the requested proposed budget for the West Volusia, Southeast Volusia, and the Halifax area advertising authorities. The folks are here to make a presentation for each of those authorities to show you how they are going to move forward on their program for the 17-18 year budget and how they're going to spend those funds. The total amount budgeted for the fiscal year 17-18 year for the authorities to spend is $12,874,758. We'll begin with the West Volusia Advertising Authority.
I'm Georgia Turner, and I'm the Executive Director of the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority, and I'd just like to thank all of you in advance for your support and your interest in our budget. If I know how to do this. You've got a lot more detailed report of what I'm going to give you, but I'm just going to tell you some good news. First of all, our 110-room Courtyard by Marriott being built by the Vista Hotels is right on target, a little bit later than we had hoped, but that will be a major part of a nice addition to our budget for this upcoming year and our revenues. There's more interest in ecotourism than ever before, and we're keeping a close watch on, I guess, the completion of our extensive trail systems and everything that we're doing here. So I just wanted to keep that as at top of the ideas here. Something else that we're seeing as a common denominator all along from up in Barberville down to the new center that's being built in Deltona is an interest in destination weddings, and that's going to be a big part of what we're doing. This is Erica Group, who has just been named our artist in residence, the nice lady artist that has created the Wings of DeLand. We've contracted with her to do a program called Wings of the West. She's going to develop 5 more sets of wings throughout the county, and we'll definitely get attention for our area here. We're doing a new video series called What's Happening, a new coloring book, a new wedding planner, extending our brochure distribution. But the biggest thing that we like to do when we know that we're going to have an increase, of course, is our increase in advertising, and the majority of that's going to be digital advertising. We are at full staff now. We have 3 full-time staffers and 3 part-time staffers, and of course we couldn't do it without our sister organizations that I call them, with the Halifax Area Advertising, the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority, and we're still very much cooperating with Visit Florida. So I know that you have a lot more detailed information in your packets, but basically this is what our budget comparison looks like. The good news is up, up, and up. If you look at the 2015-16 actual compared to what we're requesting, and a lot of that is going to be due to that new hotel that's being built. Marketing expense is going up too, but that's what we want to spend on when we get more revenue. Quick enough for you? Is there any questions?
Looks good.
Okay.
Thank you for
very
what
much.
you're doing out there.
Thank you.
Next to the agency, Southeast.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Meals. I'm the Executive Director of Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. And I did want to just take a moment to introduce you to some of the staff that's here today. I'm going to go in no particular order here, but Donna Ruby is our treasurer. Donna, will you wave? She's here from our SEVA board, and Chad Truxall is also our board member. And then here we have Roberto Schatz. He's our vice president of Turkel Brands, our agency of record. And then for staff, we have Vivian Schwartz, our administrative aide. We have Danielle Semstraat, who is our marketing coordinator, and Megan DeBello, who is our marketing specialist.
Who's holding the fort down?
Oh,
just kidding.
And I'm so glad you said that, because we have 3 that are not here. Actually, Susie is nursing knee surgery, and Shelby Austin is on a flight to Italy, being a visitor, and Carol Ann Geronimo is at the fort holding it down while we're here.
So, okay.
They'll all be back very soon. So, just wanted to start off saying that, you know, in 15-16, we had to reestablish Southeast Volusia, and in 16-17, we built a very strong foundation. And so now we're focusing on our new brand, which we have a new logo, a new website, a new visitor guide, and a new tagline, which is the new you, New Smyrna Beach. Last year, we finished up 5.6%, and year to date, we're actually up 6.8% through June. Our new marketing campaign, as I mentioned, is This is the New You, and we've got the new visitor guide, all the new collateral pieces, as well as developing new 15, 30-second, and 60-second spots on the destination. We had Chad Crawford in the area doing a segment for How to Do Florida, and he's also our outdoor guru, and he's doing 4 2-minute segments each month for us. So we're focusing on the arts and eco and water and fishing and everything else. In October, we hired 2 new agencies, one in the UK and one in Germany, Ignite Sales and Marketing for the UK and Summer Touristique for Germany. And I'm really, really proud to say that in the 8 months we've been really working these markets hard, we are going to appear, Southeast Volusia is going to appear in 7 different catalogs in the international market. We're working with 10 different tour operators and 5 different receptives. And the receptives are the ones that go out to the hotels and get all the product, and the tour operators package them and sell them. They're like Uber travel agents. We've hosted, the number now is 12 journalists in the area from Germany, Brazil, and domestically. And we've hosted 5 FAM trips, 3 from the UK and 2 from Germany. And we have one that we're finishing up, a German golf tour that'll come in October. And as I mentioned, we launched our new website in June. It's very robust, very visual, has a lot of segment pages like film, sports, meetings. We're trying to help the Brandon Civic Center get a lot of business, as well as our partners, our events, and a booking tool. So we hosted our first National Tourism Week luncheon in May, and during that we also hosted our first advertising co-op, and we had 5 different partners sign up to buy into our ads, so we're able to offer them good rates to publications that they normally couldn't afford to be in, much like what we do with Visit Florida. And just to let you know, on a couple of our social media platforms, our Facebook followers actually are up to 52,000 right now, and Instagram is about 5,300 as well. Our top, we were just voted one of the top beach vacation destinations by Canadian Traveler magazine in Canada. And another accolade was that we won the Best Beach by the Orlando Sentinel for the 10th year in a row. I did want to mention about the sweepstakes we did in October. It just launched the week after Matthew came through. We were very close to pulling it, but you know, the phone rang off the hook, and it was a great way to tell everybody up in Boston that we're okay, and that, you know, we were very blessed we didn't get hurt like we could have. And Maura, the editorial writer for the Boston Herald, had this nice caption I wanted to share. It says, "The only accolade one needs to keep in mind when planning a vacation is simple. What's best for you? What's best for me?" And New Smyrna Beach sweeps the superlative with adventurous families, food, and surfers that savor the seaside life. I thought that was really nice. One amazing piece of coverage we received was an editorial that was 5 pages long in Southern Living in the June issue. There's just a few pages here, but what this did for us was amazing. We have 10 confirmed bookings off this immediately as soon as the book hit the newsstands, and many of the other partners that were mentioned in this have told us that their phones were ringing off the hook. So we're sure that people will be coming down soon to visit all the great establishments that were in here. So now I'll just give you a little budget summary here. So we're requesting the dollars here that you see, and we will be going into next year under what we had this current year because there was numerous rollovers from the prior years. So we'll be starting about $400,000 less than we had in the previous year, but we'll make that up. We're working really hard on that. So you've got this, and I've actually got a breakout further on the next slide. You can see 69% of this goes for marketing, promotions, and PR, about 15% to personnel, 8% to reserves, and 8% for operating expenses. Last year, the approved personnel service account line included 6 full-time employees and 1 part-time. This year, we're proposing to approve the same number, 6 full-time, 1 part-time, but moving 2 of our employees from marketing coordinator to marketing specialist, trainee, and a management specialist. So that would be Danielle Semstrat and Susie Sapotnik. And the increase there you see over last year is predominantly because we have rolled out our insurance plan and our 401k plan, and it assumes a 3% increase per the county's guidelines. So for our marketing and advertising, you can see the figures here, our agency fee, we have beach weeks. One thing I did want to let you know is that we have worked really hard to get the special events under control, and so we have a cap at $125,000 per year, and we have a special event form that you have to fill out and get approved by the board, and we really help try to grow the events. Sports tourism is very new to us. We did an analysis on all the fields in Southeast Volusia. We're working with Port Orange and Edgewater and Oak Hill, trying to let them know that they could do archery or maybe Quidditch or whatever in the fields that they have when they don't have the money to do full-blown stadiums. So we're working really hard with them. And Susie will be going to Teams. It's a conference in Orlando this year where all the event holders are. I know Daytona will be there, so we'll probably be right next door to them. Flagler Avenue merchants, for their events, we approved $5,000, and then all the other events total $98,500, and that again is all capped out at $125,000. Printing $20,000, the research, promotional FAMs, trade shows, and our phase 2 of our website updates. And other operational expenses, actually we decreased just slightly. We've been able to keep our printing, our copying under control. And actually, if you look back in the budget, we've been pretty consistent at this operating cost for over 3 years. Promotional advertising, this is really the big meat of it. Digital marketing, almost $800,000. Magazines, very light. That's with some Undiscovered Florida. Sanford International Airport wraps. This will be year 2 of a 3-year agreement. We're in the baggage claim up above and also in the international concourse when they come off the planes. Advertising production, about $75,000 for our print ads and trade show banners. public relations about 27.5, and then our United Kingdom and Central European marketing. And this is just a recap of the special event spreadsheet that we keep. And this is where you can see what was requested or approved in 2015 was $380,000, and this year was approved $125,000. So we've really worked to make sure that there's ROI for the community. We're putting heads in beds with these events. And that would conclude my report. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Just to, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, great job, Southeast Volusia. And I will tell you, I knew that things were going to be okay because every time which is what, maybe 2, maybe 3 times total I've been in Debbie's office down there, it's controlled chaos. So that whenever you see a very busy desk and folders and notebooks, I haven't seen that in quite a few years. I'm just saying. So I want to thank you for the dedication you and your board and your staff has made. You've done a really great job, especially in the uncomfortable cutbacks on special events and beach weeks down there. I know the political pressure that you took with that had to happen, and you did a really great job. And you did a really great job navigating those tough waters. Thank you. You've got a new hotel coming on board too. That's going to help you. The new Marriott Spring Hill Suites Oceanfront that comes on board in October.
Yes, it should be before October. Actually, Jamie Dudley was going to be here today. He's on our board. But they have Marriott walking through today, so.
Yeah, so I just want to seriously, it's a great turnaround. Please take it back to your board. Thank you. And you said Chad, of course, Chad's here with the Marine
Yes.
Discovery Center too. He's an authority board member. And Donna, thank you. Take it back to your board for all the good work. And your new marketing logo is fantastic.
Thank you.
Is it being received well?
Very well. I should mention that the city loves it, and we're looking at ways for them to use it. They'd love to put it on the Brandon Center. And also, Roberto and his team just developed the 250th logo, and they absolutely love it. And the Museum of History is actually using it as well.
It's great collaboration. We haven't had that type of collaboration in Southeast Volusia among all those partners in a very long time. So thank you for all you do. Great success.
Just a couple of things. If you need someone to go with you to London to help
Yes.
in September.
Are you available? Is your son available?
I spent 3 and
Joking. I had to say that. Come on.
I spent 3.5 years there. My son spent 4 nights, so he's not as familiar with all of London as I am. Are you working with an agency there in London? Do you know?
Ignite Sales and Marketing.
Okay, because we worked with several when I was there with Hawaiian Tropic. We worked with DDB and several others at the time, the large agencies. And one of the big things that they did then, and they still probably do, is advertorials. If you can hook up with, get someone that will put you in with those, it really makes your dollars go a lot further. And you may already be doing that. It's kind of a basic thing to do, but they really do a lot of that with their print media. Seem to do that. You buy one ad and you get about 6 or 8. So that's one good way. And the Brits love to travel, and all you got to do is show them sunshine, and they're off because it's kind of cloudy there. And
I think it's in their DNA. It is way too cloudy.
Thank you for the comprehensive report, and I guess now we'll move on to Daytona.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you happen to go to Romania, let me know. That's also another nice spot I'd like to go tag along.
Greetings, everyone. Lori Campbell-Baker, Executive Director for the Halifax Area Advertising Authority, doing business as the Daytona Beach Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. And I want to start off by introducing you to the team. Trish, Linda, Kay, Kate, and our board member Libby Gallant is here, and Bob Davis was here on behalf of all of us, but he may have slipped out. I think each of you is on our email list, so you have a copy of the full budget and the full marketing plan. So I'm just going to kind of hit the highlights today. But I wanted to start off by talking a little bit. I know that you're very aware of the 2 different bed taxes that we use. But when we get out in the community, and we try to do that as much as possible, we remind people that we're a little unique here in Volusia County. We have two: the convention development tax, and they're named funny, funds tourism, and the tourism development tax, the tourist development tax, is right now paying down the bonds at the Ocean Center. So it's all a very good program. The more overnight stays that Debbie and Georgia and our collective teams put together, the more money that goes into that bed tax and then is used to market this area. So that builds our business. I think it was Debbie that mentioned earlier Visit Florida, and you've all been watching all that's going on with Visit Florida and transparency. We all take that very, very seriously. And we do work with bed tax dollars, and every single thing that we do is transparent. So please be assured that we are completely on board with the Sunshine Law and all that goes with that.
I think you're skipping over kind of the most important thing, and that all the funding for this does come from bed tax. I think that's the key thing that people.
as residents of Volusia County.
I think that's
and you
very
make
important.
a really, really good point. These are folks that we welcome into the community, and they pay into our tax structure. They don't so much care about our schools and roads and that sort of thing, but they do support our businesses, and for that we are thankful. In terms of our mission, it's got to be an overnight stay. We love day trippers, but that's not our job. We are really building business and building the economy based on overnight stays. And we like to say that, it's the but not for argument, but not for the amount of tourism, the visitors that come into this area, we wouldn't have such great amenities, such attractions and restaurants and parks and that sort of thing. So we are very, very fortunate, and we know that. Let's see, I want to start off with this past year. We've had a great year, a fun year. One of the things that we just recently did was the Shriners, which was a county-wide effort. And you will find that within the Halifax Area Advertising Authority, and the board is very serious about this, everything that we do, we take full advantage of all resources within Volusia County and promote them. So we work very closely with Georgia and Debbie. And we're very aware of the trails, of the artificial reefs, of the fishing village kind of vibe in New Smyrna Beach. All of this goes into a bigger message that helps us all. Lisa, you want to? This is just a reminder, our board of directors. You'll know all of these people. You probably got an email the other day. Mike Cardos, due to some health issues, is going to be resigning from our board. And he has been super supportive. But this is our board. This is just some of the highlights, and I think you have this, but if not, I can send it to you. What I ask all of our directors to do is just tell us what you're most proud of in this past year. We had many more than 3 bullet points per department, but I had them hone it down.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick, just relaxing here on Daytona Beach, the original American beach. You know what's funny? That a place famous for speed can also offer so many ways to just slow down and recharge. There's spas, golfing, shopping, festivals, water activities, fishing, literally millions of things to see and do. And you thought there was just 500. So remember, no matter what you're into, Daytona Beach is totally your speed.
She is perfect for this. We have her through the end of December. One more.
You bring the
This is my
family to
favorite.
Daytona Beach for the sun, for the fun, and because you get so much for your money, including your own personal piece of the original American beach. Daytona Beach.
We have an entire campaign with spots very similar to that. As you notice, they're short. Our attention spans have gotten shorter, and so the digital, and like Debbie was mentioning, most of our advertising is digital. And I think we talked last year about this time about how we are able to target some of those visitors with this new technology that say when you're up north, we drop a cookie on an ad that you get. We can target you according to the behavior, if you're trying to book a flight, if you're looking for a beach destination. So it's very exciting, a little creepy, but very exciting. And some of these digital ads are on the website as well. The Danica Patrick campaign, runs through the end of December. And at that point, we are moving on to other things. But we're excited to have her, and the response to that has been very, very good. In addition, we have lots of static visuals that run on websites, very targeted throughout key markets that are put together through our staff and through the advertising agency. Right now, that's Paradise out of St. Petersburg. As of October 1, we're going to have the Brandon Agency out of Myrtle Beach. They do golf. We're going to take full advantage of that. They're right now working on getting a feel. Kay Galloway and I just had a conversation yesterday with them on what they see when they see our area and what they think they're going to move into. So this creative process is always very, very exciting, and we cannot wait to see what they will be rolling out in terms of our newest campaign that reinforces a very, very positive brand. In terms of what's coming up in 2017-18, so much. Really, collaboration is the way that we are moving in all different directions, but sports is another big thing. We took a look at what we have in terms of facilities, in terms of sanctioning bodies, in terms of energy, and we're going to put a lot more emphasis on sports. We've got Bob Davis doing sports visioning sessions, which is pretty exciting. We'll be focusing on the Canadian market in terms of media, tour and travel. Again, we talked about the Brandon Agency and a new branding message that will be coming up. And you probably saw the folks at the Daytona Beach News Journal helped us with a story on Norwegian Cruise Lines, which is brand new and very exciting. And we thank Evelyn Fine and Mid-Florida Marketing for bringing that opportunity to us. So for the first time, Daytona Beach will actually be part of a package that is available to you as you cruise out of Port Canaveral on Norwegian Cruise Line. So those cruises will start November to include Daytona Beach packaging, and then May 7th, mark your calendar, will be the inaugural cruise to Cuba through Port Canaveral. And again, folks that are coming from all over will have an opportunity to add extra overnight stays in Volusia County. So it's very exciting. A lot going on with that. We'll be hosting Shriners again in 2018. And we are right now in the process of doing the wrap-up on this year's event. Everything looks good so far. Higher occupancy, higher average daily rate, a lot of boost in local businesses as well. And Biketoberfest, created 25 years ago for the economic impact that we wanted to create. This is the one event that the CVB owns. We support events. We support the half marathon, the NAIA championships, the lifeguards, a lot of different events. This was the one that we actually created 25 years ago. So our anniversary, hashtag 25 years bold, we'll be celebrating, instead of silver, we're going with a chrome anniversary. And so we're excited about that. We're going to kick that off any minute at a media conference at Daytona International Speedway. Lots of new hotels coming in, lots of renovations, a lot of excitement. This time we just kind of tagged some of the things that we do on a countywide level. Instead of marking out any specifics, just know that everything that we're doing, including all of our printed brochures, our visitors guides, we just launched a Share the Heritage guide to African American sites, which is fascinating. Had so much information that we literally had to put most of it to the website, but it's a printed piece now. And then this is our budget coming up. I don't think we detailed it, but our marketing is actually 64% out of that red. And while we know that even for this year, our budget amount was estimated just a tiny bit lower than what our original was, we're seeing good results, and we fully intend to hit the end of the year on target as planned. Any questions? We're having fun out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Two things. One, while they all did their presentations one after another, you'll need to vote on their budgets separately, is what I've been told. And second of all, there's also a separate resolution in the HAW board that we worked on just to clarify something from the old days, so that we, in the future, this one arrangement we have in marketing the Ocean Center together with them continues into the future. And last but not least, after being here over 11 years, it is a remarkable change to sit up here and have nothing but positive to say to each other, and we're all working together, and considering where we came from, it's a remarkable change, and it just shows what happens when you can all work together. Things, I think, are working out great. It was a good article in the paper about your advertising, your new advertising partner. I thought that was really good. But this is a really good day for us. But you need to look at those. It would actually be three things separately: the three budgets separately and the resolution separately. Right, Dan?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your update on where you are and your budget. I wanted to find out from each of the advertising authorities, your increases as far as wages, what percentage do they does that represent? Is that 3% increases? I just want to make sure that that's on the record, that we are not giving.
Yes, and thank you for asking. I meant to mention that we are all within 3%.
Okay. And Mr. Deneen, you addressed the resolution that we.
Yes, correct. That's just an add-on to the budget. It's a clarification on a policy that we have in place. It has to do with the $400,000 that we use to work together to market heads and beds through the Ocean Center. This formalizes it for the future.
And so each one of the advertising authorities are in agreement and understand that is what's in place.
It's really just the HAW board. So yes, it's the HAW board one.
Only the HAW board.
Only the HAW board in this case, because of the convention center being in their district. The other thing is, as for the wages, the advertising agencies, together with the Votran and a number of other agencies that we deal with, always look now. This is also a practice that we had to change. They also look to where we are on wages because it is public money again. So we try to be consistent.
But thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I would move for the approval of the West Volusia Tourism Authority funding.
I'll second that.
And that was for West.
Yes, each one has to be done individually. So
Motion made and seconded. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. Next.
I would offer a motion for Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority funding.
Seconded by Denny's, made by Ms. Cusack. Yeah.
I made the motion.
Every time I look down there, I keep thinking that your younger sister is here.
You know.
Who's that?
Just keep it coming, keep it coming.
Does anybody disagrey with that? I mean, look
Keep
at
it coming, keep it coming.
Much younger.
The first time I looked at it, sorry, I got to
I went up to her this morning and said, "What'd you do with Miss Cusack?"
Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion carries unanimous.
And finally, the Halifax Advertising Authority funding, I would move for approval.
Second. Motion is seconded by Patterson. I heard it from three different directions. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. Now, there's one more part, which is the...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
The resolution.
I move approval of the resolution regarding contributions to the Ocean Center for marketing purposes and providing for conflicts and an effective date. Move approval.
Seconded by Mr. Lowry, made by Mr. Patterson. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. That takes care of it, Dan, right?
Yes, sir.
Good to go. Thank you very much.
Everybody.
Do we have to go to the next one, or can we eat? They're all going to eat.
Somebody bring an IV in for the chair.
That's up to you, Mr. Chair.
We have...
I will tell you that I know items 11 and 12 are very quick.
Well, these last two you told me were quick, were not. I can tell you that.
I think considering the transparency that's attached to them, I thought they were real quick.
Yeah, Team Volusia's been waiting here. I wonder about
I would suggest you finish. I've already told the people.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I've already told the people that were coming to 2, they shouldn't show up to at least 2:30.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move this one quickly. You can probably scan through your 5-minute presentation and make it like 1, Dwight? Or less?
Team Volusia.
Team Volusia.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. It's appropriate that we're following with the advertising authorities because and they are working together just as we are in the economic development world. When I came here 7.5 years ago to start this job, things were not as they are now. I'm so happy to state that everybody's rowing in the same direction. This is a very good organization. Team Volusia has become a really wonderful organization and a working partner, and we are all joined at the hip and working together seamlessly. If I could, I would like to, it's my pleasure to introduce Keith Norton, President and CEO of Team Volusia, briefly introduce his group and to just give you an update on where they are.
Mr. Chair, you know, Keith Norton is probably one of the best salesmen I ever met in my life, but sometimes if you talk too much, you end up buying back what you're trying to sell here. So
I was gonna mention that maybe, you know, we know that once you reach the point of sale, you stop.
I know that. Sales
You know
101.
Right?
And I might tell...
Pat knows that. You can talk yourself out of it.
I might tell all of you that I am also on a diet. So it's not liquid, but I will be quick because of that. Thank you so much for the opportunity to update you on Team Volusia. I did want to introduce my officers, and Dwight Durant, I'd like for you to come up with me. Dwight is our current chair. We also have John Wanamaker, our past chair, Jordan Gelati, our secretary, and then Matt Chestnut, our vice president.
And we're not making light of this because this is very important, and what you do for our community is very important. It's just that we're hungry. So
I get the message.
So we're gonna let you be able to finish so you can go eat as well.
Oh, thank you. And I will be very quick. You have never seen me speak as fast, probably.
Oh, take your time.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm just very, very proud of where we are since 2011. The slide shows that we have almost doubled our private sector investment and private sector dollars. When we first started, I need to remind you that our commitment to the county for their $250,000 was to raise $250,000 of private sector funds. As you can see by the pie chart, we've done much more than that. We have raised $568,000 of private sector funds. 13 cities, in addition to the county, contribute to our public funds, and we are now at 51% private, and the rest is public and higher education. We've added 6 investors this past year, with 2 more in the waiting line to be approved by the board at this next meeting. So that's my investor report, and I'm very proud of this, but I'm going to turn it over to Dwight. We've been double teaming at all of our presentations, and it's quite effective, and he can really speak faster than I can.
Any questions? No, just briefly, just for the record, if you look at the pie chart, just want to get it there that we were asked, and I think it was a great question, of what Team Volusia brings that if Team Volusia didn't exist would not occur. And if you look at the orange and blue on the pie chart, that's 71% of the projects that we work with. And if you look at the pipeline, there's a lot of squiggly numbers. Kind of looks like some of my golf scores for 9 holes, but they have never been that high before. They're off the charts, and if you look down at at the very bottom, number 6 doesn't even count the one that Project Aqua, which is an aviation industry, which is pending 80 jobs right now. That's not even in those numbers. And then real quick, because that's what we're graded on, y'all have all seen this before, but I want to go across the results portion of it. Under job creation, if you look there, we've got 914 jobs to date, where our goal, which was set by you guys and the board, at 394, so we're over that. But that doesn't count the 80, and nor does it count the fact that Teletech announced that it's not 600 jobs, but it's 900 jobs.
Here. Good.
So that was pretty quick, right? So I'd like to recognize all the folks that came here and listen. Don't put us after marketing next time. That's not real good to put us guys after that. But we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I'll just make this easy. I know the 3 years that I got to represent the council over there at Team Volusia was probably the most fun I ever had. Working hard and just the things that they do, and they do work for all of Volusia County. I know some cities sometimes get a little bent because they think they're not getting their fair shake there, but it is. Keith gets out and the entire board, they work for all of Volusia County, trying to promote the entire county. So I move approval of the 2017-18 funding for Team Volusia Economic Development Corporation, the amount of $250,000.
I'll second that. I'd like to make a quick comment.
Second by Mr. Lowry. Mr. Comment.
Just real quick, less than a minute for sure. I was on the Deltona City Commission back in 2010-11 when we nearly pulled out of Team Volusia because pay somebody to rearrange office furniture. And you laugh because you know where we were on that, and a lot of changes have happened since then that we're very excited about, and I'm excited about what's going on in our part of the county as well. Thank you.
Ms. Post.
I couldn't see Jordan here without saying congratulations to Jordan Gelati on his brand new baby boy.
Hey.
He does look a little sleepy, doesn't he? Just something that struck me this past week, because a lot of these things have just happened recently. The Bear Brown facility, the Top Build facility, and Teltec. All of that, a lot of that was on retention, gardening, and whatever you want to call it. And all of that brought about thousands of jobs and created more where we're not able to, keep Top Build, which was the first part, then to be able to attract Teltec and be able to do what we did as a council with Bear Brown. Look at their facility. If you haven't driven down Williamson, I guess it is, right? If you haven't, or Clyde Morris, whatever it is. I drive by it every day on both of those. So
It's Clyde Morris.
yeah, Clyde Morris. If you haven't seen that, I mean, that's going to be a $60 million project, something like that. Mm-hmm. So all of that came about by being out there, and a lot of times it takes longer to do these things. But the motion's made and seconded. There's no more questions that I can see on here. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objections, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you all for your service. And you volunteers, thank you.
Good work. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, as you go to 11, I'll speed this up, okay?
I'll go to 11 if you'll speed it up.
11, this is really belt and suspenders. This is part of your legislative agenda, this is Williamson and the improvements in the airport that we thought we had at least gotten some money, and that fell through. And so what we're doing is asking for your approval for the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund application that we want to do, which is the governor's, that's $85 million. So we're going to try and get the money from multiple ways. So all you'd be doing is approving us moving forward with the applications to apply for that money.
And for the record, Mr. Chair, Rick Carl, Director of Aviation Economic Resources, through a technical error, the actual application was not included. All the attachments were. So we're handing that out for the record. It's just the actual application that's being submitted. So what you're approving here is the applications for these two grants, and there's two resolutions in support thereof. That's what we're asking your approval of.
That's all we need.
Ms. Cusack. You're good at making real nice motions.
It was 11.
Mr. Chair, I will move for the approval of the Florida Job, is that it?
Yeah, Florida Job Growth Grant Fund
Grant fund
application.
application, and authorizing resolutions for Williamson Boulevard widening and public roadway improvements at Volusia County Co-op Park.
Right.
A second, Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. We'll move to item 12.
Item 12. I'll do this and also.
Yes,
Rick.
sir.
This and also to move it along. Actually, Ms. Denny's may want to add a few comments here. We've been trying very hard to work with Oak Hill. They've been a great partner. The wonderful thing about Oak Hill, I will tell you, it is really helpful when your partner really steps out and Oak Hill has really tried, I think, to change themselves, and so they've really worked hard with us. We've been very frustrated about getting money for them for the sewer line that we want for economic development. So you have do things, you have a water quality issue, and you also have a sewer line you need for economic development. Without it, you're not going to get economic development. We have tried. We have not been able to succeed. We have reason to believe that this is a good attempt. We'll use economic development funds of $10,000 to hire another consultant. We believe that may have a way of getting us an opportunity to get that $1 million grant that we need.
Okay. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, meeting with staff, we've had meetings about once a month at a minimum with our staff and with other consultants in the city of Oak Hill, all of our senior staff. This process, looking at this, is kind of the bridge between the between, if you will. This is not to overshadow our lobbyists or their lobbyists, but a bridge between the two, and we have one legislative session. There's a lot of reasons here to go this particular route, but all we need is this first win under our belt with this, and it should open up economic development and water quality. So we're hitting it at every angle that we can for success, and that was the logic behind this.
If you consider the consultant, or the lobbyists we hire for the large thing, a shotgun approach, this is like a laser approach on this one project with this one consultant. And if this bears fruit, it'll be well worth it. It was a good try, and it may open the door for some other opportunities on specific things where we need to use a laser sight.
And not only that, we have money in the budget. I think we've got, what, 60,000 in the budget. There's money earmarked for these type of
Correct.
projects.
We have money
So
for
we're
it.
not taking it from anything else.
No.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion with a contract for G.A. McCune and Associates LLC to pursue state funding for the expansion of sewer services in the city of Oak Hill.
Second.
Second, Patterson. Motion made by Ms. Denny's. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. And I think we could also wipe out 13 if we wanted to.
13 is just a clarification that Clay's going to take 5 seconds to
Take 5 seconds. I can speed that up. Everyone
speed up 5 seconds?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Clay, you're on. You're done.
I was just going to meeting adjourn. That was going to be less than 5 seconds. A recess.
Go ahead, Clay.
On page 13-4, there's 4 options y'all have. One is we have currently a definition for pharmacy, and it's allowed in the zoning districts that are shown. We have maps that have shown where they're at. We can keep that and run it as medical marijuana treatment centers, equivalent of pharmacy. The other is to come up with a definition of medical marijuana treatment facility and treat it just like we would anyway. You can increase the separation greater than 500 feet for the medical marijuana treatment centers if you want to, or you can just outright ban medical marijuana treatment centers.
So we're putting something on item 13 which says you don't have to do anything.
If we do nothing.
If you do nothing, you just move ahead and you're already, your regulations allow for it.
Mr. Patterson.
I make a motion to do nothing.
Motion made and seconded.
You know,
to do
and my
nothing.
rationale is, and really I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were talking about a family member that would practically, you know, if something was to happen, they would really go out of their way to provide the care, and if that was the last resort, and I think anything that would stop this happening. I voted twice against the medical marijuana deal, but in thinking about it, I think now it's time to move forward, and if we do nothing, I think it takes care of the whole issue.
73% of Volusians voted for it. I think the state has done a...
And we could legislate ourselves into a mess by trying to,
So we'll recommend you do nothing.
Okay. Motion is made to do nothing, seconded. Anyone object to the motion to do nothing on this because we already taken care of? No objection. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
I hope
We're
we
gonna
don't get
recess.
labeled as a do-nothing council.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
What I would suggest is you take 1 hour exactly, so we'd be back at 2:45. I've told people that it'll take about that long time. The lunch is prepared, it's ready, it's in the back room.
We'll be back at 2:45. Meeting's adjourned. Recessed. You ready? I think we're all ready to to move to item 13. We'll reconvene the county council meeting at 2:55. And Mr. Deneen?
Yes, I'll do a quick introduction, and that is, as I've been requested to put together an overview of the process and some of the options that were looked at in terms of the whole idea of a new, it's really a new court system. I'm going to let the consultant we have walk through. I'm going to make a couple of comments. There are some issues related to this that transcend the people I have today on council. And as we've talked about, all this stuff is linear. And what other councils do keeps going on. And this original issue, I know the can has been kicked down the road a long time. And in fact, it was actually 3 councils ago when this whole thing started. With that, if we can have the consultant step forward and start to walk through what they did, and I'm going to definitely comment on what is now probably their 3rd or 4th page.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jim Bate. With us today is Chris Getz and Marina Prater. We're with the Dewberry Architects Engineers out of Orlando, and we're here to present sort of the process of the court study that we started back in December of just this past year, 2016. The agenda is to go over the scope of what we were asked to take on, which included building assessment and looking at opportunities to...
Could you move that microphone up?
To make the court system more efficient operationally and cost effective, and that really looked at opportunities for consolidation of a number of different facilities. And then from that we come up with a number of options, and at this point there is a preferred option, although no final decisions have been made, and the report itself is a draft. I think that's been submitted and it is still in draft form. So with that, I'm going to let Chris kind of take us through the PowerPoint presentation we have today.
Yep. So last month I was here at the council meeting where Mr. Deneen presented our what was called the preferred option at that time. So I think what we're doing here today is to show you what's the process we've done over the last 8 months, maybe a little bit before that for Mr. Deneen, and where we are today and how we got there. So we'll go through a little scope of work, the building assessments we did of the existing facilities, what we did for programming and planning, and then some early options that we explored. So this is the kind of a collection of the scope of work which provided our goals for this study. So really is a review of the countywide criminal justice system. Everything has to do with courts related, not just courtrooms, not just courtroom buildings, but also the clerk of court, state's attorney, public defender, the law library, the sheriff facilities that are associated with the courts, and guardian ad litem. So really it's looking at the whole system across the county. And in order to do that, we had to actually look pretty in depth at the buildings you have currently, the way the courts operate, and then identify the existing areas, which courtrooms and facilities are adequate and maybe which ones aren't. And then identify what the future needs are up to 2030, approximately 20 years from when we started. So I think you saw this last time. There's 12 buildings and 9 locations that make up the court system. Of course, in DeLand here, we have the one main courthouse and then the historic courthouse. In Daytona, there's actually 6 facilities, and then one in New Smyrna, and then a courtroom out at the jail. So it's pretty clear from the onset that it's not just about, okay, are you maintaining a lot of buildings? What are the operations, splitting those? But also the public service. You know, how does the public know which courtroom to go to, which building to go to, when there's six buildings that have courts facilities in them in the county? So that was kind of our main jumping off point for, well, excuse me, I guess I'll let Mr. Dean talk about kind of the process before we got into our 8th month study. There's really some background information that I think you wanted to share.
Well, part of this kind of process, you know, it's one thing, especially if you're in my profession, you've been there a long time. Sort of the beauty of the profession is also the curse. And that is, because these things are linear and council members change, well, and if the manager doesn't, you end up carrying through because you can only do these things over a long period of time. And so what you see here, I just to remind everyone, is that we've had this issue. I've talked, actually, the person that's been on the longest is Joyce, and she and I talked about this, about kicking the can. And if you look, 3 councils ago in 2008, we really knew we started having problems. And you look at the things that we did, moving the state attorney, moving the public defender. These were all stopgap measures. And you can see that where we added, different judges' chambers, we try to do as many repairs as we could. And part of the issue was you were in the worst recession there was, and it was just hanging on and still trying to deal as best we could. We worked with the sheriff on safety. We worked with the judicial system on as much as we could to find ways of fixing it. But what became really obvious was that we all started to really understand better and appreciate not only the challenges but the safety issues. And the other thing that's come out of here, and I think this somehow got lost in this discussion, was that for years we're not only dealing with the inefficiencies of the system, and they're very inefficient being separate the way they are, the issues of safety and security, which I think especially being separate like that and together with designs that were never intended to deal with it, together with, I'll put this nicely, a change in the type of cases that maybe the judges are handling, and a change in our society, which can lead to, I think we tend to be a little more violent prone. That we start to realize those needs. But here's the other thing. You'll see by the study, just to get to 2020, 2030, or 2035, that we feel you need about a 50% increase in the actual facility capacities. That's how much the judicial system's being taxed. They need more space. So you had to add all those things together, and in the end, it became pretty obvious that, and of all councils I've had, I think this council is the best about Jim. You got to look at systems, not just individual pieces of the puzzle. There's no way to fix this on an incremental basis and actually solve the issue. And here is my greatest fear. My greatest fear is now that we are trying to get ourselves in shape, and you'll see about our budget thing later, that we're trying to address the capital that we need to, once and for all, we have to face the reality that this system isn't working from a capacity standpoint and more importantly from a safety standpoint. And you're never going to get anywhere unless you aggressively decide we're going to fix it. So the reason for the presentation, the first meeting, was I've been doing this long enough to know that if you get too much into the weeds when you start off, that's all we will talk about is the weeds. What I wanted to do, because it was a big enough concept, was to make sure that the council understood what the preferred option was and what the bigger challenge was and how we would address it. And there might be a possibility, based on how we handle our finances, to actually pay for it. This is not like something else that I've given the council. If we don't have any thought that we can pay for this, there's no way to do this sort of incrementally. You're going to have a big price tag. If we have no way of if I can't show you on the books that there's a way to get there practically, then this is a waste. It's an exercise in futility. I believe that given how you want to handle your money, unless things fall apart, what I didn't figure in was what will happen if they vote the extra homestead in, because I think that's premature to put that in. We try to show you a plan that says if we do everything, here's how big this could be. Now you make the choice about what you want to spend, but I'm giving you an opportunity that if we get there, it is possible to afford it. What it also means is that once we've figured out the basic capital that we have to do, that we have to look at what is our priority. This is such a big chunk of money that if you almost have to say this is something we'll consider, because once you put that in place, that'll dictate what's left. So that was why we wanted to show you the big picture. I'm afraid that if we didn't do that, I'd do it all over again. If we didn't do it that way, all this would be about is everybody second guessing the weeds. So now that we're at that point to where you saw, it's like get to the conclusion, Jim. We got to the conclusion. Now I think there's a realistic need to show how we walk through the steps. I just want you to know that this has been a long issue. And I keep saying I really appreciate the judiciary has been extremely patient, and I think they believe that we would always try to fix it as first chance we got. And I don't think, and I think they know now that's not a hollow promise. But I will tell you that I honestly believe that it is inevitable that someone will get hurt very seriously or killed if we don't deal with this. And I also have another concern. The other thing for looking at the preferred option, and I don't know if I was clear enough about this, we will find enough operational efficiencies to help pay for these changes in capacity, still save money, and I have not calculated this, but my gut instinct after all these years is I think I will save enough money to help offset the debt. Because this is so much more efficient putting everything together. Here's the other thing, and this is the thing I definitely want to deal with. There are issues in the building, and we can make it a model for safety in the building. But we have to take serious, and I think when you saw how many deputies, I think it was a surprise. If you look, remember we talked about the rental? There are so many deputies in these buildings now because they have to protect people, that when you put them together, that'll be dramatically reduced. Now, even if you want additional for some of the new things, it'll provide us a window to keep some of them. You have to start looking at ongoing security outside the building, and we've got to start protecting people between the building and transportation. And I'm not talking just about the jurors and all that. I'm also talking about the judges and all the people that work there. And if you don't think that they think that it's unsafe at time, you need to talk to some of those people. And it's not just Volusia County. This is true everywhere. And I think we would not be responsible if we were not saying this exists and that we're going to try and find a solution. So that's really it in a nutshell. If you look down this list, you'll see that this has been going on for a long time. And the nice thing about being at this point is maybe for the first time we can actually start thinking about how we would address it. Gentlemen?
May I say very quickly, I think it's also important to address that the council awarded you this in October of last year. So you were assigned this task in October of last year. So all of these meetings, and I don't want to say meetings, but information gathering sessions and things that you have had prior or since then have been in response to the task that the council set for you in October.
Correct.
So there has not been any conspiracy by anyone to...
Nothing's further from it. And the other thing is what they did is what you do in any normal government or business is that the stakeholders were the ones that were interviewed. They did the due diligence. This is not something you do. This isn't something that you do by some kind of citizen group. You have to get the stakeholders and the people that use the system to put together what their issues are. They're supposed to responsibly, the consultant professionally put a design together, and then once the council says and look at is it even possible to afford it, then once you do that, you're still going to have a long way to go. We're not asking you to approve anything today to vote on. This is to say, are we going down the right path, and what steps do we need to take? And at different parts, then you can bring more people in. But this part is pretty straightforward science on what are the needs and how would you handle them.
Correct.
Okay, take it away.
Sure.
Thank you.
So we'll kind of take you through this process, and you're going to see these meeting dates as we go through. We're going to go through them linearly. I won't talk to this slide too much, but the point is that we had that data gathering phase, we collected information, and then we had a subsequent 3 workshops with the user groups, with the stakeholders, with the county, and to bring consensus between each of those meetings, have discussions. It wasn't about us just bringing only our opinions, but it was about the group figuring out what the needs are for this project. So you'll see kind of these agenda slides, which are actually the agendas from these workshops, from these meetings. The kickoff meeting essentially is kind of what we showed you. It's the team. It's, what's the scope of work? We're going to be coming to your buildings. We're going to be asking you questions. Pretty straightforward. It's really the workshops that followed that really generated the information. So before workshop 1, we did those things. We visited all 12 buildings. We documented and assessed them. We evaluated each building, both their physical condition and their operational conditions on a 80-plus point scale. We graded each of those, and that resulted in in the building evaluations you see in the report, and we'll show some of them here. So the first step was figure, okay, where are all of the departments in each of these buildings? So you can see the chart makes it look scattered, but of course, any building that has courtrooms also has probably jury assembly, it has judges, it has clerk, has court administration to some degree, potentially state attorney and public defender. So you can see that the more of these buildings you have, the more split up all those other departments become as well. The actual physical assessment of the buildings, it's pretty clear there were 3 buildings that had pretty significant deficiencies. Of course, there's no surprise, City Island being one of the older buildings, and also one of the ones that's had the most sort of program jammed into it, so to speak. It's really not a modern courts in its planning. It doesn't have secure, separate segregation of circulation for judges, staff, or in custody. You can see here in the photos, this is basically they walk in the prisoners from the outside through a side door, and then they proceed to walk them down the public circulation.
If you go back in time, when this first started, actually, if you talked to the council then, and even to the judges, we were looking at, this was really one of the buildings we thought, can we salvage?
Yeah.
Can we add money to it? Can we fix it? Can we do? I mean, there was a real thought to doing that, and it's through this study that we finally realized it just doesn't work in any capacity. But that was not the assumption when we went in back in probably when we start thinking 09, 10, when we start thinking of the things that we might have to replace.
Yeah, when we get to the options, we'll explain a little further of why we came to that conclusion. So no surprise, in City Island that the court's functionality is really one of the lowest scores across all the facilities. And also the building itself, even though the Volusia County has maintained their buildings fairly well, kept them up when there's issues, really the building, because it's right there on the coast, it's older, it's having issues with spalling precast, it's in need of an exterior repair completely to begin with. So there's some sort of, it's already having difficulties as it is. Also in Daytona Beach is the Daytona Beach Administration Building. It does have one courtroom in it that's used for traffic court. Not every day. It's only a part-time courtroom. There's no judge that resides in that building. But there is the guardian ad litem and the state's attorney that occupy that building. The rest of the building is actually government services like tag and title, things like that. It really is, this building is kind of a rabbit warren of spaces. And you'll see that in our options, it's really advantageous to get rid of this building and really have it be part of that preferred option site. Utilize that site differently. The third is the new Smyrna Courthouse. Although it is actually a nice piece of mid-century modern architecture, it has its faults as a courthouse, especially for courts itself. Currently, it only holds civil and traffic courts, not criminal. Due to the fact that there's no secure in-custody delivery to that courtroom. It's really antiquated in its entry, security, public waiting, public conference rooms, all the support that goes with having a courtroom in a building. Also, even entry to the building, there's no ramp, ADA access up to the front entry. So after looking at all these buildings, really the starting point before we started a program was, okay, we need to evaluate how many courtrooms are across the county, where are they located, which ones are sufficient for the types of courts they hold, whether it be criminal, civil, juvenile, or traffic, and which ones are undersized, which ones don't have in-custody delivery that are criminal, or that need in-custody delivery. And really we found that 15 of the 42 courtroom or litigation spaces were deficient, pretty significantly. Most of that is size and due to no in-custody delivery and no support spaces that supported them. And of course, in many cases, no secure access for the judges to get to their chambers without having to walk through public circulation. So this brings us back to the goals. It's pretty obvious that Daytona, that the east side of the county needed some sort of consolidation, both for efficiency and because the buildings were mostly unusable to add on to. So the biggest factor is, of course, security that we've been talking about. We really need a modern courthouse that has secure separation of public, staff, and in custody. That's whether it's a new building or a reused building. If you keep courts in an existing building, it really needs to be upgraded to that standard. What are the advantages of courts consolidation? All agencies can be in one building. You don't have that duplication of staff, duplication of potentially sheriffs or court staff. It allows them to be better utilized. The potential also of including the government services that are in the Daytona administration building also is a bonus, that it's not just maybe about the courts, but it's also about increasing the efficiency of other county functions. And then, of course, in the end, it's all about the increase of level of service to the public. Having one place to go to, at least in Daytona, on the east side of the county, and being able to redevelop that area. So this brings us to workshop 2, which was really after understanding, okay, what are our parameters? Let's finalize the program, space program that we did, which you can see in the report, pretty detailed space-by-space program, which goes into a summary, which will show the summary. We won't bore you with the details unless you have questions. But then once that program's developed, what's the increase of area? What is the footprint of that new building, and what are the options of adding on to buildings, building new, renovating? So we'll kind of take you through that. That's workshop 2, where we showed everybody the 6 options. So here's the space program. This is what Mr. Deneen referred to as a 45% increase in departmental area. This is actually east side of the county only. This does not include the land. So as you can see, a 45% increase over 20 years. How is it increasing that much? Well, it's actually 3 big factors. One is currently you're jammed in the facilities, so they're undersized to begin with. That's a third of it. The other third is the circulation systems are not modern in your current facilities. So you really just need more area in general in order to create those separate circulation systems, the support, the conference rooms, things that really are needed. And then the third is looking at 20-year projection of space. This building should last for a long time. Yes, at some point it will need to be added onto, or something else will need to be done, but our goal was to look at what's the 2035 number of what are the needs to that date. So that's the base point of the footprint of the building. So we looked at these 6 options, and I'll go through each one, but generally there's kind of 3 modes of things that we thought about in Daytona. One is an addition to Foxman, reusing the S. James Foxman Courthouse. A second is an addition or major renovation to the City Island Courthouse. And the third is, what if we do an all new courts building in Daytona? And that would get rid of all assets. And that was really kind of a check to see, okay, what's the actual cost of this as a new facility? It was sort of a back check of the other options. So option 1, which it actually ends up being the preferred option, but this one is an addition to Foxman. So everything that's in Daytona, including all of the outlying buildings and the new Smyrna Beach Courthouse, would all go into this new courts facility. It actually reuses Foxman as the Foxman Courthouse, not as criminal as it is today, but as a family courts. It actually worked out very well with the program to make this a family courts function that includes all of the departments and agencies that go with family courts. It's almost like a family court system within the building. And the rest would be the addition. Of course, the pros to this is that it really reuses your best asset the Foxman Courthouse. That is really its strongest point. The second was looking at, okay, what if we still want to keep City Island as an asset for the county? At this time, we didn't know if we were able to sell the City Island land or not. So in this case, we actually assumed that potentially we'd have to keep that property if nothing else could be done. So we said this really the best use case for it and would work best for phasing of the building of construction would be to use it as an office space exclusively. So no courtrooms in this facility. So the new courts building, again adjacent to Foxman, would have all of the courtrooms, but that there would be some office in City Island. Specifically in this option, it was public defender and guardian ad litem and state attorney homicide. This, while the buildings are, 6 or 7 blocks from each other, it's really still somewhat of a split system. The people that would be in City Island still go to the courthouse daily. So it's still somewhat of a inefficient operation. Third option is even further of saying, okay, well, maybe we still use City Island as courts facility. I think it became pretty clear that this is going to be kind of a nightmare when it comes to phasing of renovating the City Island courthouse. It's going to need an addition for circulation for in custody. It would actually be a pretty complicated process. The fourth is different. This is looking at City Island as actually the main courthouse that you utilize and build a new criminal and family courts addition to City Island, and then just maintain Foxman as the criminal courts. Again, we actually looked into this one a little further after this initial step, and really to put that much building and parking on that site at City Island is really not ideal. It actually does not allow you to segregate the parking still, and really there was really be no expansion potential beyond this construction. Option 5 was looking at a new courts facility out at the jail. And the idea of this is that we actually create a new criminal courts out there. This brings criminal courts from DeLand and from Daytona, brings them into a new courthouse, and would also leave Foxman as just a family and civil in Daytona. And then, of course, the courthouse in DeLand here would be family and civil as well. The issue we found is that really you need to bring all of the state attorney and public defender components with that building, because that's where those people go to work at the court's facility. So this actually is the largest option of them all, because you're actually pulling program out of the DeLand courthouse and really leaving a vacancy there. Plus, it was really inconvenient it's inconvenient for anybody in the county, any of the public in the county, to have to go all the way out there to that jail site. Public transportation, everybody's driving to it. Option 6 is the all-new courts facility somewhere in Daytona. Because you'd have to maintain your existing facilities, really you'd have to buy a whole new site to do this, about 10 acres of land. That's a questionable cost, and also questionable on the timeline of, is that even possible to actually acquire that much land in one place and do that in a timely manner? So those are the major cons, although it would be an all-new facility. You don't have to worry about retrofitting or renovation, and it can all be done in one phase. So that brought us down to the selection of 3, which was the goal of that workshop. So we selected option 1, which was to add on to Foxman and reuse Foxman. 2 was to also reuse City Island just as office. And then 6 was the all-new courts. Once we got into the details here, we did have some intermediate meetings outside the workshop with the county, just to be sure we are on track with cost and scope. And so we brought forth the three options in a little bit more detail, these three that were selected, to make sure that they made sense, to see if there was one that really was really the best value to begin in the end. So option one, this is the addition to Foxman, you'll see is a 5-story courts and then a 4-story office building. And the reason why we split these two structures up is actually to help reduce the cost. The courts facility, because the courtrooms are large, similar to this room, you need to have higher floor-to-floors. So really those office components don't need to be as tall. And to put them on the top of the building would just generate more elevators, more need for people to move up in the building, which was really unnecessary because we had enough site to work with. So as you can see, it's one secure entry. That was really the goal of this once we got to this point of the project. There was the ability of connecting this whole facility in Daytona as one building.
But if you look on that one, you'll see you do nothing for the administration building and all the administrative functions.
Correct.
In a very antiquated, obsolete building.
Yes, what we ended up finding on this one is really the wayfinding to the building is a little bit weird. It's the Foxman Courthouse is kind of an awkwardly placed building as it's so far into the lot. And this really probably makes that worse because you're sort of surrounding the site from the street, from Rockwood. And also for Beach, you really can't see it because the administration building is still there. Option two, it's a very similar, but this is of course using the City Island as office building. So you see now, if you can read that, the green office building, which was 4 stories in option one, is now 2 stories in this option. Planning wise of the site, it's basically the same, although there's a little less parking required, which got rid of the need for the garage because you have less office space. And at City Island for this option, you have the office, which would be a complete renovation of those spaces. Option 6 is an all-new site. Again, about 10 acres if you really make it compact with a garage. Of course, the vertical nature of the building and the garage makes this obviously the most expensive option. So here's the total of those, and one point I wanted to make is that at this point we are looking at 2017 construction dollars. So don't compare these numbers directly to the final preferred option cost because those are actually in 2020 numbers, the final option. So these are a little bit lower, but it's not that these are cheaper than the current one. But relative in these 3 options, of course, option 1 really seemed to be a really good value for what you got. Option 2, reusing City Island, maybe a little less expensive initially, but you're still going to be renovating that courthouse, in the future, fixing it up. Actually, this price did not include fixing the exterior envelope of the building, which is currently in need of repair. So really, in the end, option 1 became the clear option of really, if it can be afforded, it really is the best option for the courts. So we started looking into the detail of that option more specifically. How can we incorporate state-of-the-art security? What are the real operational efficiencies of the buildings? How they're deployed? Is there potential sale or purchase of property? What's the cost of that and benefit? And being sure that we were providing inmate delivery to all courtrooms in an effective way. The difference between surface parking and garage parking, which really had to do with, again, the purchase or sale of property, potential purchase or sale of property. And then, of course, building and the additional costs beyond just construction. So again, that option 1 really became the clear operational model. But we still wanted to bring 3 options to the user group and explore the different avenues for that option. So this is workshop 3, where we brought in the 3 preferred options, option 1A, 1B, and 1C. So you can see this is similar to the original 1A, but actually what we found is the original Foxman Courthouse was designed to be expanded to the east. Now, since the building had been built, Palmetto Avenue was extended north along that edge, which split the site that the county owns. In this case, really we're looking to take that road back out because it actually makes the most sense for segregating the site. So in this case, the west side of the site on the left is staff, and then the public side of the building is to the east on Beach Street. The one problem we had with the building being this compact was what you can see in the red right now. The red area is the existing Sally Port, and then the new Sally Port that would be part of the new courts. And the problem is that you have to get those in custody all the way across your courts, the back of the courts, to each courtroom. That's the red dashed line you see there. And as you can see, if we connect all three parts of the building, it's actually overlapping with the public circulation, which means we had to do either a basement connection, which is kind of time consuming for the sheriffs to escort people down there and around, or do a mezzanine, which is really the similar problem. It'll add cost and just really add operational costs and complexity.
Also, what became obvious for that option, as you notice, is that there is no rational sense for leaving Beach Street the way it is. Mm-hmm. And so this option incorporated the administrative functions on Beach Street, got rid of that building. You get to use it as parking, but you now made it convenient for people to use it. And here's the other thing, it increases and enhances security. As you know, if you remember, even back when we had the issue with the homeless people, there were issues about security in that building to begin with. This resolves all those. You have to do something with that building today, that day. That building is really obsolete. It was never built for this intended purpose. So this assumed that we would use that parking, and we would now incorporate that into the office building over there. Also, while they showed property here for parking, we don't own that property, as you'll see, the stuff in tan. And so we also had to look at options that don't require us to own that property to make it work.
Right, correct. So the second option, same program, same deployment to the east side of the existing Foxman Courthouse. But what we're trying to do is actually put the new courts in blue north of the public circulation, which actually did two things for us. One, it helped with that issue of getting in custody into the back of the court.
That's a big issue. This changes it dramatically.
Yes. It actually does three things. So that was the first one. The second is it actually puts the yellow public circulation you see on the plan is sort of the main entry point, the main secure entry point. And what it does is it actually puts you right in the middle of the three components of the building, whether you're going to see an attorney at the office, whether you're going to the courts facility for a court case, or you're going to the family courts in the back. It's actually a very simple way finding. It's all easily accessible from that main entry. The third thing that it does is it gives that public face to Beach Street. Mm-hmm. And really connects it across in front of the bus station there. One thing we realized in option 1B is that, in order to get, even if you purchase the land, the parking required for this site is over 1,000 cars. So it really, you have to push all the parking all the way out even to the edge of Beach Street there. It's basically a Walmart parking lot here where it's just a lot of cars. So we looked at a third option of potentially adding a staff garage, which really we needed more staff parking on the west side of the site. This allows you to have a little bit more green space and some ponds on the front east side on Beach Street. But it also the parking garage allows you to block that existing entry of Foxman. So really, you don't even think that this is an entry anymore on the west side of Foxman.
And it really allows us to make sure, because this is a big issue, because there are differences in some of the security issues, especially on when people leave work or whatever. Now you're going to have all the people that work there and all the judges, and we'll figure out how we would do it in terms of who would park where, but they would all be together, and we can match our security details not only every day, but different times, for example, based on what the judges' schedules are. We can match that to security outside the building. Like I said, this plan envisions outside security on a regular basis.
So it's pretty clear that option 1C is really the best planning and the best sort of segregation and design of the site. But we knew that there's probably an issue of potentially buying the properties, so we had to make sure it still worked even without those properties. So that brought us to what you saw last time, which was the preferred option, we called it. Now we're calling it option 1D, just for clarity. This leaves the existing building there on the north corner of Beach Street and Bethune Boulevard. Also potentially leaves the insurance building there at the south side of 3rd Street. So as you can see, it still works. The trade-off is that you actually need a public parking garage, which potentially is just south of 3rd Street there along Palmetto. It still actually works pretty well with the sort of east alignment with the public side of the courts building, so still easy to use and still a viable option.
One of the things also, because I got to ask this question, and it's actually a very good question, because obviously from my planning background, there's this whole idea of human scale, and you try to get buildings somewhat next to the street, you put parking in the back. In this case, the parking goes to the front, but there's a reason. The location of Foxman drives it. Okay, so what you do is instead of fighting where Foxman is and being, you actually say, okay, let's take advantage of where it is, and so you want the front of the building to say something. Also, it gives you an opportunity then not only to have a presence, people are easy to understand, easy to access, and in that area of town, there is a potential in the city down there is that a lot of times we don't use a lot of those facilities maybe on the weekend. So that would lend itself without interfering or in any way compromising security around the courts. You probably could have an opportunity where if they have festivals or whatever, you could probably use that parking to enhance those kind of things. And you could still, because you still have to worry about the court facility being secure. The other thing is, I may have said this earlier, I'm going to repeat it because it's important. This also creates an opportunity for me at no extra cost to speak of to provide ongoing outside security to Votran. We have a lot of people that go through that. That is a big facility. Now, here's the beauty of this. We will coordinate the walkways from Votran so that they're conducive to get you into the court building, because there are people that use the public transit system to use the court facilities, in a lot of cases that work there. So this way they could conveniently, we'll make sure they can conveniently get into the court system. We will cordon it off where we need to, because obviously we don't want people just walking willy-nilly through the site. We can do that through plantings, through water features, and through fencing. We can also make sure that people have adequate access. But I really want to make sure that we have, in essence, extra security at no extra cost through Votran for the Votran riders, and also to make sure that things flow conveniently between Votran and the court system.
So these are the images you saw last month on the final preferred option. This is, of course, an aerial view from Beach Street, from the Intercoastal there. This is also kind of a similar view on axes there with the front entry. And then a street view from that same angle. So this is a revised cost estimate, which you'll partially see in the report, where we took the new construction cost estimate with this detailed plan, and then built in, of course, additional soft costs, owner contingency, and escalation to 2020 of potentially 2020 construction start. So roughly this option is about $122 million plus or minus, depends, of course, completely on the land and the garages.
Well, one of the other things that we didn't do, because I don't like people, get frustrated with speculation. I don't show any revenue from those properties, because I really do think that the decision of what we do with those properties will be for the council to decide. Obviously, we can sell the properties for economic development, which is what I thought we might want to do. But as for how much that would bring in at this point, I think I'm not going to touch that for now. Let's just leave that blank and focus on what we think the cost is going to be. As I said, this is, to make sure we got focused on where we were, because I think I have all the background I need to show how we got there. I would do it the same way again, is to show everybody kind of where we were and why we got there. but this gives you an idea. Also, obviously, the Chief Judge and a number of other people are here to address any, I know they want to make a statement, they can address any concerns.
Thank you. I think it's very detailed, and I think this should answer any questions that the public has in mind, that this was just some kind of willy-nilly, off-the-cuff project that was just thrown out of thin air. I never had any doubt whatsoever that all of the work had gone into it, and the fact that it has been ongoing for, I'm sure, since the 90s, early 90s maybe even, and I think we even realized it more the further we go down, and we're not the same county that we were with dealing with the same issues and situations, and that we are a certain amount, so many efficiencies that can be gained from this and the operation. And you pointed out several of them. The judges were kind enough to point out, Judge Zambrano, I think you pointed out several examples about being able to utilize the services of a judge in New Smyrna Beach who possibly finishes early and then can't serve any more time, but where if he or she were in a different location, you could use better utilization of your courtrooms, your judges, and all of that, which serves the public much better way. So I think, Jim, maybe I spent more time digesting some of this, assuming that you're not going to have some level of work that's less than this that you're going to present us.
I'm never going to put something up to this size and magnitude without having done all the due diligence. Here's the other thing you have to remember. I've done this enough that if you put too many details out in the front, we will never get to what the vision is. And what I was trying to get across that day was you weren't asked to vote for anything. You're not committed to anything. But if you say we want to explore this now, then, for example, if we explore this now, I do want to give the judge a chance to speak.
Sure.
If we explore this now, if that's what you tell me to do, then we'll look at things like maybe some of the clerk's function should stay in New Smyrna Beach if the court function doesn't. Well, I get to do that if you say explore it. I've told you before that you got to do a lot of planning, and I don't see a way to pay for this until at least a couple of years out.
Well, let's do this since the judges are here. Judge Zambrano, you're the chief judge. Formerly Judge Perkins was, and I'd love to hear any comments whether you think there should be changes, anything you think that needs to be adjusted from your viewpoint of the operation of the court system, judicial system.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. Before I even get into that, I want to just introduce myself and tell you a little bit about me. I think that may validate some of the things that I'm going to tell you. Number one is I'm a product of local colleges. I have a bachelor's in aeronautical science, a master's in aeronautical science, a master's in business administration, all from Embry-Riddle, and a Juris Doctorate degree from Stetson University College of Law. I became an attorney and started practicing here in 1990, and I've been here in the state system for 28 years. This marks my 28th year. My office has been in a courtroom or court building for that entire time, with the exception when we were in private property downtown here in DeLand before the DeLand courthouse was built. I have tried cases in just about every facility in the circuit, not just Volusia County, but in other counties as well, including courtrooms that don't exist, such as the courtrooms that were attached to the old historic courthouse and the little courtroom that existed on the third floor at that place. I have been through this process twice. I was through this process when the DeLand courthouse was built, and then I went through it again when I became a judge and Flagler County decided to build a courthouse. And before I go any further, I want to tell you that we work with a very dedicated group of judges, who are professional, diligent, responsible. And one of the things that I wanted to convey to you is this: if you decide to stack 12 pods out in the middle of the swamp and call it a courthouse, we will be there. We will hold court there. You know, none of us are afraid of going any place. And we travel many different places. We go to the hospitals to do first appearances, to do Baker Acts. We go to the Marchman Act, drug rehab facilities to do Marchman Act. So we travel the county and sometimes even the circuit to hold court. So I wanted to let you know that your decision, whatever it may be, will be respected by us. Mr. Deneen is correct. We're a patient lot, and we've been waiting this long, and we'll continue to wait until you make your decision. We want you to make a fully informed decision on this matter. The study that was prepared was very, very well done. I mean, I think you commented on it. I am not going to repeat any of the things these folks have said. And it points out to you what is the most logical and reasonable option that's available to you in making this decision. And I hope that you listen to the professionals, because you invested a lot of money, not you, but the previous council, into this particular study. And it's very comprehensive in the manner that it went, and very methodical in the manner in which it was done, in order to identify for you what is the best option. But even that aside, I will tell you this, that when this courthouse was built here in DeLand, some of the same options that popped up here, popped up there. And Chairman Kelly, you indicated that maybe this decision dates back even farther to the 90s. I agree with you. And how do I think that? Is because when Foxman was built in 1990, I had been just hired then. Someone made the decision that we need to have our courthouses in the cities, not by the jail. Someone made that decision. And that decision followed when this courthouse was built, that the courthouse needs to be in the town, not by the jail. So a pattern has developed. Some counties choose to have their courthouses by the jail, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some counties choose to have them in their cities. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, the courthouse makes a statement. It does make a statement. I like saying this phrase. I am an immigrant by birth, but an American by choice. But most of my family still dwells outside the United States. During the 2000 election, I remember being in Panama with my father. When on the TV was a Volusia County Courthouse. It was the election. And that just to me said, wow, what an impressive building. You know, people in other countries can see, you know, the identity of this community. A courthouse does that for you. A courthouse is a place that needs to be respected, needs to be clean, needs to be safe. You know, in preparing for my comments today, I was speaking with our administrative judge in county court, Chris Kelly. He says, you know, we don't worry about our safety. We really don't. Our bailiffs always tell you, hey, if trouble breaks, you run out of the courtroom. And I said, no, I want to be here and help. We worry about the people that come through those doors. The patrons, the clerks, magistrates, you know, the children that have to, guardian ad litems. That's who we worry about. In the study, on section 2, page 2, there's one little phrase I'd like to read with you. It says, during the course of his study, it became evident that City Island Courthouse Annex no longer functions as a safe environment for staff or the public. Right. There's so much program packed into a small footprint. Decide that there is no viable way to renovate, expand, or reuse the building at this location. We wholeheartedly agree. We're here to convey that to you. A decision must be made, whatever it may be. Because if you continue to operate under this scenario, everything works down to the rule of one. All it takes is one bad event to cause us to close the gate. I love wrestling cattle, but I know if I leave that gate open and one of them gets out, you may lose the whole herd. So you have to make the decision, however tough it may be, to do something about this particular project. There will be criticism. You're facing it, I'm facing it. But the bottom line is that, you know, as the leaders of our community, and it is our responsibility that our citizens are safe in these facilities. So we have to take the plunge. We have to leap off the edge and take whatever consequences come with that, whatever it may be. The cost of waiting too long, I've experienced. When the courthouse in DeLand was built, we were at the old court jail building. I don't know if any of you ever visited that place. But for the last year, the mold there was intolerable. Over the weekend, it would grow on the tables, on the phones, and various other places. But like you said, we're patient. We live with the mold until the new courthouse gets built. When I went to Flagler County, the same thing happened. The last year in Flagler County that I was a judge there, the air conditioning went out. No one wanted to invest money in an old building, so we lived without air conditioning or the patchwork of tubes that existed to get some cool air into this courthouse, which would cause women not even to be able to see judges because they would have to be able to hop over tubes that were at least 2 feet tall. So that's the cost of waiting. And you're having the same experience with the annex. You replace elevators. You're going to probably have to look at air conditioners and a number of things that come along with an aging girl. The courthouse is getting old. And it's not the years, it's the mileage. We have a lot of services, a lot of people coming in and out of this place. So it's beginning to show its age and it's beginning to suffer. With respect to New Smyrna Beach, I think you mentioned there's been some concerns that we've had in the judiciary for many years. There's a declining filings that relate to New Smyrna Beach Courthouse. Right now, the latest numbers that we looked up, I hate to throw numbers at you because they're meaningless to you, but they're not in this particular report. 29% of the cases filed in New Smyrna Beach have a connection to New Smyrna Beach. That means the rest of them have no connection to that area. 27% of the cases filed in New Smyrna Beach come from Deltona. So we're about to impact more Deltona people than we're impacting New Smyrna Beach, then we're conveniencing New Smyrna Beach. We're almost at that point. We in the judiciary have artificially inflated the numbers in New Smyrna Beach to keep our staff busy and our judges busy. But it's becoming an issue. You know, they did an analysis. How many actual cases out of the current pending open cases have a New Smyrna Beach connection? Out of over 2,400 cases, 160 have a connection to actual residents of New Smyrna Beach. I can give you a list of all the cases that they've had for the last 2 years. You'd be shocked at how many Tallahassee defendants you see on that list. We've had to adjust how the cases are apportioned to prevent an imbalance in that courthouse. So there are a number of issues that we in the judiciary are responsible for and have to make some tough decisions about. And we're going to make those decisions. I'm going to tell you that up front. You know, New Smyrna Beach has the lightest workload right now. And there have been some proposals publicly that I'd like to comment on, just very briefly. One proposal was transferring of inmates from the annex to the Justice Center, Foxman as you call it. That it is a very impractical and nearly impossible task. Just to give you some numbers, the holding facilities on a normal day at Foxman hold 100 inmates, according to the sheriff. This is in a normal day. We have roughly 600 inmates per month going to Foxman. We have over 400 inmates per month going to the Justice Center. We have 2 tiny little courtrooms with 1 pew inside of those. And wherever the judge goes, a gaggle of people follow. You have to have the lawyers, you have to have the clerk, you have to have the bailiffs, you have to have the litigants come with you. So it's not just taking one individual inmate and putting him someplace else and thinking that will take care of the problem. You know, it's a whole staff. You know, it takes a lot to turn the ship around. We have a policy internally in our courthouse. Cases don't leave courthouses, judges do. So whenever a case happens someplace, the judge has to go to the case because it's too difficult to take the litigants out of wherever they are and transfer them someplace else. It confuses people, causes them to go to different facilities, different courtrooms, and it's only delays. In some, I don't want to take any more of your time. In some, you have been presented probably with the best option there is. I certainly hope that you'll consider make this a public process. Allow others to weigh in. I mean, that's what this is about. That's what government is about. But at the end of the day, make a decision and then live comfortably with it. We'll support you, whatever that is, whatever it may be. But I want to say thank you so much for giving me the time to be here. If you have any questions, I'll be gladly to offer my colleagues to answer any questions.
Ms. Cusack.
Mr. Chair, I didn't have a question, just only a comment. I wanted to
Okay.
make. When appropriate, I would do that.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler? Okay. No questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a question? Well, they all have comments. Okay, yours just popped up.
You have a question or a comment?
Mr. Chair, if you're just going to comment, then I'll wrap up by
Okay.
if you'd like.
Unless
me to.
any of your,
Terry, you want to say, Chris? All right, I think they're okay.
Mr. Purdy.
Okay.
I was going to ask you if you had comments because you'd be putting into a new situation and how that would work, but I'll let
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Chair. When I was elected in 2005, the appellate division for the Attorney General, or for the Public Defender's Office, was in the Warren G. Harding building above Crook's Den in Daytona Beach and had been there since the 5th DCA started back in the 1980s. The accommodations in the building had probably been there since Warren G. Harding was there, but because it was an old, decrepit building, the floors were uneven, and this council, the council at the time, moved us over to the 444 Seabreeze building for our appellate division where we reside today. And that has been a great improvement. At the same time that when I came on board, the misdemeanor division for the Public Defender's Office was up at the Holly Hill Law Center, that rock building up there across from the MG on the Halifax. And our attorneys in that building had to drive to the annex every day to go to court. If you remember the May Soon that we had, the rain that lasted in May for days and days, finally flooded that building, and they had to move into the Foxman Justice Center with the felony attorneys. It's the best thing that ever happened to the misdemeanor attorneys because they started learning from the felony attorneys how to practice law. They were no longer segregated. Unfortunately, the problem is I have no room to grow. I don't even have room in the Justice Center, in the Foxman Justice Center right now for one additional attorney. And I have my juvenile division down on South Beach Street in what was the morgue during World War II for the flyers that were learning to fly out here at the airport. And it's called 442 South Beach Street. It's right behind the house that's the state attorney's office. It's in a parking lot behind the building, and I dare not put attorneys back there because it is probably one of the most unsafe areas that we have that you could possibly be inviting clients into. We have our juvenile division there because we tend to trust our juveniles a bit more. But it is not a safe area for them to be. It's a small morgue building in the parking lot. And some say it's haunted too, and they don't want to be there at night. Putting all of these assets together in one building, the office building there at this new site would be a tremendous benefit to our office. Having all of them, the appellate division, juvenile, misdemeanor, and felony, all under one roof would be much easier to administrate and much better for the attorneys to work together in defending our clients. And that's basically all I've got to say at this point.
Okay,
thank you.
Mr. Yes, Mr. Chair. As a wrap-up, just a final comment, and that is, once again, thanks. I want to thank the Chief Judge and everyone else that came today. A couple of quick things. One of the things that seems to get lost here is understanding what my responsibility is. You're the policymakers and you make the decision, but I'm the CEO and I'm supposed to understand the issues that go on, and it's my responsibility to put all that stuff together and bring it to you, to make sure it's been done correctly so that you can analyze this and decide if you want to do this. But I have a responsibility, an ethical responsibility to come forward. As the Chief Judge said, yes, the judges put the public first in terms of safety. But I have another responsibility. They won't say this for themselves, but my responsibility is to look out for them too. And they don't admit it, but there are issues that involve them, their staff that works there, all the judges. And I know it's true. And so I am going to tell people it's true. Also, I believe that, and you can't do this by committee. I have to understand the details. And I also believe that it does you no good if I bring you something that you could never pay for. So part of it was to do it at this point in time so that you could decide as policymakers, do we stretch and see if we can get there, given everything else you have to do. And everything you have, we have tried in the 5-year plan to show every capital need of every department, the sheriff and all them, on what they, maybe not everything everybody wants, but what they have to have. And we're doing the medical examiner and all that. That's all in your plan you already voted for. All I wanted to point out is that they've waited long enough and they understand that the best plan in the world is no good if you can't afford it. And what I found was there was no way to fix this, and I'm not going to pretend that it's not safe anymore. There's no way to fix it on a piecemeal basis. And in the past, when I looked at it, the council was, can we do this, Jim, even though we're in a downturn, based on looking at individual pieces? There is no way to do that, and for me to say it's safe. Now, I will tell you that I believe that by charter, I'm the one that's responsible as the CEO to understand all these issues, to analyze them and bring forward these things. Then you can take them out and you can say if you want additional public to get involved. But I should have the answers ready. I should have the analysis ready. And in all honesty, I think if the stakeholders matter, and if I wanted to make sure, that's why I asked them to have the letter, I wanted you to make sure that when I came forward, I had all the stakeholders that agreed. They have to live there, and quite frankly, they know more about the day-to-day stuff than me or anyone else, and more than our consultants. So by bringing it forward like I did, it was, and I said before, I've seen what happens when you try doing this thing and you get everybody in the weeds the first day. It goes nowhere, and then you have then it really gets out of. I thought that this council, which is I think you still do want, was you wanted to get to the point of what is the idea here, and I made it clear that we weren't asking for a vote on anything. All we were doing was say, should we go to the next step and start looking? You would be involved in every stage. But in all honesty, we're at a point where I have a job to do. My job is to point out that it's not safe anymore, it's not efficient, we're not doing what we need to do, and there might be a chance to fix it, but we're going to all have to work towards that. I felt that was my responsibility. I still believe ethically that is, and that's why I did what I did when I brought it forward. And I appreciate the opportunity. I'm glad the council asked for this because I did want to do the follow-up to show how we got there. So I'm positive, I feel good about doing this today, but that's really how it transpired before. And I think, I'll take guidance from the council on what you want to do. And I think our tie-in to the budget after this will be, I think, will really work well. I thank you once again, Judge.
Ms. Guzette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to everyone. First would like to thank staff, Mr. Deneen, for doing due diligence as we had directed you to do to stop kicking the can down the road. And I believe that now that we know we had a strong idea as to how the safety of the citizens that must utilize our court services, how at risk we were putting our staff and our judges and everyone that comes to these different locations at risk. Now we know, we have been told explicitly the risk involved as it means to compromise the safety. So if we don't do something, and God forbid, an incident happens, then that would be devastating to us as council, and we would not have done our judiciary responsibility as council members by not doing what is necessary. Now, will everyone agree with the decisions we make? No. But we will do the greatest good based on the information that is presented to us. And I say to the judges, I've never heard judges talk so much before. You always are good listeners, but you also are good talkers too. So you have made the point, and we're there. I'm there. I don't know about my colleagues, but I believe that any prudent council member understands the dynamics that we're dealing with, and we have to do what is right. And will everyone agree? No. But will we do the very best that we can to make sure that we are providing and not compromising the safety of the citizens of this great county? I think we have to do that. And so, Mr. Chair, I support moving forward with what we need to do to prepare to stop the bleed and stop kicking this can and just absolutely tackle this and go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, I want to thank you very much, all of you, for being here and all of your work. Staff, thank you very much. For the new people on that didn't know the history, sometimes we have things put before us and we think it's kind of thrown there and what's all the background on it. I needed this. I can say I needed this to represent the people. And you answered a lot of questions for me about New Smyrna, because we had been hearing about New Smyrna in the courthouse. That was very informative to me to hear the caseloads and everything, and I thank you for that. You've all filled in some of the gaps that we needed desperately for this whole initiative. I can't thank you enough for all your hard work and for everything you do. We want to keep you safe. We want to keep the citizens. As I've stated many times, I was a victim advocate, and having to take an abused person through the hallways with a convicted person right next, walking beside him, was terrorizing. And it was just a horrible, horrible experience for me, not to mention the poor soul that I was escorting down the hallway. It's time we move forward with this. We don't know exactly, and all of these, this is not a confirmed thing. Dewberry, thank you very much for this study. This was very informative for me. We needed to be brought up to date. I needed to be brought up to date. I'm on board and ready to move forward to whatever the next step is. Thank you again. I appreciate everything you do.
Mr. Patterson, I'm going to go ahead, since you may have to leave.
Kind of like I was waiting to be here at the last here. No, I'm surprised. You know, Judge Zambrano brought up something interesting, which is when he mentioned the rule of one. But I remember quite a few years ago, and if that incident was to happen now, people would be really excited. But we had a couple of people who were on trial or something when they got a hold of a gun or something in one of the courthouses. That it was quite a few years ago. If that was to happen today, we would really be hearing about it. The only people I'm really hearing from are probably the people who haven't really been through the process. Mm-hmm. And if they had seen, because I'm getting a lot of email that we don't need this. I got an email today, you don't need this, we don't need this. I think once people realize or were to go over and visit some of these sites, I was over at the annex about 4 or 5 months ago just to get a document, and getting through the security, wandering around, and then getting in there. And it took me an hour to get one document because it was so busy. There was so many people in there, you know, filling out a form just to get, I was going over to get my DD-214 for my military service. And it was over an hour just sitting there waiting. But I can understand it. There's just not enough room in that facility over there. And that was just with the clerk of the court function. So I really think we're on the right track. I think if somebody who is really, really thinking that they're opposed to this, I think they need to go visit the courts, to go over to the Daytona, go through that building over there, and see actually what is happening. Just to wander through and see how they feel about it at that point. But I think it's an important process. We really need to keep moving on this. Thank you.
Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you, Judge Zambrano, for spending some time with me yesterday and having a conversation, especially on the status at the New Smyrna Beach Courthouse, because it's just underutilized. It's been underutilized for quite a while. But I want to thank you for that. And for me, this is the rest of the story, or the rest of the analysis on this project that needed to happen. All of this conversation, and I thank you for coming back in. And Mr. Manager, I think it's so important that we've done this with other big projects. We have put an icon in the front of our volusia.org website for particular issues. Maybe we can consider putting this analysis, and as we go forward with new documents and where council goes, we can just continually to update that on the volusia.org. Is that something we can accommodate?
We can do that, and I'll tell you what I think. I think that, because a lot of people don't want to read a lot of stuff, but the PowerPoint that they gave us today
It's very good.
is real good because it's a nutshell of how much we did, and we'd be glad to do that. We're open to any information that people want, but we gave them a factual, real basis now to ask questions from, but we could do that.
And it's something we can update as we go forward, because this is just the beginning.
You're at least 2 years of figuring this all out with designs of study and what you would do with other pieces of property. I mean, there's all kinds of, what got forgotten is that stuff from the clerk of courts has been a tremendous supporter, and I want to point out she's been right there helping us. And for example, we talk about maybe we ought to do something with her functions down in New Smyrna Beach that isn't the courts, but maybe the clerk needs some service. And Ms. Daines, I talked.
Talking
Oh,
point
okay.
in a Southeast Volusia Service Center of some kind, because what's happening, and what you may be hearing, and some of the pushback politically down there is that we had nothing to do with it, nor did you. The state has moved the DMV office out of there, and there's several other offices being moved and agencies being moved out of that particular area. So it's a vacuum that has been created over time, and this is the layering effect that the citizens are wondering, so what's going to happen? And that's a fair question.
Right.
Yeah, it's a fair question. What that looks like, we don't have to decide now, but it's an ongoing process,
Well,
and I at
actually,
least
this-
wanted to have a
Actually, this frees us up. If you say, Mr. Manager, let's start down the path of looking at this and what are the implications. Believe it or not, then that frees me up to say, okay, let's take a look, and we can either do it internal if we need somebody to look at the next step. What would you do if you had to do that? And then you'd start looking at, do you have to do this service center? What might happen to the property? I have no justification for doing that unless I have some plan that you're saying, look at this, and what are the implications?
Well, and going forward with the Southeast Volusia Service Center, we've talked about this. In fact, the courthouse, I've had 2 commercial realtors already contact me. They want first right of refusal, and I said, you're 2 years down the road. We're not even having this conversation. It's not my ballpark anyway. But in looking at our public works program, and as we go forward, the other piece of property that we own, the only buildings that have not been upgraded in New Smyrna Beach or on Canal Street, we own them, right there at Riverside and Canal. That would be another welcome change for the city of New Smyrna Beach if we should vacate those buildings and sell those. So, but again, it's a service area that would need to be relocated, and if we looked at it's some kind of Southeast Volusia Service Center, I think we can accommodate all the changes and the upgrades that desperately need to happen and continue the great service for the citizens. But if we could just put that on the website, I think that would be great.
We can do it.
Thank you.
Ms. Post.
Thank you.
I think it's important to point out as well that this proposal is being brought up because of the boots on the ground people and the people that actually know what you need and are pointing out the areas where there are deficiencies and areas where we actually need this to happen. So it's not as if the county is just deciding that we need to consolidate to save money or to create buildings and yada yada. That is a wonderful byproduct, but it truly is because of the boots on the ground people that need this to happen in order to do your job to the best of your ability and to serve the citizens of Volusia County. And I think that really needs to be stressed here. And I thank you all for actually taking the time and the input to do all of that to make this happen. Thank you.
Dr. Lowry.
Just real quick, I agree with everything that's been said up here, and I'm on board with pursuing moving ahead.
That was real brief. I like that one. As you mentioned, the boots on the ground, and I think it's very important for people to understand that you have been involved in every step. You were asked to be involved. It wasn't something that you went seeking, but you were asked to be involved in the process and to share your information and to share the facts. And we now have the facts, as Ms. Cusack mentioned, that we can make our decision to go forward with this because we have all the available facts we have indicate this is the direction that we should go. So with that, I think, Mr. Deneen, I don't know that we need a vote.
No, all I need is for you to say that we should pursue this option. And I want to comment on something Ms. Post said, and that is, because I do think, Mr. Chair, this is important we say. once we looked at what made sense, the reality in this world is that the Foxman facility is the best facility we have, and we cannot afford to get rid of that facility. It's too valuable, and the land we own. So what's interesting about this is we're doing it because it's needed to be done for safety and for service. The economic benefit it may have is a factor of where the asset's located, and it's a wonderful byproduct because there's hardly anything we could do from an economic development standpoint that would have this kind of impact. But that's a byproduct of a decision, as you said, from the people boots on the street of trying to do the right thing. We don't get many win-wins like that. But even, for example, where the parking would be on Beach Street, and it has to do the location of Foxman. Now, the weird thing was, Foxman, in the way it was built, I never would have built a building the way they did there. I mean, that's just not, it doesn't have a front door or nothing. What's weird is, it works for this, because it is set far enough back. So we'll get a lot of value out of it. But I think, Mr. Chair, that needs to be said because I think people think, and I think that's what Ms. Post is getting at, that somehow, if you think I'm dreaming up stuff just to build, that ain't me. And the second thing is that we didn't do it for economic development. We did it, but that's a byproduct, and it's a wonderful byproduct.
Well, I think, 27 years ago, someone, when they decided the Foxman Center should go there, had a great vision. And whoever that was,
They might have.
congratulate them.
Well, it's supposed to be two buildings, too.
Keep saying that.
There were supposed to be two buildings.
And we have a great vision now that we can be a part of, so happy for that. Thank you again for all of y'all for being here, taking your time away. We appreciate it very much. And we'll take a quick recess real quick.
That'd be great.
And 5 minutes. As soon as the mic comes on, we'll get back. We'll move to Mr. Neen. You have an item, update on a...
Yes, what I want to do is I want to get ready because we have our budget hearings starting next month. And Ms. Dennis had brought up and asked me to just do a little update. She asked us some questions. So what I want to do is I'll go over this real quick. And it really is good because it relates to what you just talked about, okay? I want to put up the first, just to remind you, the first slide, which is the 5-year plan. And just a reminder, in the 5-year plan, we showed the 6.1. And you can see here all the things that you did with the 6.1. You see the money we set aside for, if you go down here, you'll see the go to zero in 2018. You'll see all the capital we did. But you're going to see all the homeless capital, everything we put aside. So remember, we put a lot of money aside, and we used the 6.1. We carried the 3% is all we carried for salaries, et cetera. If you flip that over to the next page, you'll see this was the other thing about the courthouse. One of the key things was making sure that we have adequately funded the capital for all the things like the elections warehouse, the backbone system for the radio, the sheriff's evidence facility, the CAD system, the sheriff building renovations, the EVAC building, and the medical examiner. These are all things that have to get done. And so they're all in the plan. Now, what Ms. Denny's asked me is, Jim, either this year or specifically last year, and I think Mr. Lowry also asked this, what would happen to us just theoretically if we went down a 10th next year? Just to sort of look into the future. And if I'm doing what I'm asked here, I'm going to have her put that chart up and just show you what the implications are. And then I want to talk about an assumption that we make. Donna, you want to walk them through what the change would be?
Yes. What we did in this...
You need to change the chart, the one that's up there.
It's correct.
Oh, okay.
It's the correct one, yeah. What we did was we went ahead and what we showed you is first of all, we showed you 6.1 in 17-18, and then the outer years, we went down actually 0.11 to 5.99 as our millage rate in the subsequent years for 19, 20, and 21 to show you what that impact would look like. A couple of things I want to point out, though, is we were able to show and still demonstrate that your plans for Votran and expanding those services that we had shown in the previous projection will remain. We still show also the go to zero, which is part of this debt service number here. So that still remains. We were able to show that we could do that and demonstrate it. So if we go to the next page, what we had to do in those items that are in peach color are the things that we had to shift out a bit in order to make everything kind of work for the 18, 19, and 19, 20 years. Those are the 2 years that are probably our most, if I use it for lack of a better term, fiscally constrained, so to speak, where we can still demonstrate that we can do some of these projects. We had to push some of them out so that we can continue funding those programs. And if you could scoot down just a bit. Thank you. What it shows is that we're able to still build our emergency reserve. We're not at 10% though until we get to 2021, but we can get there. But most importantly, we will still accumulate or be able to show that we've got 11.3 million in reserve for future capital, which is where we were thinking if we're going to start the court project, we can demonstrate that we would be able to start paying for some of it perhaps in cash,
Right.
some of it by debt and debt service. We would be able to do some of that starting in those subsequent years. Again, it's keeping the current millage at 6.1, and in the 18, 19, 1920, and 2021 years, moving it to 5.990.
Now, one of the things that I talked to Ms. Denny's about was by professional obligation, we have to anticipate a growth rate that we believe is firm and not speculative. So, because if the last thing you ever want to do as a manager or a budget person is overestimate revenue and underestimate expenditures. You're supposed to do the opposite because you can't recover from that. So what we show is in the general fund, 5%, is that what we're showing for growth?
Yes, sir, 5%
but
increase in property
we did
value.
7% this year.
And for the 17-18 year, yes.
Which is part of why we were able to make things like the homeless set aside and all that. Now, here's the beauty of that. We're still showing 5. If we grow at a higher level, then these numbers are enhanced. So it helps you. Also, the extra cash that Donna shows is that you would have no debt in the general fund, so you could clearly afford the debt payment on something as big as the courthouse and still have some flexibility. And if need be, you could use some of that 11 million, or by that time, we may have some other capital projects that have come along or some issue you got to deal with, and I want you to have flexibility in dealing with it. Yes?
I don't have any here. The other homestead exemption, that doesn't.
We did not factor that in, and I'll tell you why. That will devastate us, and unless you're willing to really cut some stuff, you're going to have to raise taxes. But here's what I'm afraid. One, we don't know that'll pass, and I think we will be criticized if we try to show that. People will say we're crying wolf, okay? And so the reality, because I really do think that they'll think we're artificially trying to show an expenditure or a reduction in revenue we don't have. So, well, here's what I think will happen. The way to answer that is you won't know till it passes. If it passes, it won't impact you until 2021. So you will have a short period of time to decide who you're going to throw overboard or how you're going to patch the ship, okay? Because you'll have to do one or the other, and we'll have a little time. Because you'll lose your ability to do capital or like the courthouse to a certain degree. It depends on whether you raise taxes or whatever. But I think I don't want to be criticized or have you criticized that we're being too conservative. So we've left that off. But it's a scary proposition. Some people think it'll pass. Some people don't think it'll pass.
Just a question. What you said was the things that you put in pink would be shifted to
Right.
some degree.
Yes,
if
move
you
back.
went to a 599.
Correct.
Yes.
Those are the projects we
Yes.
shifted from the 6.11 or 6.10
To whatever it goes
we
to.
demonstrated.
My position on this would be, and it's not kicking the can down the road, but if we can generate additional funds by not going to that this year, being prepared to make it even further the following year based upon the projections that we don't want to put in there, the 7% or whatever,
right?
That we'll be much better off for this year to keep it where it is, which is what we have currently on the table. The following year, when, as I just said, if the money is there, then we can decide.
You wouldn't have to shift them.
You wouldn't have to shift.
Right. And I think Ms. Denny's has said to me, well, Jim, what if we get this growth? I mean, I'll be loving it if we get it. I just can't, in good conscience, show you a projection like that for fear that if it didn't come in, we're really in trouble.
And if we do get it, that shows that what we can do with everything that's there, and that is not going to impact that great by maintaining the rate that we're doing this year. It
Correct.
also gives you some, I don't want to say protection against the election in 18 on the additional 25, because I don't believe it'll pass either. I hope it won't. I hope enough people are wise enough to know you're just shifting it to people. But
the other thing you have,
where I fall out, but I'm just one of us, and
Or another hurricane.
or anything. And well, here's the other thing. We have not settled with the sheriff's deputies. And so the reality is, we still have to settle with that. And there's nuances to, even at 3%, there could be some nuance.
Well, I think for me, what you've given a very clear path of the what ifs and the what nots. And it's easier to see and more clearly to see to make the decision going forward.
And that's what we wanted to do. I think, Ms. Denny's, is that what you'd like us to do?
Well, I just wanted to see what it would look like for discussion, just for discussion purposes.
Right.
And I'm cautiously optimistic that just like this year we went from 5 to 7, we will be doing at a minimum that this next cycle around. But the 22 million, the reimbursement from FEMA, we're out about 22 million. 28 million?
Yeah.
So where does that go when that comes back in?
It's already taken into account here.
It's in there? It's like
It's
ragu,
already,
it's in there?
it is.
We're assuming we're going to get paid where we should.
Alex said we will. He assured me.
Well, and
Did he give you cash when you were walking out?
I was going to say, where's the check?
Yeah.
the thing, though, too, that we have to keep, or at least start the discussion, as I understand it, FEMA may not reimburse for pickup on private roads in the future.
They won't.
In the future, they won't, but this year, I think what we've turned in, what we've submitted, they were inclined to say that it looked like it would be okay that they would do that. There was nothing.
We hope. We think.
We hope.
We think this will be.
We do not have a determination that they've accepted that yet.
Well, you should have.
If we get paid, for sure, this will be the last time for that.
Have you talked
for
to
that
the people
function.
in Atlanta, and I should be talking about this with you privately, I guess, instead.
Okay. Yes.
You have talked to Atlanta, the Atlanta office.
No, I have not.
No.
Okay.
So if you want to share with us something after the meeting, that'd be good.
But for planning purposes, we get reimbursed for this go-round, but the next hurricane, we know.
You ain't gonna get
We're
reimbursed.
not being reimbursed
No.
for private roads, which is the MSD and everything else.
Correct.
So
It's-
we're
Correct.
looking at about 3 million.
Yeah, right,
Right?
you're correct. That's
We're
what it
looking at
was.
3 million.
And if I might add, the big impact is to the MSD. That's
MSD,
where
they
we
can't
Now-
handle it
can't
now.
handle it.
Here you have to remember, we figured the 5%. Now, we figured something less in MSD. We did not get, we only got 5% in MSD. See, this is one of the things that is really, people don't understand if they're just city government. Because they already look as a general fund. You got 7 in the general fund. The MSD, which is your big urban service package, what did we get, 5? About 5% is all we got in growth there. See, that's one of the things that really compounds this issue, because like our fire fund, for all you that were here when we were doing the whole fire, they don't go up in enough value to keep pace with their costs.
Right.
And my fear, so even if we get to 7, it's only on the general fund side. Now, we're showing you, which is good, just the general fund side for the pink that got pushed out. So your point about if, and Deb's point about if it goes up, 7 will be okay, yes, in the general fund. I really worry about the MSD.
Right. Okay.
So this was just background to get you ready for the hearings, and unless anyone has any other concerns or comments, this was background. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm glad you asked us to do this. And I think it opens up it keeps you a good, clear view of what's coming.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, while we have talking about money, yes, pass that
I'll
out.
pass one of those out for you.
Okay.
This last projection.
While we're talking about money, I do think I should mention this, because for those of you here that weren't here wouldn't know.
We're getting a raise or what?
No. Ms. Cusack mentioned during your hearings on the budgets for the ad agencies, she said, what you're paying? There was a reason for that. That became an enormous problem in the past, where we were doing certain raises and they were doing significantly larger with public money. And that became a contentious issue here. That's why she asked that question.
Okay. The only thing that I saw on that, since you mentioned it, was the changing of 2 job classifications, which I wonder if that had to do with giving a raise larger than the 3%.
They would have to go through us to do that.
Well, but not if they just shifted the naming from a marketing specialist to a marketing person.
They have to go through personnel and they have to prove it.
Okay, but I'm guessing that change gave you a larger spread.
But they can't do that artificially. They have to actually show us it's a change in actual work duty. See, at one time, we wouldn't review that. Now we do.
Did you, Well, then I guess my question is, I didn't want to ask it necessarily then, but can you verify that those two from that raised themselves from one manager or something to another manager or something, that didn't increase larger than a 3% increase?
It may have, but they would have had to justify that they actually changed the job. So
Change the name.
Yes. See,
They
as
did.
long as the job changed and justified more money. They used to do this without coming to us. And they can't do that now without HR agreeing.
Okay. I would venture to say it's a 10% increase, but I'm just guessing.
But the job actually had to change. It can't be artificial.
If you look at the two names, there's one word that changed on each of them that changed what it was. And the amounts changed. I'm just saying.
Well, if I might just interject, it did. I mean, we reviewed the job descriptions of what these people were doing, and they probably were already working outside the class of the type of work they were doing. When Debbie got there, I mean, she did quite a number of reorganize. Just so you know, we review it because
Right.
for that very reason.
There was an
That's
argument at
not-
one time that they changed those without any review.
They did that.
Right.
And that's what the council stopped.
Well, just want to make sure it's not reoccurring.
Well caught. Good
No
point.
deja vu. With that, we have no one else for public comment.
No, sir.
Is that correct? Okay. With no additional public comment, we'll go to closing comments. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you. On the recent tour that I took, which was the Marine Science Center, as long as I've been around here, I've never been over to the Marine Science Center. I was really, really impressed with what I saw over there. And I see that right now this week they've hit their 1 millionth visitor. And they are packed in there. I mean, and from what I understand, any attempt to add on or anything is being met with opposition from our folks down at Ponce Inlet, and I'm wondering if we should start looking at another place to move that facility if Ponce Inlet doesn't want it, because they're not going to be able to expand. And a suggestion came to me about maybe looking at the City Island, that moving that facility over there. I'm just tossing that out, but I hate to see something that has been so successful that losing that or just keeping it stale, it'll become a problem in the future. So I'm tossing that out. So, Mr. Neen?
Yeah, are you finished?
No, not yet.
Okay. I was going to make a comment.
Mr. Deneen is looking at me, so.
Well, there was a thought at one time,
Yeah.
okay, that there are reasons why we would not want to leave that site. So the issue becomes, how big do you grow that site, and are all the functions at that site? Before this council, the new council head was on board, there was talk at one time that maybe as part of the visitor aspect of it, we could talk about, you'd have to have money, you have to figure out how you do this. It would be attached to the front of the Ocean Center, where there's land and you have a lot of people that are there, and maybe it would be like, you could get a feel for what we do. This was just a thought. You could get a feel we do to bleed off some of that population. But the real function would be very problematic to try and move the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well,
We just spent a bunch of money extending part of it.
We're in the process of looking at that.
When I was over there the other day, I mean, they're literally packed in there. People are working in there.
They are.
And so when we're talking about probably to the point where some of the working conditions could get a little unsafe over there. That's my concern. But it just, to see what they're doing over there. I was there when they sent Mr. or Ms. Turtle back out to the ocean, and it was really the number of people that showed up. There was 200 or 300 people out there to watch that, and the number of turtles and the birds over there. I think a lot of people don't realize that, the birds that they're doing. But I really think that we really need to look at that somehow. Okay. Billy, it's your turn.
Well, I was just going to make comments to that too, because that is in my district, and I've toured that recently also, and I agree. They are absolutely just expanded outside the seams when they have people actually in closets, that's their office in closets, but they're doing operations again right on turtles right next to their lunch counter. And it is beyond healthy in my interpretation from going through there and taking the turtles out to a separate building for x-ray. I have scheduled another tour with the city manager from Ponce, as well as several of the council people, or a council person. And I just want to hear what their comments are, their negative, if there are negative comments. But I want to find that compromise that we can get that moved forward, because I think what people don't understand, yes, it is a tourist attraction, but bigger than that, it is a rehabilitation for and that is the biggest factor. And it's not being done efficiently because the lack of space. And I think that's a real urgent thing that needs to be addressed. And so I am working on that with council and staff. So I just...
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. When you actually see people
Continue,
having...
it's your time. That's all. Okay.
Yeah, when you actually see them having to do surgery on birds and stuff, they're actually on the floor with them trying to do it. It's just, something needs to be done. And have a little chat with your folks down here in Ponce Inlet, because evidently it's somewhat, they're not real crazy about it. The other things, I brought up some time ago that the League of Women Voters in there had a solar co-op that they were trying to create. I understand they're going to be doing some of their presentations to try to promote this co-op program, and I know what Florida Power and Light's looking at, with the facility. So I think it's something up and coming. But I noticed that that as far as our involvement is going to be in using facilities, but our logo is not going to be there. And I'm just wondering if, and I guess it would take the council to agree to it. So I'd like to just make a motion that we allow our logo to be used on the presentations that the co-op will, the co-op presentations will be doing. So that's my motion.
Is there a second to that? Well, I'm going to vote against it because I don't believe that it's the council's business to be involved with a private institution and allowing the logo to go on it to promote a private solar company, a finance company over something else, because all it is they're trying to get the financial part to go through them for that.
Well, this is the League of Women Voters is doing this, trying to get this organized. That's how I view it. I don't think there are any companies really involved in the process.
It is. It's the company themselves that they're trying to promote you to use. The solar, I got about 100 emails from Palm Beach to everywhere all over the state of other people that have done it. And I think you need to be careful about putting our logo for them to use to promote, that say we are endorsing that particular company. We're not endorsing the League of Women Voters.
No.
Isn't that right, Mr. Deneen? Dan, somebody help me out on that.
Well,
George,
our understanding is the co-op is a nonprofit that goes around that tries to put together these deals for and help them seek financing, but it's not a private outfit. It's a nonprofit. It's my understanding.
I need to question now, because that was one of the issues that I was looking at, is why green?
That's a different issue.
Okay, it's not
That's
that
PACE,
linked with that.
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Okay, that's what I was.
The group that the League of Women Voters is working with is a not-for-profit. They go into counties and cities and they do public information. If people are interested in becoming part of the co-op, they help them coordinate so that they as a co-op can seek bids from private companies, that because there's 10 or 15 of them, they might get a better bid for their house. They've done this in Seminole. They've done this in Alachua County. They've established these. They've helped the citizens, so they don't make any money off of it. And that's why the League of Women Voters coordinated with them. They just go in and do public information, and if you're interested, they assist the citizens in going out and looking for the bids.
Yeah, there might be some confusion with the PACE program, which is totally not even affiliated. That's a lending money to people, and it's a assessment onto their tax bill each year. It has some advantages. It also has some disadvantages. But this co-op, solar co-op, is not in any way associated with that.
That was not the way I read it. I'd like to see some legal analysis on this before we vote, because I had it connected to PACE from the League of Women Voters.
No, sir. I mean, I did the research before I looked at this with the staff. Originally, the way it had been drafted, it did appear that they were out there selling equipment, but that is not how, as I've been able to tell it, that they function.
But they're trying to connect private people with private companies to provide solar products, solar energy.
They assist citizens in creating
That's
their own
exactly what
personal
I
co-op.
said. They're trying to get people, which means they're assisting. You can say it any way you want to. They're trying to steer the people toward another group.
I don't think they steer them. I think they show them how to go out and bid for it. That as a group that they can go out and bid.
If you look at the history of the ones that they've steered, that's what I would like to see. I mean, you've got a motion and a second, so we're going to vote on it. But I'm going to say you need to be real cautious, because I don't see any work that shows that that's exactly what they're doing. Because I've looked at it and you've looked at it, and I don't believe that that is exactly the case from what I saw. And if you can show me that the people in these counties, they just signed another one up. Just Fort Lauderdale, I believe it was. They just signed them up. They've done nothing with it yet. They got Fort Lauderdale to endorse. Now, maybe they endorsed in the same way we did, but I just think that before we start letting people use our logo, whether it's the League of Women Voters, because they're no different than any really other political entity in providing information to people. They hold, I don't know, forums and debates and involve people, get people involved. I'm not discrediting what they do. I'm just saying, for me, I just think we need to be very, very cautious. And if you want to vote on it, you can vote on it. I just am going to want to see the legal. I want to see I want to see the proof in writing that that's what they do, because what they've given me is not what you're saying. So the vote, all in favor of allowing the League of Women Voters to use our logo in the capacity, any capacity they do to promote their products, promote their services.
It's just the county's logo being out there. That county, is. Now, I don't see it as an endorsement. I just see that we're involved in it by they're using our property here. They're going to be going all over the county doing presentations. So I don't really see anything. I think there might be some confusion here with the PACE program. I think that's where where I would have a problem with that. If it was the PACE program, but no, they're just out here encouraging people to get involved with solar, to group together in order to just the power of purchasing as a group of individuals and bidding for it. I think Jamie has explained it quite well. I don't really see anything beyond that. I just like to call the question here.
Okay, I'm not. I wasn't finished talking. I guess you just cut me off. But all in favor of allowing League of Women Voters to use our logo? If they weren't using it, why would they tell us about all the other cities that are using their logo? Sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. No. I think we have a tie. 4?
How can it be?
No? Yes? No? That's what I said. So you were a yes.
Councilwoman Post has left the building?
Yeah. So the motion dies at a 3-3 vote.
Can you tell
voted
me who
against
was
it? I'm
opposed, please?
You voted against it or for it? Against. There's 3 here and 3 there.
Okay.
And if you want to bring it up with the necessary background information,
Who was Lowry about?
I think that, I think they're getting ready to start the program, so this was, the reason why I brought it up today was because they're going forward. It was, I had thought this was going to be on the agenda, and I understand it got pulled off of the agenda, so that's why I thought of just bringing it up at this time and just vet it out. And if it goes down 3-3, that's fine. But I really think you're missing an opportunity here.
but they're going to be using our facilities to promote the, whatever it is.
I think they're just going to be providing information to people that if they want to go forward, creating a neighborhoods co-ops for solar, it's going to be fine. I think when it's all done and over with, we may feel like we made a mistake here, but that's okay.
It's
I feel like we can come back to it. Because I'm going to go to that meeting. I'm already scheduled to go to that meeting, and I personally need a little bit more information. You know, that's...
Well, if it had been put on the agenda, we would have had a lot more information.
Okay. Anything else? Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The CRA, the Spring Hill CRA, the Community Redevelopment Agency for Spring Hill, it has outgrown the building in which they now occupied. And so the CRA committee, where I serve as a member, and so does Councilmember Patterson, we have agreed in concept that we agreed that this building needs to be replaced. We have outgrown it. They do lots of services there. They have a program that provides job opportunities for the Spring Hill community here in DeLand. They have many programs and resources that people in the Spring Hill and in the DeLand area can go for services that location. And they have, in the process, and they went out and they've done some research about the building and getting a new facility. So, long story short is that the city of DeLand and the county of Volusia are in partnership with that CRA. And the cost of that building, that will cost $500,000 to replace it. And it is recommended by that committee that we provide $300,000 for that building. Make a motion. I would move that we provide that for that CRA.
I know that there was a letter that came forward, that I made the motion that at the CRA meeting the other night that to send a letter over to have the county council look at it. I think we need a lot more information on the building.
They had a full presentation on the prior meeting of the CRA, and I think every member should have gotten this a letter from Bob Abgar. Did you get that letter, members?
A request this big should be an agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big request. If we're going to take a look at it, Councilwoman Cusack, I would suggest you ask it to be placed on the agenda for the next council meeting. If council wants, if that's the will of the council.
Yeah, the city has put up, they're buying a piece of property, and I think it's about $50,000 for that piece of property,
in addition to their budget for the $250,000, 60% of this is in the unincorporated area of DeLand.
Well, they didn't show a presentation on the building. I didn't get any information on the size of the building or exactly like we did with the courthouses. There was nothing there. It was just
Maybe I,
about
The
five.
meeting before there was a presentation.
Okay, well, I missed that meeting, but I did not see.
maybe I could help here, is that Mr. Patterson had talked to me about this. I was put a call into Mike Abels, the manager, about this issue, and as Joyce points out, 60%, now this is unusual for us. 60% of the CRA this is the only one we have like this. 60% of the CRA is actually in the county. So what I thought Mr. Patterson wanted me to do, okay, it was to, and I was glad to see you got the letter, Ms. Cusack, I thought he wanted me to take a look at, get all the details, and then find out whether the council wanted to make it an agenda item and try to break it down as to, exactly how this was going to work, what the cost was, what the building was going to be, and so you could put it on as an agenda item.
But then I'd like to have placed on the agenda for our next meeting. Being that the budget for the city of DeLand, they already have it in their budget. And if 60% of the Spring Hill CRA is in the county, then I think that we need to step up to the plate. So with more information, maybe the council will be more inclined to support this CRA. The CRA is supposed to be an economic driver for the area, for any area. And with the new Walmart coming in, a tax base will be increased.
Right.
It would be better supported. When I was in the legislature, we had funding for the infrastructure, and they're still using that funding to this day, some of that, and it's almost depleted. So I'd like to see us continue to be supportive of the Spring Hill CRA and provide due diligence as it relates to our responsibility, with 60% of that being in DeLand.
Exactly. I was going to
in the
ask
county.
some of the questions of the city to get an understanding of, for example, with the new Walmart coming in, are they going to have do they anticipate they'll have adequate revenue then to make sure the building gets run? How would the building, for example, enhance the things that they're doing for homeless? I mean, there's a number of things we could ask, a lot of questions. I'll do whatever the council wants to do. But I was going to do some research on it for you and try to bring it up if the council wants to put it on the agenda.
I think it'd be good to get the schematic of the plan for what the building is going to look like, if that was presented, because I wasn't at that meeting when it was presented. I was just there when they had the letter, and I made the motion for the city to purchase that property, and I made the motion for the letter to come forward to the county council, and that's all they had asked for at that night, was that the letter come forward and start working on the project. So that's what I agreed to.
So then, that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It didn't get placed as an appointment, but I need to make an appointment to the PLDRC. You received an application. She brought it in August 11th. Was received, and the reason we need to appoint today is because there will be a PLDRC meeting between now and when council meets again. But I would like to nominate Ellen Darden for the PLDRC, subject to a good standing check. Marcy still has to do the good standing check.
Motion is made to accept Ellen Darden to the PLDRC.
Yes.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the motion passes.
Thank you. And just one other thing, I'll pass this down. We did this last year, Council. The Miracle League, we sponsored at the highest level last year. It was our first year for a fundraiser for the Miracle League of Volusia County. The city of New Smyrna Beach has donated a ball field, and this is for special needs kids where they can get out in their wheelchair and get on the field and actually play. Right now, our kids in Volusia County go over to Orlando and all over to access these kind of facilities. They're under a major fundraising campaign Like I said, last year, councils, we supported at the highest level for their first fundraiser. We just received this email, their fundraiser, the end of the month, next month. But if you'd like, we can put this on an agenda item, Mr. Chair, if you're more comfortable with that, to bring back the first meeting in September, unless you're comfortable at the Grand Slam sponsor again. But this is really a fantastic event. The Tortugas are supporting them. They show up and do whatever they can too down at this little field. So it's just a really great, it's a great opportunity. But whatever your wish is, either now or if you want to bring it back at the next meeting, I'm good with that too.
It's the time, it's not what, October?
No, September. It's in
September
September. Yeah,
September 30th.
we can bring it back at first meeting next time if you want.
Yeah, 7th of September.
Will they give you enough time? Bring it back to 7th? Okay, let's do that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
That's it. And we didn't quite make it out before 5. Oh, I always forget you. I'm supposed to have gone to you first.
Hey, what about me?
Yeah.
You're not on here.
You better get me on there. Here, I got a pencil.
I mean, make sure you're on here.
That's the most I've heard him say all day.
Better get me on there.
I'm trying to
I
get
didn't
out
have
here
all them
before-
Frosties like y'all did, so I was running out of energy.
I'm pumped up now.
I'm
Sorry.
just messing with you. I can be pretty quick. Along the same line as what Council Lady Dennis handed out here, we usually support the Rotary Club over Southwest Volusia, the DeBerry. They have the Hops and Vines thing, and we usually yearly support that. Won't ask for a vote now, just to have it put on the agenda next time. And we usually sponsor them, so to offset the hall rental and police and so forth. That'll be coming. Thank you to staff and also County Manager Deneen, as we're trying to work with Deltona. As you know, the contract with Lionia and the amphitheater has expired, and we're trying to renegotiate that, and we want to do all we can to keep everything as much up and floating there as we can. And so thank you for the work and the help there as we continue on there. Also for the help, George with Rechtenwald with the trying to work out with the sewer fee on the watering there on Howland, and I think we're getting something worked out on that. And also, it's exciting to know what county's doing the reclaimed water there on Normandy, shooting out that way. That's going to help. In Deltona's, they're trying to bring things in up there on Saxon Boulevard and even on out further in the Normandy area. So we're doing a lot to help over there, and just want people that might be listening today to hear that. Otherwise, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Deneen.
I only have one thing to note, and I want to put this on the record. We'll put it on the website. We're not required, but I want to make sure there's no improper appearance. And that is, I want to announce that we're going to have an executive session August 23rd at 5:30. It'll be here in County Council chambers, or County Council conference room, where we're going to discuss IUPA negotiations with the sheriff's deputies. And we'll put that on the website, mainly because there's no real obligation, legal obligation, but I think that way if they all see all of you going into one meeting at night, they'll at least know why we're going in there, and we're not going to be keeping any minutes or anything, so.
Okay.
That's all I have, Chair.
Okay, Dan.
Yes, sir, 2 items. First, Council will recall your amendment of the merit system ordinance. You have some applicants. You have a vacancy in the Personnel Board. You have some applicants. I'm sorry that Councilmember Post is not here. She indicated that she might have another applicant, but I think if there's anyone else that you want to encourage to apply, they should do so, because I think the intention is that we would put it on the agenda for the first meeting in September to fill a vacancy for the remainder of the term expiring December 31st, 2017. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So if you know people that are interested, now's the time. The second thing, we do have an unusual well, not unprecedented, but not a usual calendar here. Do you have a 3-week break between before your next regular meeting? And the significance of that is that I did not brief you, although you received email messages regarding the circumstances in Daytona Beach shores. The 30 days that within which it's necessary to take action for their site plan denial and their denial of the zoning request for which we were encouraged to apply, will transpire before you next meet. In the meantime, the city will consider it on second reading its zoning ordinance. I would think it would be consistent with your prior direction that we pursue our judicial remedies. With regard to the site plan, we believe that we have a right to de novo action, and we intend to file also an action for declaratory relief. We do not believe that the de novo review is subject to the Local Government Cooperation Act, which requires the joint meeting process, the conflict assessment and process. We're still reviewing the issue of the rezoning and whether that remains so. If there is to be any action by the council challenging the denial, the amendment of the zoning, you may have to go through the conflict assessment process there, but we'll pursue all that. What I'm trying to make sure is that the council regards our office as proceeding in accordance with your direction, that we seek judicial review of the city's denial of the site plan and denial of the rezoning request. In the absence of contrary direction, I would take action to preserve your rights prior to the 30 days. If you want to address yourself by motion to it one way or the other, that's fine, but in the meantime, we'll be pursuing your remedies, and you can see what we end up filing, and if that's not consistent, well, then we can withdraw it.
I know that was discussed individually with me and probably the others. I can't say for sure, but that was probably where it was going.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, here we are.
I was thinking that we had publicly mentioned that we knew that's where it was going. If we need another authorization,
I think I have authorization.
Okay.
I just don't, since it involves another local government, I want you to be sure that, okay, here we are.
Whatever it takes, Dan, for you to feel comfortable. But I thought that we had given you that when we said to do the initial opposing.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, if you want a motion, I'll make a motion on it.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we're in the position that we're in, but I think we gave the direction.
Okay.
We're planning on being at their meeting on the 27th. We have staff on their is it the 27th, their next council meeting? But that would be after the 30 days. Is that what you're saying, Dan?
Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. On August 22nd, they have the second reading of the ordinance which prohibits parks and parking lots on the east side of South Atlantic Avenue. Y'all have already directed us to go ahead and oppose that. We made a presentation at the first reading. We will be doing that as well at the second.
Good.
Well, actually what I'm saying about the 30 days is that your September 7th meeting would be after the 30 days.
Right.
Understand that.
Right.
So
I think you've heard from us.
I think you're okay. I think we had given that. So
Okay,
proceed onward.
All right, thank you.
Just one quick one that I can see here is what I failed to mention in one of my public comments, talking about the salaries of public officials and so forth, is that our county manager is the CEO of an $800 million company. Just short, I started to say just short of $1 billion. I mean, I guess 200 million is kind of a little shorter than that. But if you round up, almost $1 billion company, and I don't know what CEO of an $800 million company would be paid any less than that. And I just wanted to clarify that part of my answers were vague, and since Dustin's sitting back there, I'll say intentionally, but they weren't that intentional. But I just wanted to point that out because that's one thing that's often missed. And I didn't particularly see that they were out of line with an $800 million corporation CEO. And Dan, same goes for you. Donna? But if you, Donna, if yours and Dan's goes above Jim's?
No chance.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, I got a little, I appreciate one other, if I could, just one other item.
I'm sorry.
I very much appreciate Ms. Wheeler's mention of customary use today. What we're, and I know I didn't quite get it out right, but what you're seeking to oppose is the state preemption of your charter recognition of customary use and your regulation that's consistent with that charter recognition. So it's in a sense you're trying to avoid the state taking away your local option here. So that's what your legislative program.
That's why you earn that big paycheck.
And just for the
And
record,
you notice our names were not on that.
They should have been.
if I don't adjourn this, I'm going to come up with more questions. I'm going to ask this one more. I was of the understanding that ex parte communication involved the dialogue, discussion, or visiting between two parties. If only one party sends an email and there's no response to it.
No, ex parte. Thank you for that discussion. And Councilmember Denny's provided a good opportunity. I should have availed myself of. I was the ex parte communication as.
I know what it is, but doesn't it have to be two people doing it?
No, it's somebody. Well, you're the receiver of communication from one side. It pertains to quasi-judicial actions by the county council, where you're applying policy that you've already established to a particular circumstance. In the land use context, that is rezonings, special exceptions, and variances. And it is the case law has said that since you're acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, ex parte communication which is by one side or the other, outside of the record, is presumed to be prejudicial because the other side doesn't get to hear it and respond to it and rebut it if they can. So while most of the cases that you have are fairly non-controversial, in that communication can be either by any form of written, including electronic, or text messages, or
phone calls.
Phone calls, or by meetings, as was discussed. So, with regard to the electronic communication by email, which I think was the point of the discussion, we have. We've made a practice of collecting those and furnishing it to at least to the applicant's attorneys, or if we know there's a spokesman for the other group, so that they can respond and have the opportunity to say, well, but that's not right, whatever the point is. So it's to avoid the problem of procedural due process, and sometimes it also can support your decision, whatever it may be in the particular case, because while opinion is not evidence, that facts can come forward as part of that ex parte communication as well, which could furnish a basis to support your decision that's as part of the record, when it's made part of the record. So well, I think we have resolved the particular issue that your assistance would, well, first of all, the staff's looking at a way to do this more automatically, so that they can capture the emails and put it in a file and make it part of the record. With Councilmember Denny's, we clarified, and I think this is to be true to the rest of you. As we know now, the staff would collect those, and if you happen to receive them to private email accounts, then we'll need them forwarded, and they would put them in the record as we have, and I think it was the manager's intention, so that and I think this was a helpful suggestion that he had yesterday, that we, to the extent that we're able to do so on a timely basis, that we would make them part of the web presentation, attach it to the agenda.
Yeah, and there's no action required on our part on things that come through the county email, because that's all A, public record, B, it's captured and saved, so you all have that, so I don't need to send another copy of that.
As you understand, the staff there's no action required on your part. The staff will
right, okay.
go in
We'll
and attempt to collect those. To the extent that you have received text, or that you receive, somebody happens to know you and they respond to your
any other thing other than the county email,
they need to be
obviously
forwarded
let
so they
anybody
can
know.
be made part of the record.
But
And so I think Ms. Seaman did a helpful job, gave a very succinct analysis of the issue this morning, and a helpful demonstration in this case, so that that wouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
so can I just
Mr.
make
Chair?
on that too? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, before somebody embarrasses me and says, "Hey, Pat, you know that your wife Ann is here," I just want to know.
Yes.
I noticed as she walked in, Pat, and I know you have to get on the road, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I want to thank you for your remark about my salary, and I want to clarify something. If I'm saying, I want to make sure I said this right. I believe that the remarks that they attributed to you were remarks that you made before we actually started to work together.
Many of them were.
Yeah. Okay?
Can I go back to Mr. Eckert's email issue here?
Thank you.
When we forward them, you're going to forward a copy, but the original, and here's why. We talked about this, I have multiple folders on issues, and I create rules. It's the way I operate. But like after this issue, the emails that I have in the folder for this issue, I reply to constituents in my district after a vote and either usually explain why I voted that way or what council's decision was. So what you can do is forward a copy, click on it and forward it. But as far as the email, when it comes to me,
It will stay in your folder.
that's just what I want to make sure on the record that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what wasn't clear. What the answer was, that you forward your response from your folders to Marcy. Okay. With that, we'll make it out before 5:30, 5:28.
Okay. Let's do it.
I saw her.
We are adjourned, Mr. Chair.
I thought I said that at 5:28, we adjourned.